Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello, hello, hello. We're back and better than ever. Dude, I need to put some WD-40 on my damn chair. It's so squeaky. It's way too squeaky. I hope everybody has had a good day today. Does this work? Kind of. Widow. Simon, good to see you. Hope you're well. Good morning, Ponzo. Good morning, So Close, ain't it? Hello, hello. Hope you guys are doing well today. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Another day, another dollar. We got some stuff to do today, aka coaching. Business as usual. I spent an ungodly amount of time yesterday working on my macros. Dude, working on macros and keybinds genuinely takes so long, it's crazy. It's actually crazy. Tail, I fixed the table of contents plugin, but I don't think it's getting merged in the main repo. Oh, no big deal. The table of contents, I figured out a way to do it that works fine. So we should be okay. I moved the table of contents to the top, and then there's an auto insert header tool on table of contents, which I can use, which is very intuitive and very easy. Which is set up with the macros. So I'm using a Razer Naga, what is this thing called? Razer Naga V2 Hyperspeed. I low-key want to buy the $200 one, but it's just so heavy. It's so heavy. The MOBA mouse, yeah, it's the like World of Warcraft mouse. Because I need side buttons. I need like a lot of side buttons. And I have it where so I fixed it where, so I press one button and it toggles the, well, I guess I'll bring in black screen. So I have one button that toggles writing, and then now I have it where I have another button that cycles through the colors. This was really hard to set up, by the way, because Razer Synapse and Epic Pen are so unbelievably unfriendly to use that it was a total nightmare. So yes, and then I have I set up a bunch of other stuff as well. I set up a macro that, oh no, it doesn't work. Obsidian exe. Oh, it's because I know why it's doing that. It's because it's a black screen. I set up another macro where, hold on, let me black screen real quick. I forgot to set this up before. I set up a bunch of macros to change tabs. So I'll show you guys. So I fixed my macros to be a little bit easier to use. So this switches to Discord. This is to the Obsidian. This is a screenshot. Yeah. This is Firefox. And then this is the Discord. And then this is, I can't remember what this does. I don't think these do anything. Yeah, I don't think these do anything. Yeah. But I'm trying to make the binds a little bit more intuitive for me. So I'm being really diligent about it. Yeah. Whoops. Are the macros just scripts? No, it's like, I have, yes, kind of, like, I guess they aren't macros, they're just keybinds. But, oh wait, I need a Blade Widow. But I spent a lot of time trying to set it up. Because the reason I need it is because it saves an ungodly amount of time if I get it proper. And I went back and I watched through the VOD, and there were a bunch of times in the VOD where I fiddle around with the keys for like a solid 10 seconds, and I'm just trying to set it up properly. Keyboard shortcuts over mouse buttons. The problem is whenever you keyboard shortcuts, there's a higher level of inaccuracy when using keyboard shortcuts. And when the stuff I do already uses most of the keys. I use WASD, I use QE all the time, I use crouch and shift all the time, I use tab all the time, I use like all of these keys. So I'd have to move my hand, and it's just like kind of not intuitive. But yeah. Can you do like a tablet setup like how Microwaves made a DIY Steam Deck? I think I could do... the way I have it now works. The way I have it now works. I was thinking about buying, I don't know what they're called. They're called like half keyboard. What are these things called? There's like I was thinking about buying one of these kind of things. Gaming keypad. But I don't think I need it. I don't think I need it. What the hell? Why is this so expensive? Well, I don't understand. Is this also a mouse? No, this is just half a keyboard. But I just don't think I need it. Cause yeah, there's no point. This doesn't really work how I thought it worked. Also, Taylor didn't see a live notification in the channel today. Is the bot broken? I don't know. It'll probably work eventually. If it doesn't work in the next few minutes, I'll ping. But yeah, so I worked on that for a long time yesterday. And then that's pretty much all I did yesterday, actually. I didn't really do anything else. I went through my yesterday's stream, and there are a few things I want to work on, but they're really minor. So I wouldn't worry about it. Hello, I just got home. Looks like just in time. Well, welcome. No Discord noti? Okay, I guess I'll just ping you guys. This is why I hate these bots sometimes, because they just like don't work. I don't know why. I guess it works way more often than it doesn't. I guess I'll just type it. Okay. We're gonna get slimed in the future by ChatGPT. Dude, I will. Overwatch GPT will send me to the graveyard. But my surprise on Demon as Lily was humongous. Holy, yeah. I was very surprised. I think that's great though. I'm very interested to see what happens. Trouterack, congratulations with the 20 consecutive streams. Holy moly.
Hello.
Stream time, but first ads. Oh yeah, I think I might change how I do ads. Because the thing is, I don't do... My old ad strategy just like doesn't work anymore. Because my VOD views are like an hour and a half now. So unless I want to... So I'm required by Twitch to run... I think it's like 3 minutes of ads every hour. And the problem is that with the way that I do VOD reviews now, there's not a way to, unless I stopped the VOD review halfway through and took a break, there's not a way to accommodate for the ads. Mystery, hello. Set a timer for 45 to 60 minutes. Become a true bug TV demon. Holy moly. Wait, let me do that for you real quick. At TV demon, what is your Discord? It's Luna Aster, right? Isn't Luna Aster your thing? I'm just gonna make sure before I do it. Yep, yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, cool. Let me give you the true bug role. This will give you access to the true bug channel. If you are a true bug, do not leak the true bug channel. Just an FYI. Do not leak. No leakers. Sorry, my keyboard was working. No big deal. Anyway, what was I talking about? I can't even remember. What was I talking about, guys? Does anyone remember? Ads. Oh yeah. Okay. So I don't want to run an intermission because I don't want to make VOD. My whole objective, like the current phase I'm in right now, is to make my coaching workflow as fast as possible. That's the whole goal. Let me run a raffle while we talk about this, by the way. 2K points till I become a true bug. Wait, we love that for you. Raffle's live, by the way. If you want to get coaching, do extra mark enter. You can also do extra mark coaching to get extra mark enter to enter the raffle. You can also do extra mark claim to claim a ticket to be more likely to win in the future. If you're not sure which command to run, please do extra mark coaching. I'm trying to make my coaching as fast as possible while still maintaining thoroughness. So that's why I'm focusing on the keybinds, as it shaves down time. Single-handedly, the best thing we've done was speech to text. Whoever recommended that originally is a genius. It has saved me an ungodly amount of time. It's cut down the VOD reviews duration by about like 20% minimum. Do you get noon perk if JPC on your team? No, I never take it. It's horrible. That perk is horrible. You're already unlikely to die when you're on Jetpack Cat. But yes, so that's kind of the goal. I'm also over the weekend after today's stream, I'm gonna be working on a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna do another lock-in. I might not stream on Monday. Just an FYI, I might not stream on Monday. I will let you guys know, but I am keeping the people informed right now because I need a little bit more time. I need a little bit more time without stream. Tail is okay. I want to see this cook. Yeah, I need a little bit more time. There's a few things I need to still figure out. I am going to yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I want to do. It's a bunch of stuff I need time for. I might, but I think I'll probably still end up streaming on Monday, but I'm just letting you guys know that if I cancel on Monday, don't be surprised. Let us know if you need chat feedback in the Discord. I shouldn't need anything. Yeah, I should be fine. Because a lot of the stuff I need to work on is business oriented. I need to work on a few things for private coaching that I haven't been able to iron out yet. Because I wanted to offer private coaching this month, but I want it to be a great experience for my students. So I don't think I'll offer it until next month. How are everyone's drives going? I haven't played any ranked. Actually, I played some 6v6 yesterday. And it was a total nightmare. You guys want to see something? Look at this. Let me do this. Look at this stat line. I actually had the most Thanos performance of my life in this platinum 6v6 game. I won all of my 6v6 games besides this one. Wait, I don't want to show you. I don't want to boot into it. Game reports. View game report. Okay. I went 49 in 12. I took a screenshot. I had like 37 final blows. I had 37 final blows this game or something like that. 38, 36, something I don't even remember. Like I did more than like 70% of our kills were me. Loki, I think the noon perk, no, this bait. It's bait. The noon perk is not good in 6v6. The noon perk is not good at all. It doesn't make any sense. It's not good. Sometimes you just destined to lose. I failed one deadeye because I jumped wide on accident. Well, not on accident, just subconsciously. And I got punished for it and died and lost the whole game. I made one mistake, which is fine. I mean, I'm glad that Overwatch is a game where you get punished for one mistake, because that means that you get rewarded for fixing one mistake. So no big deal. Happens. But yeah. So plan for today is to do coaching and to continue to do great things. That's the plan. Also, how many channel points do you guys have, by the way? How many channel points do you guys have? One thing, I don't know why, but Twitch doesn't tell me how many channel points people have, so I don't know what to set the goals at or the rewards at. I kind of like that the channel points are the rewards are expensive, because it gives you guys something to look forward to, which I think is nice. But I wish it gave me more information on this, on the what's going on. 5k, 14k, 100. I have 100k, 82k, 11k. Okay, I see. Speed WTF. Tail, do you have stuff in progress on Worminator or everything in the repo now? I'm pretty sure I just I have, I think, a few changes. When the stuff I did on Worminator was, I didn't actually program on Worminator, but I did more workflow stuff when I worked on it over the weekend. So I worked on the schema because everything about Worminator is going to get changed. Like basically every single line of code, it needs to be overhauled. Because the way I built Worminator originally, it did not accommodate for a lot of things that I want. Because I want Worminator to ultimately complement my coaching workflow. And then the goal is that once we figure out how it complements my workflow precisely, I'll open it up to everybody. I want it to work for everyone. Are you going to make it work on YouTube? No. I mean, maybe, but it's not a priority. That's kind of like an end goal, but I'm not really too worried about that. Because the problem is, I don't mind supporting the YouTube community, but ultimately, the more fragmented my community is, the harder it is to do anything. So I prefer people just move to Twitch. But I don't mind accommodating for YouTube people at all. So I would like to do it, but it's not my greatest priority right now. Hustle 35, hello, hello. But yeah. So I think, yeah, I don't think there's much else to talk about really. What is the Worminator? It's the bot we use for the raffles. There are big plans, big plans. I got a lot of things I want to work on for it. We need to, there's a lot of things that need to be done. Like it needs to be hosted on a cloud platform. It needs to be hosted remotely. There's a bunch of things we got to fix. But yeah, anyway. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Let's get this show on the road. Discord is this one. Also, if you guys, I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Discord is, okay, so I have to hit this twice to go to Discord. Okay. If you guys see me alt tabbing, I'm making a mistake. I need to not alt tab. I built these keybinds to make it where alt tabbing is not necessary. Sketchy, good to see you. Hello. Is the repo public? Yeah, it's in the Discord. It's in resources. It's a bit of slop right now. The dev branch, I can't remember what I called it. The dev branch is called something. I called it something slop. I don't even remember. I don't really, yeah, I think it's either, I can't remember if it's patch 2 or no, it's schema refactor. But now it's just like, it's just slop right now. Literally my push thing was, this shit's still broken. Okay. So like, keep in mind, I'm a casual. I'm not like an actual guy. So yeah, anyway. Okay, let's check this out. Speed, congratulations, you've been selected for coaching. Let's do great things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Speed, what is this? Come on, man. There's no, I gotta reroll this. Where's my punctuation? This didn't even follow the rules. 1v1 him already in MC. Guys, like, we gotta follow the rules on the thing. Like, I'll show you. Let me pull it up. Okay, you go to the new student rules, coaching rules. Okay, scroll down. Where is it? Read notes are required. Notes must be legible with punctuation. If English isn't your strong suit, no big deal. Run your response through AI like ChatGPT. I want to be as best help as I can, so the clearer the response, the more likely I am to be of assistance. Yeah, I'm re-rolling. Like, it's nothing against you guys, but I need you to be a little bit more intentional, okay? Like this, you made this request 4 minutes ago. Like, take a little bit of time to write it down, okay? It's literally nothing against you, but be a little bit more intentional about it. Okay, Chudderat, congratulations, you've been selected for coaching. Let's do great things. Okay. So I have to enforce the rules, guys. You guys gotta be a little bit more intentional about these. I'm not accepting just lowercase typing, not intentional. Like, I need more of this kind of idea. Stuff that, like, these are great. These are very helpful for me, and they're also very helpful for you guys. So you need to do that more. Okay, Charterat. Let's do great things. Charterat, what is your Discord name again? Saya. Yeah, Saya. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I wrote everything there is saw, but you don't have punctuation and it's not formatted properly. It's part of the, it's in the rules. Just put it in ChatGPT real quick and then fix it, and then next raffle you'll be eligible. Just chat it next time. Yeah, just put it in ChatGPT. You're fine. It makes it way easier for me to read. That's the thing. Like it should, like, here's the thing. I'm not gonna talk about it much more than this. It shows me that you are writing, you take very little time to write this down. This took you maybe like a minute max. I need you guys to spend like 10 minutes making your request, because this request in and of itself is helpful for you guys, because you get to reflect over your own game. Okay. And it shows me intention. Okay, which is very helpful. Okay. Let me go to, boom. Okay. Today's VOD review will be as Junkrat in Gold 1 on Neon Junction. I need to say that again because I cut it too close. Today's VOD review will be as Junkrat on Neon Junction. Ugh. Today's VOD review will be as Junkrat on Neon Junction in Gold 1. Just make the spreadsheet mandatory. Nah, it's fine. Guys, it's not hard. Like, it's not hard to add punctuation. Like, it's not. It really isn't. When to use rip tire. Yeah, so you went, yeah, I remember you sent this to me. So these are clips from Vulture talking about a few ideas on Junkrat. Namely, things like using junk.
What you want to do is you have to.
I'll let him talk, I guess.
Your team is, because if you rip tire before your team is walking in, the enemy team just shoots your tire. So you have to tire when your team is walking, because they have to decide, do I shoot the tire? Do I shoot the enemy team? If your team is walking, it puts pressure.
Yeah, so this is a pretty intuitive concept in Overwatch that's true for every ultimate, which is you just want to use your ultimate timed with your team, which is the idea of matching intentions, right? You want to match your tire's intentions with your team. If you're sending your tire in too early, they're just going to blow up the tire. You can't do anything. Because you want it to be where you get value from the tire even if they break it. And that is you do that as a result of popping your ulti at the same time as them walking. So that's that one. And then this one, oh, this is just him on Neon Junction. Okay, I guess we'll have this as reference. That's nice. He's mad quiet. I didn't hear any of that. Okay, basically he said, I'm not gonna go back, but basically he said, use your ultimate as your team is walking. That's what he said.
So I'm changing in Stadium. I don't play it, so it does not affect me at all.
Okay, so we will have this as reference. Damn, he streams for actually so long. It's crazy. 15 hours. How was that possible? Does he take a break? Like, when does he eat? Oh yeah, eating, I see. Oh, he literally leaves. Okay, interesting. I don't know. I guess I could do streams this long, but not as a coach. Not as a coach. It would be impossible. It's too much mental bandwidth. But if I could do it as a gamer. But yeah. Tail 15-hour stream. I'm gonna do a streamathon soon. And one of the things would be, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I don't know if I would do a 24-hour stream or if I would just make it where, I don't know. I have to figure it out. Dinner ASMR. I hate it when people eat on stream. I hate it. I don't have what's it called? It's not dysphoria. There's a term for when you just can't stomach people eating. I don't have that, but I really don't like the sound. Misophonia. I'm similar, but I'm not exactly the same. Like, it doesn't make me angry. It's just really annoying. It's really annoying. I don't like it at all. It's very uncomfortable. But yeah. Okay. So let's read these notes. Face reveal? Probably not for a long time. Okay. So I'll talk about this briefly and then we'll get to the VOD. I have leaked my name a billion times before. Okay. I'm not very great at not leaking who I am. Okay. Whatever. And I'm okay with you guys knowing who I am, but I would just rather be the worm. Like, that's just all it is. I would just rather be the worm. So I would probably do a face reveal at some point, but it's just like, it doesn't really matter that much to me. So why would I go out of my way to do it now? But yeah, anyway. All right, so on defending half, I felt really confident, and I'm biased, of course, because I may have maybe blindsided by ego, but I feel like I was limit testing pretty well, and it was paying off. I was able to deny the train tracks really well. I believe at times I got a little silly and greedy, but I think that falls into the trial and error category. On attacking half, I struggled to get past the main choke. I initially was planning to take space once I saw an important CD was used, or if we had the advantage, and I wanted to pass to the mini room, and the idea was to play around the mega. I had died, and I think I stopped limit testing after that. Why? Like, death is not failure. Death is feedback. Okay, you need to have that understanding. Death does not mean that you suck. I mean, it kind of does and it kind of doesn't. But what matters more is that it's feedback whether something sucks or not. So you should take that and improve upon it. It felt like attack was way harder than it needed to be, and I'm open to any and all tips. Okay, we'll see. I was originally one-tricking cast, but after thinking about what you said and how it was better to one-trick a hero I enjoy rather than the hero you know is best, I decided to go back to my Junkrat card. Yeah, just play Junkrat. If you enjoy Junkrat, play Junkrat. I don't know why you guys, or just people in general, swap the heroes they don't want to play. It doesn't make any sense. If you don't... Overwatch is a video game. Overwatch is a video game, okay? Play what you think is fun, okay? Get better at that. You can get to top of 100 on any hero. I promise you. I promise you. It just, your path will look different, or it will look harder. Just have to keep that in mind. Junkrat is actually probably a pretty good solo queue hero. As long as you ban people like Pharah, who you actually can't play against at all, you're probably fine. Can I do it on Moira or Mercy? Yeah, you can. It's just, it's just harder. It's just harder, but it's doable. And what matter? The difficulty genuinely doesn't matter. That's the thing. A lot of people conflate, or a lot of people are so obsessed of how difficult their climb is relative to other people. Oh my gosh, I climbed on Genji. It's so much harder than Sojourn. Sojourn is so easy, but it doesn't matter. Like, why would you compare your journey to others? Just do what you want in your improvement arc. Who cares? People are so self-obsessed and they have this insane ego that like, we don't need to think about that, guys. Just play whatever you want. Play Junkrat. If you play Sigma, play Sigma. If you play Reaper, play Reaper. I don't care. If you want a burger, get a burger. Okay? Oh yeah. I changed these binds. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of problems this session because I changed a bunch of binds and it's going to take a little bit of getting used to. Okay? Because I also made this bind, which means I don't have to open up the menu now, which is really nice. But it will take some learning. Bro can make 20 self-help books and I will buy them all. What's the volume look like, by the way? It should be pretty good. Maybe a little bit quiet, but that's fine. I want it to be a little bit quiet. Okay, so I need to open up Neon Junction. Create, and I need to be on defense. Neon Junction, nighttime. Drives are beautiful. Beautiful, what? Drives are brutal for you this time? I haven't played any drives other than the 6v6 game, unfortunately. I would take it as a learning opportunity. I wonder if there's actually any science to the drives at all. I wonder if it does genuinely change match quality, or if it's just perception. Because, I mean, I don't know. The only people who know that for real are devs. Okay, so you're starting here. Does Vulture start here? Why would you start here? I feel like starting here makes more sense, no? Because if you start here, you can see more. And then, unless you just want to be on that side of the map, but I would argue you could just mine across the open space. So I think this would be better. What does Vulture do? Also, thank you for this link. It makes it way easier for me to do pro analysis. Like, way, basically infinitely easier. I greatly appreciate this. He stays. Does he stay here? Oh, he's up top here.
Wait, that's so cute. Big bats down the mic. A D. A B.
Does that actually go anywhere? How did he get up there?
I have a widow.
How did he get up there as Junkrat? I don't think this is a genuine spot, by the way. I think he's just trying this. I think if you pulled up another Neon Junction... Oh. No, maybe that is a genuine spot, because that's a... Ugh, I don't have melee bound on this mouse. It's so annoying. Ugh, oh my god, I threw the wrong key. I think the problem... I don't think this spot's any good. And here's why. If you need to rotate away from this position, where do you go? I guess you drop to your right is the idea. Let me see what he does.
Wait. Do they have a widow? No.
You drop to your left. Yeah, this is not any good. So the problem is he drops to his left and you're in open space as you drop. So you're actually vulnerable. I don't think it's very strong. I'm going to be honest. I think the stronger play would probably be more something akin to doing stuff like this. But the only time this would be weaker is if they're playing something like a Junkrat, or not a Junkrat, a Widowmaker, as you're a little bit more at risk to dying to people in main space. But I don't think it matters that much. So either way, he's in a more active position. I guess you're spamming the main door. It's okay. So the only thing about this, and this does matter, you need to think about how your mine is going to launch you. Whenever you put your mine on the wall here, if you're far away and you jump, it's going to put you this way. Like, you want to be putting your mine in a position where it rotates you the direction you want to go. I think you actually put your mine on the floor here because, whoops, I keep accidentally using left shift again. I think you should put your mine on the floor here because you want to be sent this way anyway. And putting it against the wall, it just minimizes the distance you'll travel. Like, let me illustrate this. So basically, I need to stop alt tabbing. And I need to, what's the key for this? R. Okay, cool. So essentially, if you'd set your mine on the floor here, you know what? Maybe the risk of it getting broken is too high. I'm open to that idea. And then menu is, what did I change it to? I forgot. R. Okay, and then I need to turn this off. And then I need to do menu is 1. There we go. Okay. So my idea is that if you set it here, you'd be able to get away faster. It's such a nothing burger. It doesn't really matter. Whatever, let's keep going. You might try bombing the high ground behind him. I don't think you spam the high ground because you have no, unless there's a queue to know that someone's up there, there's not really a reason to spam it. Okay, so if there was a widow here, like if you saw a widow tracer, for example, like her shot, then you would be spamming the high ground. But until you see that, I don't think there's a lot of reason to preemptively spam there, because you have to understand in Overwatch, there's the idea of opportunity cost, right? Opportunity cost, for those that are uninitiated, is the idea that everything you do in life, or I guess in the Overwatch, has a cost, which is the next foregone alternative. Okay, so for example, if you spam high ground, that means you're not spamming main. So the cost is not, the cost is that you're spamming, you're not spamming main anymore. There's less main pressure. Okay, so the cost of spamming here is that you're not shooting here, which lets these guys walk forward. So shooting up top would be weak. Is right lane the idea here? I think this position is okay. I think it's risky, right? Because here's the problem. Now you're back on this position and you don't have a mine placed, right? There's no mine. Why is it doing this? I don't understand. Oh, yeah. Okay, wait. So I need to do this. No, wait. We're in spectate. Why is it? Oh, because I don't have the menu open. Okay. Sorry. 1. There we go. So the problem is that we don't have a mine placed and we're close to the enemy team. So this is definitely weak. So you need to, if you're going to have a mine here, you need to have it up That way, when the enemy team pushes you, you're not going to die. Okay? So you're very at risk here. So I need to do this. Then I need to do which key is obsidian? No. Those are screenshots. This one is the obsidian. This is clear. Oh my gosh, I accidentally opened up the wrong Discord. No, this isn't the obsidian. This is the obsidian? Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to get used to the bind, so it's taking me a second to get them properly. Okay, so let's do new hero 0. Junkrat, Neon Junction. And we're in what, Elo? Oh, I forgot to put the rank tag up as well. Let me do that real quick. This is gold 1. Where is gold at? There it is. Sorry, man. Vulture with the silly high ground spot. When he got off high ground, he mined, but it went nowhere. Just thought maybe the idea was to go to the bridge high ground above point. Maybe. I don't think it's very good because it's just not good space for Junkrat. It's kind of the... I'll show you in a second. Let me type this real quick. Gold. I keep accidentally taking a screenshot. Insert template. Student notes template. Notes. Because now I take a screenshot, I don't have it again. So I need to illustrate it again. Okay, so switch to... This is Overwatch. This is the key. We need to have a mine here. I need to do... Walk. That's the screenshot. Then I need to do... This is the obsidian. This is clear. There we go. I'm starting to get a handle for it. Then I need to switch to this. Problem 1. Do you mine here at all? It's too... Okay, you actually die instantly for it. Okay, cool. I got vindicated here. No, that's a screenshot again. I'm gonna lose my mind today's stream, man. I'm gonna lose my mind. These binds are going to screw me over. Okay. But we have to do it. It has to be done. Okay. Here, 1. I need to switch back to workflow. No, I have a desync now. Okay, there we go. Mine. Jeez, man. Walk. Screenshot. Obsidian is this one. Clear. Change profile. No. Change back. Change back to notes. Pre-placed mine. Oh my gosh. I'm losing my mind. Okay, anyway. So... A common idea on Junkrat is to have a mine pre-placed. That way when you get pushed, you can just leave. You don't have a mine placed ahead of time, so you get slashed on by this hazard and die. Boom. Perfect. Then swap back to the gameplay. 1 to hide, space to go. Okay. Kareem, hello. Welcome. Yeah, that's why you're dead here. You just didn't pre-place the mine. I think the position is okay. You have to... One thing you have to keep in mind as you're playing Overwatch is the idea of having a safe rotation out, right? So from this position, R. Sorry, I meant to say R because that's the hotkey. And then I need to do 1 side mouse button. Okay, cool. So the problem with being in this position is that if you need to rotate away, you have to rotate through open space or walk into the small room here. And I think walking into the small room here is not that bad, but you have to understand that the movement is quite awkward for Junkrat, and I'll show you why. Workflow. Tab. There we go. Okay. So whenever you're here, it's really difficult to use mine to walk into the door. Notice this. Like, because of how mine moves you, you're just very likely to bump into the wall here. So this becomes a less viable rotation. What would be more viable is if you had walked into the door and then mine yourself deeper this way, as you're not going to bump into map geometry. So one thing you could think about is if you do want to play this close, you think something more along the lines of bouncing off this top wall or bouncing maybe even off of this thing. Where does this even go? I think that's okay. You could do something like this. because you need to be inside the room so your mine out is easier. Does that make sense? Right? I would just keep that in mind. As like an idea. Yes, I got that screenshot. Nice. So then I can do... That's not the obsidian. The obsidian is this one. Paste. And then switch profile. This one. You need to think a little bit more about how your mine works for your given rotation. If you want to walk into this mini room here, you need to be in the mini room or at least in the door frame so that when you throw your mine, it's easier for you to get in through this space. Okay. And then let me go back to Overwatch. There we go. And then let's do this. No, I'm on the wrong workflow. Okay. So the only other thing is, yeah, I mean, we just have a mine pre-placed. It's the only other thing. And then one. No. F2. Wait, what? Oh, it wasn't focused. Okay. Sorry, it's a little bit clunky because, yeah, I mean, I shouldn't keep apologizing. But yes. Keep in mind, today's going to be pretty clunky in terms of keybinds because I'm getting used to a new format. The only thing about this is a good Sierra actually just hears you here. Let me also move in this game. Overwatch. There we go. You can very clearly tell that this Sierra hears you. So one thing I think you should, if you're going to rotate up top here, I think it's actually better to just mine up top. I don't really know what the advantage of walking up top would really be when your footsteps are so loud. I guess it would be you preserve a mine would be the only thing. So I think you should just mine here because it actually gives you a better angle anyway. Because what fight do you really want as Junkrat? Do you want this fight into the doorway where you can't see if they're walking up? Or do you want the fight where you spam them before they even walk in the door? You want to be here as this is going to stop them from taking the space to begin with. Okay. So I think you kind of have the wrong idea for the angle. Whenever you're playing for this door, you want this deeper angle like this. You can get away with being here. I think it makes more sense. I mean, it can make sense because you can go for a mine combo. But I would argue you could just spam mines down here as well. So I would just keep that in mind. So shoot this. Screenshot. Obsidian. Change workflows. Problem. Okay, perfect. 2. Angle selection in train. Paste. Enter. This one. I think it would have been better for you to mine to the high ground rather than just outright walking, as it sets you up for a deeper angle against the enemy team's staircase, which is better for Junkrat in my opinion anyway. Okay. Then we're going to switch back to Overwatch. Overwatch. Perfect. This is the wrong hero. I don't think Vulture is ever peeking an angle like this. So the problem with what you're doing right now is that you're spamming main space, which is not good map geometry for Junkrat broadly. Okay, so notice this here. Whenever you're shooting this Wu Yang, how are you supposed to actually spam him? It's actually quite difficult because he can move in a variety of different ways. He can move this way, he can move this way. It's difficult to predict what's happening. I don't really think Vulture is going to be spamming main spaces like this. I think if he's spamming anything, he's bouncing it like off of this door to shoot the Sierra and zone her, rather than people that are in this weird open space. Actually, let's investigate.
Base swaps.
I don't know. I don't like this place. I think you can't benefit from it, especially as a tank player. You only need them to come down from there and play around the corner. What do you think, Tail? I think being on the high ground as a DPS is fine and actually better. I think if you don't have a DPS on the high ground, your team is kind of trolling, because it's a really good flank. And I'll show you.
160.
Overwatch. So the reason I believe this is because this high ground kind of gives you too many flank options. So it gives you the one. Hold on, anything in the binds. One. This, okay, yeah. So it gives you this flank and it gives you this flank, both of which are really good on the attack. And you have the window and the two doors. So you have 3 flank options, which are very strong, which is why you generally need somebody up here, whether that's a Kiri or a DPS player like a Cass or even a Junkrat in this situation. It kind of doesn't really matter. You just need someone on your team here to prevent flanking from happening. Okay. The only reason that playing 5 people in main might make any sense at all is when you're in a situation where like both teams just handshake for 5v5 down main. That's the only time 5 people in main make any sense. But I would argue it'd actually be even stronger. So let's say the enemy team sends 5 people down main like this. I think it would actually just be stronger for your team's formation to have 4 people in main space and 1 guy flanking. And the reason this is the case is because if you have 1 guy flanking, economically, it's going to probably work out in your team's favor, because this guy flanking, if he kills somebody, I mean, he has an advantage for the fight, but more likely he doesn't kill somebody, but instead he pulls 2 people, two or more people. And as long as you do that with good timing, it's a good economic trade for your team, because you're going 2 for 1 or 1 for 2 or 1 for 3 or whatever, and you're winning as a result. I was referring to the old spot near the train between the team and the enemy side. You'll have to be more specific, because I don't even know what that means, to be honest. You talking about here? I don't know what you're talking about. F2. Yeah, okay. I wanted to see Vulture, because I don't think you really, in terms of neutrals, I don't really think you spam neutral space like that. Okay, we're gonna turn Vulture down slightly.
For Dante.
Okay, you play for this room and you spam.
Yes,
it's kind of what I was talking about. So one thing you have to keep in mind is sometimes you'll let them walk in for free because it gives you better spam.
Or no.
So you don't always have to spam the choke. Sometimes you'll let them into the choke. And note, this is exactly what I was talking about. Notice this. The mine works better here.
Yes, we can.
You can play aggressively in this position because your mine works in this room more effectively.
Or no.
As you try to escape.
Or no.
Also, what's interesting about this, okay, we're going on a little bit of a tangent, but I think it's interesting, so I'll share it with you guys. So what's also kind of cool about this room is that whenever you mine yourself here, you actually fly into the air, which makes you unseeable to the door, which is very neat. So you do this tack, it throws you up in the air, and if there were people in main, they wouldn't be able to see you because you're going above. It's very cool. So you fly up, so you have cover the whole time. It's actually really safe. Very cool.
I have. Wow, we have to tap you in. That's my favorite movie of all time, ever.
So he's moving very close here because the idea is that the closer you move to the door, the more likely you are going to be in one-shot range of somebody.
Hello, pony. Hello.
Yeah, okay, so that's kind of what I was talking about. Right, like, you can take these risks, it's fine. It's kind of like a Reaper-centric idea where you walk closer to door frames. Notice he's not, one thing that's very apparent that you guys need to keep in mind is he's not walking out of the door. He's not walking out of the door, and it's for the exact reason I was telling you guys, okay? Your mind just doesn't work in these kind of door frames. You want to be playing in the door, that way when you do need to leave, you can just do this, okay? But if you're all the way outside the door, you're going to bump into the door frame and you're not going to be able to leave properly. So notice that he goes for this kill, boom, and he doesn't leave the door, okay? Very important because you will die otherwise. Very, very important.
How are we? I have a 9 tattoo. Wait, really? Holy shit.
I have absolutely.
Wait, you are incredible.
I'm just chilling, but I literally have to give up every angle for this. I'm walking right side.
Yeah, what is this ally DPS doing? Who even is this ally DPS? How is the enemy team just able to play the game?
Oh no.
Vulture has really great space control here, or just denying this whole left lane the whole time. I can't even tell who his ally DPS is.
We have to
I think it's
tap you in.
Ash. I think
That's
it's
my
Ash, and
favorite
they're
movie
playing
of
main
all time,
space.
Ever. Tatsu, wait, really? Holy shit.
I have absolutely.
Wait, you are incredible.
I'm just chilling, but I literally have to give
Zero
up every
mines,
angle.
long mine to leave. Now we have 0
Walk on the right
mines.
side, just don't die to them. Give me a second.
So one thing about this, part of the reason Vulture feels comfortable swinging this corner again with no mines is because he doesn't hear the Zarya. It's gonna be difficult to hear on stream. But the Zarya didn't walk in the room. He heard the Zarya walk forward, but actually path this way, which means that he can play this aggressively. If he heard the Zarya walking toward him, he would have been backing up earlier. So just something to keep in mind.
Don't die to them. Give me a second.
Vulture always playing like spam and hide.
Or nade.
Mm,
Chilling.
not really. I wouldn't classify like Junkrat. Junkrat has incurred this stereotype where you just spam and you win. That's not really how you win on Junkrat. A platinum Junkrat player is just going to stand here the whole game and shoot their gun, and they're going to lose as a result. You have to get active on Junkrat for one shots. You have to do stuff like what Vulture did on the Wu Young to win properly. And that requires some level of mechanical expertise as well as just knowing when it's appropriate. I wouldn't say Junkrat is a spam and hide kind of hero. That's the reputation that Junkrat had in Overwatch 1, but it's just not as true in Overwatch 2. Because there's more individual playmaking afforded to you as a DPS player in terms of space. And also heroes like D.Va aren't as popular because you don't see them like genuinely all the time anymore. Okay, so we get hit by the graph. Okay, so this is what I want to see. Okay, so Vulture does path this way, but I actually think Vulture's misplaying. But it could be that you play here as Junkrat because this is the only space on the map that's any good at all. Because the problem is, if you're not playing here, where else would you play? That's kind of the question you need to ask. So the reason I'm a bit critical of this is your Ashe is already up top, so it's pretty bad for your team's formation for you to also be up top. But I think the idea is that this space is just bad. It's too open. They can just avoid you. They can go wider. They can rotate around you. They can use this space. It's just bad for Junkrat. So I think the only thing you can do is play the high ground. I think this is the only choke that's actually feasibly contestable as Junkrat. And if they ignore you, which is pretty common, right? If they ignore you, right, they path this way, for example, you can go for a one-shot combo and a backliner. No, he usually does that if he isn't sure he can get a kill, but he finds an easy target. I mean, you would play like that on any hero, though. You would play safer with more of a denial perspective if you're playing a hero that can't kill anything. For example, if you're playing Genji against Winston, you're going to do a lot more poking. Okay.
To be alright.
I was about to say, I think it's interesting he's leaving, but he's using tire.
Tapping expeditiously.
So one thing I want to point out here is he's not camping his body. A very common idea with Junkrat tire is you will pop tire and camp your body. Let me show you guys. So what he would do here. So you throw your mine, then you pop tire. And what you'll see often is Junkrat players will do this and camp their body. And then they'll go do something because they want to make sure they're not getting pushed yet. Okay. So he's not doing that here. Why? The reason he's not camping his body is because he doesn't hear anybody. The only person who could have pushed him was the Zarya, who he just saw and who wasn't pushing him. Okay, so he doesn't need to camp his body here.
To be alright. Tapping expeditiously.
I think it's interesting he chose this pathing for the Ana kill rather than going through the main space. But the problem is if you tire through this space, I think he was just worried about the train because the train was about to start walking or start coming. So I don't know what his idea was, to be honest. Because I feel like going this way would have just been faster, but sure.
I'm too lazy.
Okay, but you do play for the space. This is what I wanted to really see. And then you spam the walk up and then... Wait, what? Yeah, you gotta know this. Yeah, you gotta know this. Must know. This is how you... This is what I was saying. Junkrat players, if you watch them, they do stuff like this. You have to do this if you're gonna play Junkrat, okay? How do you do it? You did it here. It's actually a bit difficult. Oh, he was up here, wasn't he? Let me do it over here. Chudrat, do you do this at all or no? How much Vulture do you watch? Oh, there's actually some science to it. You can land on the cat spaceship. Yeah, you can also land on the cat spaceship. We saw that in another VOD. I think that might be a little bit more consistent, but it's not as high up. So the disadvantage of being on the cat is I'll show you. So if you're the enemy team and you walk through main space, you look this way, they'll see you. Yeah, admittedly, it's a bit difficult. You have to actually be looking for it, but you're still on their screen. The advantage of being in Vulture's position is that you're genuinely out of people's screen the entire time. Oops. I meant to get up top easier, not to... Oh, okay, I see. I think you need to make this because it's faster. I don't know how he's stalling, to be honest. How is he stalling for this long? Yeah, he's on that, okay? I will make a note of this as an idea. I'll do that right now before I forget. Problem, or no, this is an idea. Idea 1, roof stall. It's very interesting. I didn't even know you could do this. And this. You need to be thinking about these roof stall ideas that Vulture is doing because it gives you additional playmaking opportunities, particularly on maps where you can't do anything. I think second point is a pretty awkward map geometry for Junkrat, so having plays like this in your playbook will make it way easier for you to be able to carry games. Okay, you need to do this as a Junkrat player. This is a close condition. I need I'll make a note of it later and I'll figure out how I want to phrase it later. Because I don't know exactly how I want to do it yet. But yeah, this spot is really good. Does he kill anybody here? What bind is this going to be? Oh, this doesn't open up Firefox. What? Wait, what? My bind just broke. Why did it break? What? Oh, I think it's because I made it full screen. You gotta hit half as little as possible when you hit the edge so you don't slide. I see.
On his one.
He just trapped 2 people from this angle. That's actually crazy.
We are no cooldown.
They had no idea.
Yeah, okay. So this is a good idea. Alright, let's watch some of the gameplay. Whoops.
He's out of the fight.
Sometimes my bind like doesn't work anymore. It like broke. Does it work? Does it go to... Okay, bro. So that's a problem. Whatever, let's keep going. Nice. Okay, I don't really know what that guy's idea was. Okay. Yeah, I was about to say, okay. I like this line from you. I actually think it's quite good. I actually think this play to go back on is actually fine, as long as you have the idea to keep a mind to get yourself out, okay? So my problem is that you greed for this Hanzo kill and don't save a mind to leave, and now you're dead. You're 100% dead here. There's no way you're living this. No, okay, miraculously, I think mostly because you killed the Sierra and the Hanzo, the only two people who could kill you here. You make it work. What I would have liked to see here is instead of using this next mine to kill the Hanzo, you actually just leave. Because the cost of being here, I think, is too high. Now. Yeah, because now you're stuck in the open with no mobility cooldowns, and you can feel how awkward it is, right? In a better lobby, you just die here. Okay? So I actually don't mind the play, though. Let's do one, this. On the wrong view. There we go. And I need green. Where would you leave to, though, is the question. I guess you would just go back to the staircase. Or you would no, you'd fly through main space would be the idea. So then we would do cycle color. I guess this makes the most sense. And then save one mine. I also work on my handwriting. There's so many mistakes that I'm trying to fix at the same time, which is kind of overwhelming, but we will make progress. Okay. Now I change this. Now I change to notes. Then we move to the obsidian. Oh yeah, it's broken. I don't know why, but it is. Delete this. Move back. Okay. Idea 2. Boom. No. Problem. This is gonna be so slow. Keep one mine for leaving. This is like keep a mobility CD to leave. It's like the idea. Okay. Boom. Whenever you go for backline here, I think it's actually okay as your advantage and you after just killing 2 supports. But one thing I want you to keep in mind is to have a mine to leave, or at least have the cooldown about to be available to be able to leave safely. There's a high risk you stagger here. This hazard doesn't end up catching you miraculously, but better players will just kill you. Honestly, it was worth it. He got 4 kills, so even if he died, it worked out. No. I'll show you why. It's not better, because here's the thing. Whenever, even though we kill 4 players, let's say he died right now. Okay. What would happen is the Hanzo and the Sierra would respawn before him, and they would get back to the fight before our hero. Our hero's spawn is all the way back here. His spawn walk back is way further. So it's not as good. So you have to live here. It would be better for him instead of going 1 for 2 here. It'd be better if you went 1 for 2 and lived than if you went 1 for 4 and died, just for the record. It would be way better because the fight's already won once you're up 2 players. Or it was, in this case, both supports. Okay. The Demon gameplay trailer just dropped? Oh, shoot. Yeah, we'll check that out. Let's actually just do that real quick. Demon gameplay trailer. We haven't seen the in-game model, so I'm actually very interested to see what that looks like. Overwatch Demon. Wait, what? Is it this? No, it's the hero trailer. New hero gameplay trailer. Okay, cool.
Time. Stick with me. I'm taking charge.
Wait, sorry. Hold on. I have to replace it all.
Game time. Stick with me. I'm taking charge. Something's off. All right, squad. Talon's attacking around the world, and the fight's finally come to us. First, they take Watchpoint Gibraltar. Then their goons infiltrate Grand Mesa. Bob, do something! And after that,
that's neat.
All of Tokyo goes dark under the Hashimoto clan. Now these
a little bit loud, let me turn
jokers
down.
are attacking Busan. This is our city, and Mecca's going to keep it safe. So let's go get him.
Okay, we got a sword.
I'm locking in. My squad always comes first.
Okay, so she is a melee tank.
Engaging shield. That all you
Oh,
got?
okay.
You're a legend. I guess you owe me one.
A sword, a dash.
Guess it's amateur hour.
Oh, there's a gun. Interesting.
Playtime solver. Nobody messes with my city.
What? What is that?
Lucky for me, I'm more than
What?
just my neck. The
She uses
party's
her
just
mech's
getting
gun?
started.
Is that what
You
this
had it
is?
coming.
That's
Payback
kinda
feels
sick.
good. Now on her
So
pulse,
she also has a
that-
pilot form. Oh, what the hell?
Who's next?
That's kind of sick.
I could do this all day.
That's really cool. Does it just do damage?
Go touch
It's just a
grass.
big cleave.
Play together, win together.
Very cool. Heroes of Busan. The only thing, so I think she's kind of like a do everything tank. The big disadvantage is she has no range. That's the big thing. It's kind of like Hazard. The big disadvantage of Hazard is no range, right? It's not like a Sigma or something like that. What's her crit hitbox? Diva is the pilot. It might be the pilot, to be honest.
Engaging shield. That
I think this is a really interesting idea. It's like Ryan, but smaller. It's very clear that you're not intended to shield for more than yourself.
all you got? You're a legend. I guess you owe me one.
I wonder how much damage the sword does, because it's going to have to do quite a bit of damage. It's going to have to do like 80 damage a swing. 70 to 80 damage. How much does Ryan do? 70, right?
Guess it's amateur hour. Hey, over here.
They said they didn't want to make another DMAC character. I think it's a really interesting
Nobody messes
concept.
with my city.
I also think it's interesting that whenever you dash and turn your camera, it like moves your hitbox in a unique way. Weave is cool. Yeah, I think it's really cool.
Lucky for me, I'm more than just my neck. The party's just getting started.
I wonder, the only thing I don't know is the gun on a cooldown, or if it's
You
something
had
like
it
a
coming.
resource.
Payback feels good.
I mean, here it's different. It's
Now
an
an opponent
actual
shooting that.
weapon. Also, I think it's interesting that her remake has an explosion and then it comes down, because, and the reason they had to do that is because it's not like Call Mech on Diva,
Now on her
where it falls from the sky.
pulse, in that.
It basically materializes out of thin air, right? You can see it's like magnetic essentially. Right, there's 100% swing OSC.
I could do this all day.
The movement on her looks very high skill. Very high skill. Because it's omnidirectional. See, like, look at this. It's omnidirectional.
I could do this all.
Man, this must have taken forever from like an animation perspective to get right. Like, that is so cool. This dash is such a neat idea. Love that. And it's just a cleave. I wonder how high the vertical hitbox is and how much damage it does.
Go touch grass. Play together, win together.
I'm gonna be so honest, by the way, guys. She is probably not gonna be very fun to play against at all. I don't think she's gonna be fun to play against, because it's gonna be worse than Hazard's. She's gonna be, I think she's gonna be a noob stomper hero. Oh, a higher mobility Reinhardt, basically. That sword has to do like 80 damage or something. I just think she's gonna kill everyone. Looks like a bullet sponge. She has a huge hitbox. Her hitbox is ginormous. That's the one thing. Like, look at this compared to the... It's basically 3 Junker Queens. Ginormous hitbox. But I think the problem is, if someone knows how to close the distance on this hero, they're just going to kill people in like any metal rank. They're just going to die. because the sword just gives you so much consistency. It's going to depend on how long. This hero's strength is going to depend on how much damage the sword does, how much health the hero has, and how long the dash CD is. Everything else is like whatever to me. I think that gun is whatever. I think the ulti is whatever. And the remake is also whatever. I don't think it matters that much. If this dash is a relatively short cooldown,
The party's just getting
I
set.
think she is going to be incredibly strong.
나 오늘 폼 죽이는데?
One demon leg equals one JQ even. Yeah, exactly. Demon's hitbox is ginormous. It's actually ginormous. Look at it compared to the Domina. It's the two Dominas. This might be the biggest tank hitbox in the entire game. It's so big. Look. It's 2 Dominas in width. It's huge. Yeah, it's probably the biggest tank hitbox in the entire game.
All day.
I like that they're adding more sword heroes, though. I think it's interesting. I think Overwatch isn't really a game where melee heroes make that much sense, but I think it hasn't really made much sense because they haven't added them. So I like it. Cool. I like Demon a lot. I think it's a really interesting kit. To be honest, I still like Hazard more. I think Hazard's a bit more interesting than Demon, but I think this is a great step in the right direction. Or this is a step in the right direction. Love this tank. I think the Overwatch 2 hero design team, I've said this before and I'll say it again, have killed it with hero designs. I love it. Other than maybe Weaver, I think, but I personally enjoy Weaver's design. I think it's interesting. I think Grip is very interesting. Is Grip a very competitive cooldown? Probably not. But I think it's cool. So yeah. But yeah, I like Demon. Cool. Thank you for reminding me to look at that. Lol, why is she killing a Laurie? Laurie next villain. One thing I want to point out, I actually noticed this, is
And the fights after the
there are
dawn
2
of the sun,
tanks. Whenever she gets demeched,
my squad always comes first.
there was a Wrecking Ball and a Roadhog here, and then there was Diva and Demon. But I think that's more because it's lore of there being
That all
jumpers.
you got?
Does she kill
I
Xion?
guess
Yeah,
you
she
owe me
does.
one.
Yeah. She goes Xion here. Yeah. Six v six confirmed. 2 tanks.
Lucky for me.
I think the pilot form is really interesting. Because, I mean, I'm very interested to see. Because it's very different than... I also noticed this stance here.
I'm more than just
So-
my neck.
One thing that's different about Demon's stance in pilot is that she stands wider, which is actually makes it easier to hit. Part of the reason Baby Diva is so evasive is because whenever you look at Baby Diva's stance, it's not as wide as this. It's like this wide. So the ability to hit this thin of a thing is so much more difficult than hitting something slightly wider as a shape. So it's going to be easier to kill Demon. I would not be surprised if Demon has higher HP. I wouldn't be surprised if Demon has like 200 HP or something outside of mech. But yeah,
For me, I'm more than just my neck.
seems like Demon can do more damage.
Party's just getting
I think it doesn't do as much damage, to be honest, because the gun is hit scan.
started. My neck.
This is a hit scan gun,
The party's just getting started.
so I don't think it does more damage. I think it's, yeah, I don't know.
You had it coming. Payback feels good. 나 오늘 폼 죽이는데?
That's cool. Anyway, cool. I'm excited, and that's Tuesday too. By the way, it's next week. So let's see what happens. All right, what was I talking about? I can't remember. I think I already put in the notes, so we're good. I think 6v6 was the most balanced system. We'll talk about 6v6 later if we want to. I'm gonna skip it for now. Okay. Rapunzel. Okay. You need to get out. Okay, so I like this idea, but you need to leave. Kill the Hanzo. I think it's fine. I think the mine to back up here is fine as well. But you have to understand, especially when you see this hazard, that you are under extreme risk. The entire enemy team knows where you're at. Your core idea here needs to be to just leave, okay? So instead of standing here and just shooting your gun like this, just standing here, you need to mine up top or mine to your team. I kind of don't care what you do, but you need to get away from here. That, or you needed to totally map flip and go into the enemy team space even further, because you're just going to get slashed. A better hazard that was slightly more aware is just going to slash on you and you're just dead. Okay, is the problem. Oh, I know why. My bind on one of my views doesn't work. That's the core problem. That's why it doesn't work. It's not because it's just broken. Where's the obsidian, bro? There it is. Okay. It's going to be this one. Okay. This. And then I need to do this. There we go. Problem 4. Escape after tire. Okay. Note. After you get a kill with rip tire, the enemy team knows your exact position. You need to leave. That way you don't get punished after your ultimate. Okay. Your options include mining to the high ground, or you can use mine to get your team back in main. I don't care which you choose, but you need to choose one. Because if you stay on the current angle you're at, you're going to get slashed on by this hazard and die. Okay, we need to just leave. So you're missing this like rotational component the most. And then I'll provide you the alternative as well, which is R E 1. Oh, this is so annoying. The alternative would have been, let me do this. 1. Switch profiles here. Walk into their space. So you do something like this, or maybe this way. I kind of don't care. Walk this way. Okay, let me make it a little bit more clear. Boom. Disable. Switch profiles. Obsidian. Clear. I can't clear. I have to clear it first. Boom. Alternatively, you could have flipped the map into their space and gone for further kills on the enemy backline. This is way higher risk and is going to be contingent on your ability to dodge and hit shots. I would have been fine with this though. I think it's way higher risk. I think it's probably slightly suboptimal. I will say this. I do think this play is slightly suboptimal as you have already gotten a kill and leaving is an option. So I would actually prefer you leave. But if you had made this aggressive play, I would have been okay with it. Okay. Overwatch. 1. F2. F2. There we go. You see the gameplay trailer? Yeah, we just looked at it a minute ago. Very cool. ZSN, hello, hello. You can't rotate right now. It's too late. Okay, so this is a mistake from you. So, you're shooting your gun. The enemy team has walked into main space. You hear nano boost. You need to turn around right now and shoot your gun. It's too late to make a rotation, okay? Or, look at this. They're walking right now. This is kind of what I was talking about. If you had left earlier, like I had mentioned, you would have been staged up top and you would have been fine this fight. But you need to recognize that this nano boost is happening and you need to be contributing to the main neutral. Because otherwise your rotation is just going to take too long. Okay? So I need to do 1. Here. Let me do, no. Clear this. Red. 2. Long. Okay, and then we need to do blue, rotate, help. Okay, you can do that, or alternatively, you can like come back into main space like this. Okay, these kind of make the most sense. I think you also could look at this as a staging failure. So, and I'll actually elaborate on that in a second. Here. Switch to notes. Boom. Problem. Make sure you change this to Why doesn't this work? Oh my gosh, nothing is going right, man. Fight start. Can't rotate. Okay. Boom. You need to use sound cues to identify that the enemy Ana has used Nano Boost, which means the fight has started. You cannot rotate here as you will be out of the fight for too long. Whenever you think about this, you need to think about it from one of two perspectives. The first perspective is, did you make a staging error to begin with? As in, could you have made this rotation during the pre-fight? Or, I guess I'll actually just rephrase it as, before the fight starts. Or, what's the alternative perspective? I think that is the only other perspective. The first perspective, yeah. Let me just rephrase this. When you look to improve an error like this, the best way to go about thinking about it is considering, could you have been in your desired position before the fight had started? Okay, perfect. Then I need to switch back to Overwatch, which is this button. Then I need to do switch profiles. So the alternative is maybe there's a world where instead of playing on this position, you had rotated to this high ground and you look for a flank this way. I think this is also possible. As a general idea. And this would have to be something you'd explore. I don't know what would have made it particularly strong here, other than it just giving you a flank faster. Because the biggest issue is that the rotation you're making here is just too long. It's the biggest problem. I need this to be obsidian. This is an alternative rotation you could have thought about that would have gotten you to the fight faster, as the current rotation you're making is slow. This would have given you a flank, which would have got you out of main space and been able to kill the enemy's backline as the nanoed tank walks forward. Does it get nanoed? It does get nanoed. That's kind of crazy. Okay. Okay, now I need to switch back to workflow. Switch to obsidian. Okay, I need to make a note of this. Sorry, this is a really grueling. I apologize. I need to stop apologizing. I just feel really bad. But it's like I need to iron out this stuff with the workflow. I need to take notes of this, why it's so slow. I need to make it where it's not two profiles. I need the mouse binds to not be two profiles. Okay. Must be one because it adds an additional layer of complexity to remember and execute properly. Yeah, I need to, this has to be fixed because it's just too slow otherwise. Okay, let me go back. And then we do Overwatch. Do you want gameplay trailer, Zach? She look cool? Yeah, we just checked it out. Like maybe 5 minutes ago. Maybe a little bit longer. She does look cool. I think her kid's neat. Bro, what? How did this even happen? Did this guy not see this? Oh. Okay. Alright, rip Sierra. So one thing, I think you're not really good at using your traps, by the way. I think Vulture is a bit more intentional in trap usage than you are. I like this idea. I don't think someone will come here, but sure. Also, if you're going to do this, you need to be aiming at where they will be. I guess aiming at the floor is better, maybe. When Vulture does this, does he aim at the floor? Do I have it open? No idea.
Seeing calm games, I think.
Did you rat at all? You rat here? Holy moly, almost got that kill. Oh, I guess the train already passed him.
Okay.
Dang, he dies a
Did you
lot.
have no cooldown?
He dies a lot. Okay. We weren't able to find one. So, for example, here, why do we not get the Zana kill? Yeah, you turn your camera, you actually get timing here, which is kind of brutal. You turn your camera for your ally Lifeweaver, and as a result, your camera's not in the correct place for the Ana. I also think this is the incorrect corner. You should be on the other corner. Okay, this is something you actually genuinely need to think about as Junkrat. So, what's the key for this? R? Okay. You're in the wrong corner. You need to be on the corner on your right, and here's why. So, the problem with the corner you're in right now... I hit the wrong button. R. 1. No. What's the key for this? 1, yes. Okay. The problem with the corner you're in right now is you have to think about the enemy Ana's pathing. Okay? Or anyone's pathing who's going to walk this way. So the problem is that they are going to path through this door and look this way as they make their rotation. So you are going to appear on their screen as you're in the direction they're looking. Okay? So that's why this position is suboptimal, as you're going to be cleared inadvertently as they come this way. If you were on the other side, you would not be cleared because they don't look this way as they turn the corner. Okay? So you don't get cleared here, which means you're more likely to get a kill. Not cleared. Boom. Okay? So you need to think about this as you're ratting, which is which direction is the enemy going to be looking as they look to take this space. Boom. Clear this. Nice. Then this is going to be problem 6. Okay. Turn this off. Switch profiles. Problem 6. Think about direction enemy will be looking as they path to your rat spot. Okay. Paste. This. The enemy Ana clears you here because you are directly on her screen as she passed the way she is going. You want to be on the opposite corner as you would be behind her on her likely pathing route, and you don't get inadvertently cleared. I've been taking a pretty long break from Overwatch and related stuff. I like this new note system you got going on. Flub, it's good to see you. Yeah, we're upgrading the notes. I'm working on my workflow right now. It's some growing pains. It's really slow. We're going... I mean, I'm already doing a lot more just in terms of notes for players now. And they're also way more coherent. But it's difficult, to say the least. So, yeah. But good to see you, Flub. I hope you've been doing well recently. Yes, we are doing lots of learning. Just look at this from the honest POV. I guess I'll take a screenshot of this as well. Right. You're on her screen. If you're on the other side, this would not be possible. Notice that you're on the Ana's screen and she didn't even mean to clear you. She had no audio cues, entirely visual. Just entirely visual. Okay. Overwatch. Bang. Eliminated. Okay. Walk main space. Okay. You shouldn't be walking back to the fight here. So this is a very common awareness principle in Overwatch, which is OFTW. Switch profiles. Oh, this profile thing is pissing me off. You need to see, okay, every single time you walk back from spawn, you're going to do OFTW. Okay, this stands for 4 things. Letter O is going to be objective. You're going to check the objective's progress to understand urgency and where the next fight will be taking place. So you can very clearly see that the cart is in there. It's kind of under the bridge still, so it's quite a ways away from this main space. So it's very likely that if you lose this current fight, you have at least one more fight to happen, right? Because the next fight will probably happen right here before it caps on second point. Then you're going to do F, which is you're going to check the kill feed. Okay, so then you would see that your Ashe just died to the enemy Hanzo. So you are down a player at minimum. Then you're going to hit tab, and you're also going to check death statuses, and you would see this. You would see that your Ashe and your Wu Young are both dead, and you are also walking back from spawn. So your team is down 3 players. So it's very unlikely that this fight is winning, okay? I don't know how many players in the enemy team has died because I wasn't paying attention. I guess we can look. Okay, so here you died. I don't think anybody on the enemy team died. Yes, no one on the enemy team died this entire sequence. So you're down just outright 3 players as you make it back to the fight here. Okay, so that's going to be T. Then W is you're going to look through the wall. This is the last Q and arguably the most important Q. So you would look through the wall and you'd be able to see that your Weaver is in main space and your Domina is walking backwards, which means that she is kiting. As a result, we should not be pathing inwards because our idea is to kite currently. So you need to match intentions with the Domina and back up here. Okay. So I need O, F, T, W. Then kite. And then I need -3 count. Kill feed this guy and you. Screenshot. Change. No. Off the pen to the notes. Obsidian. I need to clear it. Okay. Then I need to do problem 7. OFTW awareness. Returning to fight. Okay. This is so annoying. It's so annoying. It's actually so annoying. Share X. Let me just pull this up. I can save the screenshot here, which is really nice. I don't know why it's a WebM. What is going on? Why is this a WebM? Everything is going wrong, man. Everything is going wrong. Okay, we'll just make it a WebM, I guess. Okay, you get a 1 frame GIF in your in your notes. Okay. Despair. Max despair. You need to use OFTW to understand that this fight is lost and not walk forward here. You would use the W component of looking through the wall to see that your Domina is kiting and your Life Weaver is playing in main space. Dominatrix, no, bro, no. Domina, please. Okay. You're also down 3 players, including yourself, so you should understand from a numbers perspective that this fight is lost and therefore unwinnable. You can't walk forward here because of this disadvantage. You must continue to stand in this space. You end up walking forward and it gets you killed and you stagger. Okay. Yeah, you did. Okay. J2 sick, hello. Welcome. I like his pathing. But it's so I want to point out something. Look at how you use your trap. You just kind of throw it in a space where the enemy team is not going to be. No one on the enemy team is going to be here. Okay. I don't think you would ever see Vulture throw this trap. And the reason this is the case is because no one on Vulture's team, Vulture would never suspect the enemy team would be in a position like this. Let me change it to red. You need to save your trap because you're going to need it later in the fight. So I don't like this idea from you. And then we switch to Obsidian. I keep forgetting to clear. Okay. Clear. No, now I desynced my thing. Notes. This is notes as well. Here. I'm not. The binds need to be fixed. I need to fix the total. I'm just gonna type everything, bro. I'm tired of this. It's actually making me unbelievably mad trying to figure out these binds. Problem 8. Trap usage. Okay. Boom. Express work add. No, info. Express work note. Throwing a trap here is unlikely to hit anybody as the enemy team still has to cap the cart. You need to hold the trap because as you swing main space, you need to be able to throw the trap in main space because you might be able to catch somebody. Okay. Yeah, you need trap here against the hazard, for example. Yeah, I guess I'll just indicate this. Boom. Swap to the obsidian. That's just working out. Trap at any point here would have been incredibly useful. Okay. These keybinds are very useful. The swapping between windows is way useful. Sick. Too sick, actually. 13 minutes. Okay, this is a kind of short review. I like this a lot. Okay. They're walking past you. Yeah, you gotta leave now. Okay. Tire? You have tire. You have tire! You should have just used it way earlier. That's the only thing. I'm not gonna make a note out of this. It's just, you needed to use tire earlier. I'm not sure what you were waiting for. Okay. W angle control. Hello, Kira. Hope you're doing well today. Go top. Okay. Sure. You have tire comes free with your hero. This is true, Jeremy. Also, hope you're well, Jeremy. Shoot Sierra. Love this angle control. Wow, you're actually... Joker is actually Thanos here. It's crazy. Okay, so the only thing about this is when... I mean, you end up getting punished for it and dying, so it's kind of explicit. Man, she jumps. That's a little bit unfortunate. Should you just give up the space? You walk forward. So the idea, you must have had the wrong idea here. Wait, you're sonared. Oh, you're sonared. Yeah, you can't peek this. Yeah, okay, so you're missing the sonar. Did you see it? Yeah, it's behind you. Okay, you missed the sonar cue. So whenever you end up swinging the wall here, and they have full information on you, which is why she hits this shot. So let me actually just take a screenshot of it, you being sonared. Shot basement is whatever. This is way more important. Re-swinging when you're sonared is very weak. Incredibly weak. It's probably one of the weakest things you can do in the game. So this is notes. That's not notes. That's not what I needed. Problem what? 9. Cannot swing angle when sonar arrowed. Or sonic arrowed. I don't even know what it's called, bro. I'm gonna be so honest. Okay. You heard the Hanzo arrow behind you, which gives him wall hacks against you, which is incredibly losing. You can't re-swing this angle. You should just be bouncing grenades off of the wall behind you to continue to contest the space. Full team on kit? Okay, we'll look at it in a second. Overwatch. I feel like I've gotten a considerable amount more wrinkles in my brain. He gets Sonic, so he kites with a better trap. He kills her there. Yeah, but the trap is way more minor than everything else. If you're like, this trap doesn't matter as much. We just shouldn't be re-swinging. We should just continue to shoot them. That matters way more. Taylor, smooth brain leads to smooth gameplay. Well, what I'm saying is, this stream I'm working on a bunch of things at once. I'm working on better macros. I'm working on my speech, and I'm working on taking better notes on screenshots. And it's stressful. It's very stressful, but it's in the name of learning. So it must be done. Sierra eliminated. Okay. W spam. I wonder if there's a world where Overwatch where you mine up top. I'm not sure. The idea would be you mine up top because it's harder to clear you. It's harder to also zone you. And then it gives you the potential to go backline for something like that for a one shot maybe. I'm not sure. Because my hunch, why do I have a loading thing? Oh my gosh. What do you mean loading? Can you guys even see it on stream? You can't. Oh, you know what's interesting? Oh, I didn't even realize my crosshair or my mouse on stream is way smaller than it is in real life. My mouse is huge in real life. It's like the size of Junkrat's entire face, but you guys can't even see that. I don't, because like here's the thing, if you went up top here, you'd actually be able to fight the Hanzo. But I don't really know if this is incorrect. You gonna tire this guy? Oh, you tire the Sierra. Reptire is actually a really good ulti. I feel like, whoops. I feel like Riptire has to be one of the more underrated ultimates in this game. I'm going to be honest, Zero. The way you were controlling the train space, it looked like you were smurfing. Okay. The only problem is when you reswung when they sonar'd you, that was the biggest issue. Other than that, the general macro of your second defense looked really good to me. I actually really like, it looks like you're smurfing. I'm going to be so honest. We're just making a few silly mistakes that are getting you killed. Such as your first defense is a good example of this. On my stream, your cursor is like 4 pixels wide. I don't know why. It's very strange. I'm actually gonna make a note of that before I forget. Sorry, this is the under construction stream. Okay, this is the Tail learns many things stream. Black screen. I need to open up my personal Obsidian. Tail content. I need the mouse spines to not be two profiles. That's true. I need to investigate why cursor size is not increased on stream. It's very strange. Move back. If I tap the obsidian, yes, it does an error. Okay. Sorry, let me see this again. So we walk out the right door. Okay, I think it's fine. Pathing is fine. Spam main space. Main space. What? Main space. Junkrat gets cleared. Or sorry, Sombra gets cleared. Okay, you don't have an idea in mind here. You're kind of just spamming. You're down your Ashe. There's no way Vulture plays like this. This is way too passive. I don't understand why my Firefox bind doesn't work sometimes. Oh, it's I'm on the wrong view. Okay.
Map control ever.
Wait, this is the defense. I need the attack. My apologies. This is the attack.
Oh, I'm being sucked with
Angle for this.
Wait, no, this is the defense, bruh. The attack was earlier. I think he is going to path left side off rip or top mine across. Let's see.
Jump changes in stadium. I don't play it, so it does not affect me at all.
He mines from the high ground. He mines a
Don't
second
worry,
time, and
the
he throws a
shark
trap.
can't do
Okay,
anything if she's dead.
this needs to be what you do. Just copy this. Just copy Vulture. Okay, let me swap to the attack. I think this idea is good. And this is a very common idea on attack as Junkrat. I tried to do drives and it was terrible. I'm back to watch the stream. Welcome back. We're currently suffering through this Junkrat VOD. Not because of the Junkrat, but because of I'm trying to do a few things at once. So you need to throw the mine here early so that you can use it first. So you have 2 mines when the round starts. Throw a trap over the wall and then go for spam. Okay, so this needs to be your idea. I wish I could. Is my binds? Yes. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. Then you drop here, and then you throw a mine here. Okay, mine, mine. I think you only use 1 mine, right? You don't use both. Screenshot. Obsidian. Okay. This is problem 10. Change to this. Problem 10. Roll out. This more aggressive rollout from Vulture gives you the opportunity to throw a mine over the wall, which could potentially yield you a kill on this first attack. It's also more aggressive and gives you more information about how to play this first point. Okay. You might as well do this. I think it's very easy to do, and there's a lot more benefit than downside. What else does he do? Switch views.
Oh.
He spams main. It's a little bit of a different circumstance because there's no one in this main space for him. So it's slightly different.
I don't know. This P4 works miracles on that character.
Oh, and he actually fights for this room. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. So you fight for the room as opposed to mining across because you want small spaces as Junkrat. If you continue going wide, it'd be less likely for you to be able to do something, right? So menu. If you would went wide, it'd be less likely for you to be able to do anything effectively because the space is just so bad for your hero. Why does it not work? So if I open the menu, R doesn't work. What is happening? Oh my gosh. Okay. So here's the problem. If you'd come into this space, it's too open. So you prefer fighting for rooms as it's easier to get your one-shot combo off. Okay. This time of day is bad to begin with, so I'll do games earlier tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So I think your angle selection is just poor. You need to not be here, just broadly. And I'll show you what to do instead. R, fly up top, camera. You need to be here. So you're here right now. This is weak. Let me change colors. You need to be here to spam down this main lane. So if you're going to spam main, that's fine. But be in a position where you can have a deeper, clearer LOS. Whenever you're playing tight to this corner, you can't spam your nades properly. That's the problem. Also, there's also the added benefit of the additional, getting additional information from the left side. Whenever you're playing the right side here, you can't see anything. So, info and then deep spam. Deep spam. Screenshot. Then I need to do change off this, change the obsidian, clear. Okay. Problem 11. I just type it, man. LOS selection. Okay, or angle selection, I suppose is the thing here. Angle selection. Oh my gosh, I can't capitalize a word. Angle selection, paste. Express notes. You need to be on the left side angle here as it gives you a deeper sightline into the enemy backline, which will make it easier to spam as Junkrat. This will also give you more information so that when you need to make a rotation, you can do so with better timing. The problem with staying tucked to the right side is you can't really see anything, and you have no pressure as a hero because your grenades are not able to zone out anybody. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? I was in the wrong right view. Everything's going wrong. Everything's going wrong. You need to be on the left side angle, because if you're on the left side angle, you have a deeper LOS, which means your grenades will have more pressure, which will allow your team to walk forward. Because you play in the red square, you can't see anything and your grenades have no pressure. So it's less likely that you'll be able to make any kind of play to help your team walk forward. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay, that guy just that guy totally misplayed, sure. Yeah, Sombra's AFK, that's cool. What even went wrong here? Yeah, so the only thing about this is whenever you come to the angle, you only get half HP here. And you just, whatever. I don't really care about this. This is whatever to me. Hanzo touchy, yeah. He took too much damage as you walk forward, but there wasn't really a way to know. Unless you just anticipated the Sombra was on your right, but she was invisible. Yeah, so this is the same problem as the last fight. We're kind of just missing the core idea that we need to be across the way. We need to be on the other side here. It's going to be way stronger for us. Okay. Good spam. We have tire now. You should just tire. You should just tire in the music ult. I don't really know why not. So this whole time, you also needed to continue rotating. So you need to identify that no one on the enemy team could punish you if you continue rotating other than Sombra. And as long as you play intelligently, you shouldn't be dying to the Sombra. So because here's why. I'll show you. So am I on the wrong view? Okay. Jeez, man. Why isn't it clearing? What is happening? Okay. Here. There we go. Okay. So you come left side. So the idea would be you're here right now. You need to continue rotating into this position because even if you get marked by Sombra, this is actually kind of a good fight for you because notice that if the enemy Sombra tries to fight you, her back is going to be to your enemy, your ally team. So it's actually kind of likely that your team will follow up and kill her. Okay. So even if you get marked by Sombra, it's fine. So the upside is that if you don't get marked by Sombra, not only do you have a continued rotation into their backline, right? You can go deep if you want. You can also go shallow if you want, but it sets you up for a really good rip tire angle. Because if you rip tire from behind them, how is the enemy team going to be able to react? They're going to have to turn their camera to face you and then have their back toward the rest of your team. So it's actually very likely you'll be able to walk forward here. So you needed to continue rotating. You can also infer that this is better because this space here is empty. Not only do you not see anybody here, but you also don't hear anybody here. So you need to infer through information through negatives that you can take this space at relatively low cost. Okay. Change off this. Go here. Notes. Then problem 11 or problem 12. Fill empty space. Boom. Exclamation mark note. You must understand that the space to your left is empty as you don't hear anybody here or see them. This is the idea of information through negatives. If you continued rotating to the left side, this would give you additional rotation opportunities onto the enemy backline, which would force them to turn around and let your team walk in at lower cost. Also, this gives you an excellent opportunity to pop a rip tire, which is going to be in close proximity to the enemy team, forcing them to turn around or outright killing them. Perfect. Riptire Xion. Then they are using, which is going to be, wait, what? Also, this gives you an excellent opportunity to pop a Riptire, which is going to be, and then I guess I'll just, I don't know what I said there, but I guess I'll just omit part of it. Okay, sure. Let's go back. Junkrat, there we go. Yeah, you also should, I think popping Riptire into Mizukyo has to be a good idea. Just like broadly. It has to be. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Let's go to Obsidian. Problem 13. Riptire. I guess I'll make it an idea because I don't actually know. Idea 1. Riptire in Mizukyo. I think there's a lot of merit in using Riptire into this Mizuki ult, as it will force everybody to turn around and your team can continue to walk. Also, Mizuki ult basically guarantees that the enemy team is going to be in a given space playing tightly together. So I think you could uniquely get more Riptire value here. Cool. Tire out window into Mizuki ult? Yeah. This just needed to be slightly earlier. That was all this was. I didn't mind the idea, but you came to the conclusion that you need to be on the left side of the map too slow. It had to be faster. Okay. Yeah, and you keep spamming the wrong side. You need to be on the left side of the map. You made this error 3 times. Okay. I will indicate this in the notes. Switch to the notes here. Boom. Exclamation mark note. You play in this space multiple times as code. Times as code. This code. Yeah. Okay. And by the way, if you're worried about crossing this space, what you just do is, like, if you're worried about spam from Hanzo or whatever, you just mine from far away like this, as it gives you an arc of which you can then use to cross into this space. These voice notes are good when they work. I only ever find them helpful when it's on GPT. Their voice recognition is insane. Yeah, I use Super Whisper, which uses an AI model that helps. It's very useful. It makes errors maybe 5% of the time. It's very uncommon. Or perhaps it makes more errors, but I just don't notice. How much longer is this code? Okay. Let's see. That's perfect for you? Yeah, it's really nice. I'm trying really hard to work on my workflow stuff, because if I don't do it now, when would I ever do it? This is the perfect time to do it. Which is why this VOD has been particularly grueling. Yeah, this is the same error. You keep choosing the wrong angle. You need to walk left. You have to walk into the left room where your ash is, because this just doesn't give you good LOS. You can't see anything. So you end up walking into the ram. I noticed that with your keybinds. Yeah, it's a learning process. I'm getting frustrated with it this stream in particular. This fight's lost, so you're just trading out. Sure. What? How are you almost dead? Wow, that was a headshot. Look at this from the Hanzo's POV. That's crazy. That's an insane shot. Damn, okay. Okay. Okay, sure. I actually think that's fine. I don't mind that. I don't like you walking toward a ram in Nemesis form. Okay. Is this a spacing issue? You also should just have the idea that you don't need to be contributing to the neutral here. Okay, so what you need to see here is that you have many allies that are on your screen. You should be able to infer that you don't need to be here because you already have many teammates here. You don't need to see specifically, where's my pen? You don't need to see specifically that the Ashe is here. You just need to be able to recognize that there are many allies here. Okay, many. I wish I had like a, one thing I did try to do is I tried to hook up my iPad so that I could draw using my iPad. But the problem is there's a huge latency issue in the stream. Many teammates. Okay. So as a result of this information, you need to continue rotating. If I could use the iPad, though, it would be really nice because then I could have better handwriting than this. Because the problem is the handwriting is quite bad because I'm trying to rush, and that's kind of the issue. That must not be the case. This is not idea. This is problem 13. Okay, problem 13. Not stacking with team. Here you must recognize that your whole team, or at least a large majority of them, are playing in main space. Instead of standing with them, you must continue rotating to the right side of the map as to open up an additional angle for your team and prevent yourself from getting zoned by these same things that are pressuring out your team in main. Yeah. From getting zoned, yeah, I guess zoned by decent, yeah, that's fine actually. Drawing on screen like an overlay would be insane. It doesn't look bad as it is though. Yeah. I think the current solution that we have is fine. The one thing I do wish that I had, but there's not really a service that offers this, is I wish there was a service where I could do Epic Pen style functionality. Okay, so I had this, right? I can do notes. And then I wish I could open up a sidebar here and it gave me pictures of heroes and then I can drag them onto my screen to illustrate things. That is what I think is missing the most because it'd be very helpful. So for example, if I was explaining that you need to path left side as Junkrat and there might be a Sombra here, it would be very helpful if I could show a Junkrat PFP moving rather than having to imagine it. Or like a Sombra PFP here. It would be so much more helpful. But there is a software that I bought that kind of does that, but it's a lot clunkier than Epic Pen. And Epic Pen, that says a lot because Epic Pen is very clunky. They have my coaching software. I think that would be like mega long term is making that software myself because it just kind of doesn't exist. And it would be incredibly helpful. You would have killed this bad boy earlier, by the way, if you continued rotating. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so it's pretty clear that you don't really understand first point Neon Junction. So I think one thing you're really missing here is the idea that whenever you're looking to spam main, you need to choose an angle that will give you a better... You have to first play this angle as it gives you a deeper sightline so that you can alleviate pressure for your team down main space, and then you can work this hallway. Junkrat is in a bit of a unique situation because your gun kind of sucks in this rotation. So making the rotation on its own, I don't think is strong enough. You need to stand here, spam, and then once your team has cleared space, then you would make the rotation into main space or into this hallway. So we needed this idea. We just kind of never had it. So I guess I'll write that out. 1, spam. Then 2, rotate. And then I'll indicate, I just don't think this position is that strong because especially when the enemy Ramacha is playing close, I don't think it's very good. Because it's difficult for you to not take 1 billion damage as you look to poke him out. Okay. Let me go back up here. Trap usage, angle selection, yeah. Boom. Express work note, no. Bro, what is going on? And then I need switch profiles. This ended up being a core problem, this code, as you were never able to have strong pressure down main space to allow your team to walk. Must try this next time you play Neon Junction. Nice. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that's going to be it for this. And then let's generate a table of contents. Boom, perfect. So that at least works. Primary issue number 1. What were the key issues? I think we're missing some fine details. I'll make this a secondary issue. Number 1, we are missing some fine details whenever we are approaching lane control and flanking. So these are going to be some of the concepts I mentioned earlier, such as choosing angles that the enemy team won't be looking at as they path our way when ratting. Why am I typing these out? I should just say them. What else? Roof stall. Need to incorporate more roof stalling. Okay, period. And then what else? Mid-fight rotations. Yeah, we did this twice, which was a bit weak. This is a different issue on its own. We must be able to evaluate when a rotation in the mid-fight will take too long and not make that rotation as a result. Okay. There were 1 to 2 fights where instead of contributing to the neutral, you chose to rotate and then you were missing from the entire mid-fight as a result. This is a very important skill in Overwatch, by the way. You have to have a good feeling for this. The way you get a good feeling for how long a rotation takes is by making that rotation many times. So I'm okay with you failing this way, but keep in mind that this will be a growing pain for you. You must start building your intuition to know generally in your mind how long a given rotation takes. Okay. Let's see. Fight star can't rotate. Yeah. Sure. OFTW. Yeah, we shouldn't be staggering at all. Must keep in mind OFTW. It's just OFTW as an idea. Think about direction. Yeah, I already saw that. OFTW awareness. Trap usage. Cannot swing sonic arrow. Yeah, so that's also another small detail that we're missing. So sonar usage, or identifying when we are sonar arrowed. I don't know what it's called. It's sonic arrow or sonar arrow, one or the other. Trap usage. And then we're kind of just missing this idea on Neon Junction, which is you prefer this spam angle so your team can walk forward. I think this is going to be kind of a core misidentification for you. There are situations on certain maps, like on Neon Junction, where it's going to be more important for you to choose a wider angle as it allows you to spam down main, and the neutral pressure alone from your primary fire will be enough to allow your team to walk forward. If you're not adequately spamming down main, your team is going to be at a disadvantage because your gun is just not good otherwise. This is why you got held for so long on first defense. Actually, I need to change that to first attack. On first attack. Okay. I don't want you to interpret this as playing in main more. I just need you to understand, particularly on choke heavy maps, such as a Circuit Royale or a Neon Junction or a King's Row, there might be additional benefit in spamming in main first to allow your team to walk forward, such as allowing the enemy tank to back up and then going for whatever play you're looking to do on the side of the map that your hero prefers. Okay. Think of it like an order of operations. You have to do one thing first before you can do the next. Clearing the tank is one of these ideas generally in Overwatch. There will be some maps where you can just outright avoid the tank, particularly on other game types such as push and flashpoint. It's crazy that I guess flashpoint is one word. Okay, that's going to be the core thing. Strengths, honestly, I love you. I would not be surprised. You should climb quickly. I'm going to be so for real. General loop is fantastic. I love the way you're approaching the game broadly. For a gold player, I'm actually thoroughly impressed, to be honest. I was actually very impressed by this gameplay. I think we're making a lot of flanking opportunities that are good. Lots of the rip tires were strong. I like the angle and lane control. I thought this was good. Easy plat level. This is more diamond. Diamond on the way to masters. It's just that I think a master player here would have found a way to break out of the attack choke. And I also think a master player would have not made some of these smaller mistakes, such as choosing the wrong corner to stand in. But I actually like this a lot. I think this has a feature of pasting images. I tried using PP Ink, but I couldn't get it to set. I couldn't set it up properly. But I could investigate it again later. But yeah. Okay. I think that's going to be it for... I'm not going to add any close conditions, to be honest. I love this. I love this code. This was a great code. It looked very... Not. I wouldn't say it's winning. It's not winning. But it was good. I actually like this a lot. Oh, I have an error here. There's two ideas. Rip tire. Should be idea 2. Does it update automatically? It does not. Let me just delete it and generate it again. Delete this. Perfect. Okay. That's going to be it for the code. Sorry, that's going to be it for me. Thank you for the code. Verdict losing. Wow. Basically 2 hours. What a... Correctly played junk can be so troublesome. I absolutely agree. Resolve. Wow, what a code. Okay. New raffle, guys. If you'd like to get coaching from me, please do exclamation mark enter to enter the raffle. You can also do exclamation mark claim to claim a ticket to be more likely to win in the future. Keep in mind, today is quite slow. These binds are killing me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to learn them. I'm trying. I would not be surprised if the next like handful of reviews are as clunky as this one was. Student 0, rank, gold, map, Neon Junction, hero, Junkrat. Today's date, 8-7-2026. Let me publish this. You doing good, brother? Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, I'm not like being hard on myself. I'm just frustrated. It is what it is, though. It must be learned. It must be learned. Untitled, deleted. Sure. Boom. Huge. Let me grab the link. Oh, I should have got it earlier. My bad. I think I have a shortcut. I do. Perfect. Student notes. Today. No. This month. 0, Junkrat, Neon Junction. In gold. Bang. But yes, if you guys haven't checked out the new Demon trailer, I highly recommend you do so. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. But yes, new raffle is live. If you'd like to get coaching, please do exclamation mark enter to enter the raffle. You can also do exclamation mark claim to claim a ticket to be more likely to win in the future. Okay, please keep that in mind. Kit time? Oh yeah, we can look at the kit. Also, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. Be right back, guys. I guess I'll wait. I'll wait for this. Plasma Saber, fast energy melee weapon, portable fusion repeater, heavy machine gun. This makes me think that the machine gun is a resource. But maybe not. I don't know. Interesting. Limit break. Unleash a sweeping slash that grants self over health and amplifies damage taken by enemies. Wow, okay, interesting. What? So it does damage, it gives you over health, and it amplifies damage against them. So it's like a Lari ult, kind of. It's a status. I wonder how that works from a UI perspective. Such as, do I, when I get hit by it, is it like a Lari where it says Sunstruck? I wonder if it says something else. Like Thorns? No. I think so for example, if I'm Demon and I hit a Cassidy, the Cassidy will then take more damage. It's like Discord Orb. I think that's the idea. Abilities, Power Barrier, hold your shield, okay. Propulsors. I wonder if this is a resource or a cooldown. That's going to be very interesting to see. This Propulsor's cooldown is what I'm most interested in. Consume fuel to surge in any horizontal direction. Oh, she can't fly. She can't fly. It's like, I think it might be a bit like Juno, where you keep your horizontal position. Very interesting. No flying. So we're a ground tank? What? Very interesting to me, okay. Activate a rapid fire machine gun. Surging strike. While power barrier is deployed, strike forward to damage and push enemies back. Okay, very interesting. Oh, activate a rapid fire machine gun. Is this what this is? So it's a cooldown. That's what I figured. I think that's what that is. I think that's how you should interpret that. And then there's an eject, okay? Beast within. Plasma Saber hits. Heal power shield by 40. Okay. Mecha mobility. While holding power shield, propulsors. Fuel cost is reduced by 30%. Oh, okay. So it's fuel on your propulsors. Interesting. I'm not sure either of these minor perks are that good. Plasma Saber hits heal power shield. I don't think is any good at all. Because I'm pretty sure you can't hold the shield out and swing at the same time. So I think mecha mobility is likely going to be the selected minor. Because there's going to be very often, pretty much always, I imagine, you're going to be using your propulsors as you power shield. So this is going to be, you're going to get a ton of value from this. You don't think it'll be good for a weaving? I just don't know. I don't know. It's going to actually just depend on how the kit genuinely plays. So we'll have to see. But my hunch is mecha mobility will be stronger as you're just going to get more value out of it. But I don't know for sure. I could have the perception that I have in my mind of how Demon's kit works might not be reality. So maybe Beast Within makes more sense. Okay, for major, surge overstrike. Surging strike gains 150% lifesteal. That is very strong. That is very strong. That is very strong. What the hell? While power barrier is deployed, strike, that's very strong. Okay. Focus fusion. Fusion repeater fires stronger shots with no spread at a slower rate. This is just going to depend on how much damage. The efficacy of this major is going entirely to depend on how much damage fusion repeater does and how long the cooldown is. Because it could be good. It could be a silver bullet type of situation because it gives you an effective range extension and lets you do things you otherwise can't. But it will depend on other things that I don't have access to. Very interesting. I think this is a great way to take the kit. I think a sword is cool. And I'm just interested to know how the gun works. I wonder, is it something like, I think it might be a resource, but I don't think it is a resource. I don't think it's a resource because you already have propulsors, which is a resource. And I feel like the Overwatch dev team isn't really one to give you multiple resources to manage. I feel like the paradigm in Overwatch is that if there are multiple resources, there isn't multiple resources. Every hero only has one, right? So, for example, this is not what I want. Wu Yang, for example, has one healing resource. Same with Moira, same with Ilari, right? There's only one. I don't think they would really give a hero multiple. I think it'd be interesting if there was a hero with multiple, but I don't think they're gonna add that. Wouldn't the gun be listed there? Be one from the pilot form? Oh, you're actually right. Yeah, you're actually right. I think. Okay, so the gun is actually a cooldown, and then this is just. This gun is the gun in the. Yeah, that's why it's portable. Okay, you're actually right. Yeah, this is the baby form gun. She only has the sword. And then you have the fusion repeater as a cooldown, which makes sense to me. Yeah. Okay, cool. Interesting. What are people saying? Not to be hashtag that guy, but the ability name for her shield says power barrier. Oh, okay. Unless they just forgot. I don't see anything about her sub roll passive. Oh. I don't think she's initiator. Because of how the movement works. Because the movement is not a cooldown, I don't think she's going to be initiator sub roll. So I think she's probably going to be... Wait, let me see them. If I had to guess, she's probably bruiser category with Malga. I feel like that makes the most sense. Oh, no. I don't think... Maybe stalwart, but then she would be the highest mobility stalwart by a mile. I think she's bruiser. She's stalwart according to a dev. Interesting. So she's a high mobility stalwart hero. I think it kind of makes sense as well because all the stalwart, whatever you want to call these guys, none of them have verticality. They're all ground tanks. Sig, Ryan, Ram, Junker Queen, Dom, they can't get on high grounds. So I think that kind of makes sense. Because Demon also doesn't have that capacity. I also think, yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. Interesting. That's very interesting. So so now that I know that, I think it actually might be the case that the better minor perk is Beast Within instead of Mecha Mobility. Because for some reason I was thinking she could get to the high ground, but if you just can't get to space like that, you're not going to be using propulsors with Power Shield very often. So I think you... Yeah, or if you are, you're going to be propulsing backwards, which in that situation, you wouldn't really need more Power Shield. So my speculation is that Beast Within is stronger. And then, yeah, you would cycle. And then for the major perk, I think probably Overstrike is better. Because Surging Strike is going to be a large part of your gameplay loop. But I'm interested on Focus Fusion. I don't know for the major. I think it's almost definitely Beast Within, though, now that I think about it. I think it has to be stronger. When is she coming? Tuesday. You know what's interesting? I think it's interesting that they don't do the hero playtest anymore. I wonder why. Maybe it might be because I wonder if they figured out that when they did playtests, people didn't play during the season launch. I wonder if that's the case, and they want everybody to show up on season launch. Interesting. But what's gonna be cool is after Demon, the next two heroes are both supports. We're getting an Omnic support and then another one. We're getting so many heroes, it's insane. Yeah, I'm a bit worried. I think it's really cool, but I'm a bit worried that they're not going to be able to keep it up, and then there's going to be an expectation that we need 10 billion heroes for the game to do anything. So I'm not sure what to think. Do you think there'll be a content drought after this? I think, well, I mean, last stream I talked about it, but I think we're going to be, I think they're going to change format. I'm starting to think that this upcoming year is a format change, to be honest. Okay, because what happened this year, it was the 10 hero announcement, then they dropped the 2, and then they did a bunch of other things. They made the subclasses. The year before this, they did stadium and perks, which were both really big changes and also great changes. I don't think there's going to be less content. It's just gonna be different. I think it's gonna be, I don't even know. I genuinely don't even know. One thing that was kind of a nothing burger that makes me a bit suspicious on the future is that they never made anything out of hero skill rating. And what I don't understand is why did they add hero skill rating, not mention anything about it ever again, and it's the first thing that comes up whenever you pop up your heroes. What was the idea here? This makes me think that hero skill rating might become something greater, but I don't know. It's very interesting that they decided to do this because I feel like time played makes way more sense as any measure of like playing a hero or skill on a hero, or at least like interpreted skill on a hero or win rate or something. Why did they add hero skill rating? I just don't get it. I don't know what y'all mean by content drought. Like, are they gonna run out of new ideas or stuff? I think the current paradigm on the dev team is that they spent so many resources on getting this year's launch and last year's launch correct that they are going to be running out of content. But I don't really think that makes that much sense, because I think they can just scale the team. I mean, surely they make enough money to hire more people to be able to generate more heroes. From a business perspective, that would make a lot of sense. I feel like from a business perspective, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to not hire contractors or more people to your team to make more heroes if it genuinely is that good for growth. Because Demon, for example, is going to generate millions of dollars. She will generate millions upon millions upon millions of dollars across her lifetime as a hero in this game. So I think it pays off. So I don't really understand why they wouldn't add more heroes. So I don't really think, I'm not too worried about, but the thing is, can they release 10 heroes is the question. I think the answer to that is no. I think it's very likely that moving forward, we get 5 heroes every year. It's just a 5 hero release cycle, which makes sense to me. We just don't get the 5 at the beginning of the year as well. Overwatch Battle Royale. I genuinely think they're not going to do any more in terms of new formats. I think the reason they spent so much time and effort in Stadium is to understand the scope and kind of the appetite the current audience has for alternative game modes. And I think they realized that there's not really a future there. I think Stadium was probably the best shot they had at alternative game modes other than doing like a custom game workshop overhaul. Hero SR discussed here. Oh, okay. 5 heroes per year could end up turning the game into Paladin. So many heroes that some just legit just got forgotten. Get forgotten. But I think that's what makes it interesting. I think it's actually interesting that there's less popular heroes like Venture. I think the fact that Venture exists is very interesting because it causes some level of... There's always something to learn. I think also the more heroes there are, the more chances that the dev team has to appeal to your identity. Because there are Vendetta mains, there are Xion mains, there are Sim mains, there are Torb mains. And what makes the game interesting from a community standpoint is that there are people who play every hero. And it's kind of like Pokemon, right? Like everyone has a favorite Pokemon. Everyone has a favorite Overwatch hero, right? There's some that are obviously more popular than others. Like Cassidy, for example, is the most popular DPS, right? Reinhardt is the most popular tank, right? There's going to be fan favorites, and that's okay. We don't need to have heroes that appeal to everybody, right? We don't need to have more Junos, okay? I mean, I think they will try to print as many Junos as they possibly can because they're financially incentivized to do so. But I think the point is that even if there were 10 billion heroes, I think it wouldn't make much difference. Because people had this critique whenever Overwatch 1 came out and they were releasing heroes. People are always saying, oh, there's going to be too many heroes in the game. There's too many heroes in the game. But I feel like we're more than double the size of the original release roster. And I feel like there's still not enough heroes in the game, if anything. Right? I think it's a bit overwhelming to learn from the new player perspective. Like, I understand that. But I also think that's what makes the game interesting from a new player's perspective, because there is so much to learn. I think if there were only 10 heroes in the game, you would be more enticed to learn a game like Valorant. I think the player selection for Overwatch is it's a little bit self-selecting. You wouldn't, if you didn't want a hero shooter to learn heroes, you wouldn't be playing Overwatch, is like the idea. Wait, what about you? I just came back. We're talking about heroes right now. Taking a short break from coaching. But I don't really think there's going to be a content drought. I think I kind of can't envision what the team is going to do next. Because all of the things that have been... The Overwatch dev team has been killing it. I'm going to be honest. The core things that I have wanted have been the improved F1 menu. The fact that they added this is so nice. It makes the game so much easier to learn. The only other big critique I have of the game, I talked about it yesterday, is the top 500 system. I think it's fundamentally flawed, and it's dramatically decreasing the competitive nature of the game. And I think the only way to fix it is to move to 6v6 open queue. I don't know how hot of a take this is, but I think there are too many maps. I also kind of agree, because it's hard to genuinely learn maps because you don't play them frequently enough. But the problem is, I think the game... So I actually think the core problem with that symmetry isn't the fact that there are too many maps. It's that the games are too short, which is actually an interesting take. So because games are short, this is something I need to think about this take a little bit more. So the problem with games being short in Overwatch is that it exacerbates the queue time issue. And the problem, number one, that's one of the core problems. Because, like, for example, let's say you had a 10-minute queue in Valorant, that's fine, because a Valorant game is 45 minutes long. Okay? So, percentage, like, if you compare it to a percentage playtime, you're only in queue for, like, maybe a quarter at maximum of the game's duration. But in Overwatch, you can be in queue for longer than the game's duration, which is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. That it just doesn't make any sense at all. That a game can finish by the time you enter. And I think what's the problem is, whenever you play... I can't remember where I was going to go with this line of thinking. I can't remember. I'm going to be honest. I can't remember how games being short tie into why there are too many maps. Oh, it's pretty normal to be in queue longer than the game duration. I mean, even in Platinum. If you go watch a Platinum streamer, they're going to be in queue for 4 minutes, which is unacceptable when a game of Overwatch is 20 minutes. Overwatch queue times need to be like 2 minutes. And that's why I think there's a brighter future in open queue, as I think it'll just cut down queue times dramatically. But, oh well. I don't know. Is the raffle over? Yeah. You said because it's too hard to learn the maps? Kind of, but I think too hard to learn the maps, but there was another idea that I was going to go with. I forgot what it was. Also, I firmly believe adding champion rank was a big mistake. No, I disagree. I actually think champion was great. I think champion is great. I think the bigger problem with champion, the problem is not with champion. The problem is with top 500. Top 500, there's no... Why? Okay, so think about it. Why are you incentivized to push for champion? Why? Because champion is more elusive than top 500 is. That's why whenever you feel greatly accomplished whenever you reach champion. Okay? But we just need to, and I think that's lame. I don't think it makes any sense. They should have never made it where the most elusive and highly desirable role, which high rank players are known for, aka top 500, is in a state where you feel like you have to add an additional higher rank to accommodate for that. The leaderboard climb should be enough. So there's some failure that happened in the ranked matchmaking system. I don't know why. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think top 500 just needs to be fixed. So just fix, yeah, the only way to make top 500 more competitive, in my opinion, is to, I think challenger score isn't even that bad of an idea. The bigger problem is that there's too many leaderboards. There's 4 leaderboards. That's the problem. It's not top 500, it's top 2000. That's the problem. Challenger score is buns. I think challenger score is okay. I understand why people think it's annoying, but I think it makes more sense. Because to be fair, I don't think I should be top 500. I don't play the game enough. But if we went based off rank, I would be top 500 right now. And I think that's kind of lame. That I get to freeload. I think you should have to play the game to be top 500. But I do think rank should be weighted a little bit even more so toward higher rank. But I don't think you should be able to play 10 games and be on the top 500 leaderboard. That's so lame. Okay. I think you should have to spam Q. Like, here's why do high rank players, champ plus players, complain about challenger score the most? If you could get into a game in 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, it wouldn't be as bad of a problem. But because you have to sit in queue for 15 minutes for a champ game, you can't even do anything with challenger score. Which is why the players that benefit the most are like the low champ players. I think I'm in the same boat as you. I would be a top 200 support, but I don't have enough points. Exactly. Like I would be I think I would be like top 400 right now or something based on rank alone. Because I'm GM1. I was champ. But yeah. Just make it a rank leaderboard with the tiebreaker by games 1. I don't think so. I think putting the leaderboard based on rank is just, you're going to have 200 alts again. And it's going to be the same problem. I think challenger score is actually a step in the right direction. It's just, I think the real reason challenger score sucks is because there's not, I just think the bigger problem is 4 leaderboards. Okay. I think that's the big issue. Alts were never a problem. They were definitely a problem. They were definitely a problem. It's just that the less people were affected by it. Like, I don't, like, it's kind of the same issue as you kind of have to pick a side of the coin. Either you deal with alts or you deal with an unpredictable leaderboard, which doesn't make any sense. Like, the problem with the old leaderboard is people just materialize out of thin air. Like, they'll just become rank 5 out of thin air because they finished their 30 placements they needed to be on the leaderboard, which is really lame. It just, like, kind of doesn't make any sense. Like, what they need to do, they need to make it more akin to like Valorant or League of Legends where you earn LP and then you get to the rank, you qualify for the rank. So let's just say Immortal in this situation. Then you get SR from there. I don't know why they don't do that. I don't really understand the incentive as to why you wouldn't do that. Like, I just don't understand. Top 500 fix is easy. Rank leaderboard sorted by games 1 and have the games played threshold increase over the season. I think that's... No, it's just the same problem. People can still materialize out of thin air. What if the challenger score was capped by rank? I just think that the challenger score should only be a thing when you're a champion. Kind of idea. It should be when you're in champion. There is no champion 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's just champion. You're a champion player. And then you have a numerical rank. So it's champion 1000 SR, champion 2000 SR, champion 3000 SR. That would make way more sense. Because for the average player, the difference between a champion 1000 SR and a champion 10,000 SR is literally nil. Because champion as a whole is too foreign of a concept to them. So, like, for example, if someone tells me they're challenger 1000 LP versus challenger 500 LP, I don't know what the fuck the difference is in terms of League of Legends terms. Okay, I have no idea because I've sucked balls at League. I'm like silver. Okay, and so that would also help with the rank clarification. Honestly, you might be cooking, so they need to do that. Yeah, I don't know why they don't. I think it makes way more sense. Because you need challenger score, but you need challenger score at the highest part of the leaderboard, in my opinion. I think it makes more sense. Because I think a player that's champion 1 and has been in champion 1 for 100 games is way more skilled than a player that's champion 1 with 1 game played. Like, you shouldn't be able to win streak your way into the highest rank in the leaderboard, which is what happens occasionally. Can we get Kiri gameplay? I'm not playing the game. I'm just coaching today. I'm taking a break because I got pretty stressed out a second ago. So we're yapping. But yeah, I think, because here's the thing. Like, think about Valorant. What makes Valorant such a competitive game, or like a successful competitive game? Whoops. And part of the reason is because the rank leader, like the thing about Overwatch that makes it really confusing from a player's perspective, or even from like a content creator or a coach's perspective, is there's too many game modes. There's open queue. So for example, if someone says they're champion, I don't know if they're champion in open queue, or if they're champion on DPS, or if they're champion on tank, or if they're champion on support. What does being champion even mean? And that's the problem. I wish the rank was more clear. When someone says they're champion, I wish there was a more obvious expectation. But because there's so many ranks, it's not clear. That's the issue. And because of this dilution of rank and skill, I feel like the average player who is attempting to climb, and also the average content creator, because most content creators are high rank, are unsure of what to do and what things really mean. Right? Like, part of the reason subconsciously why a lot of creators are playing 6v6 is because they're naturally higher rank in 6v6. And players, you want to watch players that are higher rank, even if it's just even if they're just, even in masters, like, it's just, you're more inclined to watch these players. You're not inclined to watch a platinum player. You're more inclined to watch someone higher rank than you, because there's a feeling of authority that's being appealed to. You guys watch me at least partly because I was champion. Okay, or I am champion. If I was a platinum guy, how many of you guys would actually still watch me? Probably not very many. And there's some of you who would because I'm a good coach, but there's some of you who would leave because my position of authority, or the idea I have as an authority, would be gone. And that's just the natural state of the world. On the topic of queue times, even in the quick play, the queue times are pretty long. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like, Aspen is GM in 5v5. Aspen is champion in 5v5. Aspen is incredibly good at the game. I don't think she's probably GM in 5v5 because she just doesn't play. But I could be wrong. I think, does she have a private profile? Rank 6v6 open queue. She's rank 1, I think, right? Yeah. Aspen is very good. Yeah, she's been really good for you. Yeah, she's champ. She's not GM. She's very good at the game. She's been champ before the inflation. Yeah, she's been like, she was champ in, I don't think she had champ until, yeah, she was champ season 14, champ season 13, champ season 12. She was champion when it was hard to get champion. Isn't she champ 1? No, she's champ 5, but she's champ 5 because she doesn't play the format. That's it. She would, if she continued to play, she would be like champ 2 5v5, by the way. She's incredibly good. Champ 2, if not champ 1. I would not be surprised if she would be able to hit champ 1. I don't watch you for gameplay. No, that's not what I'm saying, Raptor. You watch me for authority and knowledge. And the perception you would have of my knowledge would be diminished if I was a lower rank. So, for example, it's like kind of like I guess a black pill kind of idea, but it's just kind of how authority works. Like, are you more likely to trust a 40-year-old professor or a, I don't know, like a 20-year-old young professor? So kind of like what happened with Wahoozian. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Why did Wahoozian fake his rank so much? Are you more likely to listen to an Ascendant coach or a Radiant coach? Are you more likely to listen to a Platinum coach or a top 500 coach? Right? Between Awkward and ML7 is a better Ana? I have genuinely no idea. No idea. But yeah. But, yeah, okay. So we can get into coaching, but that's kind of like my perception of ranked. I think it's screwing everything over, which is why I think moving to open queue makes sense. Not for the reason that I like, for the record, I don't like 6v6 as a format in terms of how it plays. I think it's less interesting. But I think for the health of the game, I actually think 6v6 might make more sense. Because it solves my biggest problem, which is the leaderboard. That's my biggest problem right now. I don't really care about the tank dynamic. I don't really care about whatever. It's just the leaderboards need to be consolidated. I gotta be. It's gonna make the game more competitive. And where I think Overwatch has a bright future is in its competitive nature. Also, the reason that having a live service competitive game is of great interest to businesses is because competitive games yield the most hours. Like when people have 1,000 hours in a game, what games are those typically in? It's in competitive games. Okay, it's in StarCrafts, it's in Apex Legends, it's in Call of Duties, it's in these PvP style games, because you have this, as human beings, we have this subconscious competitive nature where we want to learn things and become better and improve. And these live service games capture that. Right? So, in my opinion, if you have a more competitive leaderboard, you're also able to capture that more efficiently and more effectively. But anyway. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe having more accessible leaderboards triggers that more, as people feel more like they're improving. When in reality, compared to the average player, they may not be. But who knows? Anyway, let's keep going. I apologize for just yapping. Okay, let's check out this next code. Jeremy, congratulations. You've been selected for coaching. Sorry for yapping for 10 years. We'll check out this review. Jeremy. Harvard. Jeremy. Oh, here we are. Bronze 1 cast. Okay, cool. I am in fear. No big deal. Well, here's if you're not coached. Arissa, Ryan. No, we looked at Ryan. No, we looked at Arissa as well. Most of the roster. Mercy. What have we not coached? Actually, we've coached a fair chunk of the roster at this point. Let me check. Domina, Doomfist, Junker Queen, Zarya. We've looked at Mago before. Looked at Winston. Roadhog. Well, we've done Ashe. I've done Bastion. I've done Echo. I've done Emre. I've done Freya. No Emre. We had one Emre, but it didn't really count. It was like 5 minutes. It wasn't very long. We've done Hanzo. We've done Junkrat. I don't think we've done Mei yet. We haven't done Pharah yet. We haven't done Reaper. We've done Sierra. We've done Social Media Sombra. We haven't done Symmetra. We haven't done Torb. We've done some Vendetta. We didn't do like a whole game of Vendetta, but some Vendetta. No Venture. We have done a lot of Widow. No Ana. No BAP. We've had half a code on BAP, but not really. We've done Brig. We've not done Alari. Surprisingly. I'm actually very surprised we haven't had an Alari code. Didn't we do Reaper? I don't think so. We've done Jetpack Cat. We've done Juno a bunch of times. We've done Curie. We've done Wu Young. We've not done Zen. We've not done Moira. We've done Mizuki. We've not done Mercy. We've done Lucio. We've done Life Weaver. I think the hardest heroes to coach are Lucio. I understand Juno now. It used to be Juno because I like genuinely didn't understand Juno, but I feel like I got a good feel for it now. But Lucio, but it's not because the heroes are hard. It's because I don't understand the heroes. That's why it's difficult. I just don't understand Lucio, and I don't really understand Brig. Like these heroes are kind of hard for me. Main support is like a hard role for me to understand. The easiest role for me to understand is H-Can by a million miles. Cassidy, like Cassidy specifically. I mean, I'm just an expert in Cassidy. Like I don't support main. I main DPS though for Alari. Yeah. I guess support players don't really play Alari because it's kind of like, not like if you're playing support, like you don't think of Alari. Alari's not the first hero you think of. You think of Juno. You think of Mercy, Weaver. Like these are supports, like traditionally in the traditional sense. But yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. Cassidy, perfect. Let me turn off gold. And do bronze. Okay. Today's VOD review will be as Cassidy on Eichenwald in bronze 1. Okay. In this VOD, although we won, I definitely felt like there was a lot more I could do to make the whole game easier on the team. I noticed one of my big problems, especially in the beginning, is kind of not really making myself a threat. Okay, interesting. Being indecisive on what angles I should take and at what time. Or kind of half committing to an idea I had.
Our soldier was kind of Thanos, so I just tried to go wherever he wasn't. A lot of downtime and kind of just trying to decide where I want to go. Okay, Jeremy, this is going to hold you back for all eternity until you fix this. You have to commit, okay? You have to be okay with the idea of committing and living with the consequences. This is kind of how everything in Overwatch works, and actually just kind of like in life works in general. You have to make a decision, because ultimately there is, let's just act like we flip a coin. Let's just act like we have a coin, okay? Let's name him Bob, the coin, okay? So Bob can be either heads or tails, but there actually exists a hidden third decision, which is not flipping at all. None. I don't know why I wrote it like that, but I did. And the problem is that if you never flipped a coin, you will never get feedback. You will never understand whether or not something was better or worse. You will never know the outcome. And this is a core issue, because the problem is if you never make a decision, you will never know which is better. If there are two paths and you never pick a path, you will never know which one led to heaven and which one led to hell, right? And this is a core issue, because the way you improve is you end up in hell so many times that you know how to get to heaven every single time. Okay? Does Bob prefer heads or tails? I think he's more of a tails kind of guy. Doing a bad idea is better than not doing anything at all, because at least you can learn from the bad idea. Yes, we must change our perspective, okay? You have to have the perspective in Overwatch that learning, I'll write it out, learning is permanent, okay? You take it with you. Permanent. And you must understand that losing is temporary, okay? And it is, why is losing temporary? Okay? Because the losing, what happens after a loss is you lose minus 20 SR or whatever. And oh my gosh, my rank goes down. I'll never get out of silver, bronze, gold. But you have to understand, you can always earn that back. You can always earn this SR back. It comes back, okay? You can win a game and then you gain it back. That's fine. Learning, they can't take that away from you unless you get a concussion. Okay, that's a different story. Learning, it just adds onto your brain. So like this is, let's act like this is your brain right now. Well, your brain becomes slightly bigger and then slightly bigger and slightly bigger. And the reason you learn more from failing and losing is because losing is feedback. There's not as much feedback from winning. Okay. There's no friction. So you just go straight through, you pass right on through, you collect 200. Okay. After you go past go. So you have to lose to learn. Or at least it makes it easier. I wouldn't say you have to lose, but it's certainly easier if you lose. Or die or something like that. Okay, I get you. If I never actually try something all the way through, I won't know if it was actually the play. Exactly. You have to just commit to whatever comes to mind. And this is the idea of building intuition. Okay, this is ultimately what you want to improve as a player. Whenever you watch players play the game, who's your favorite player, Jeremy? And you can't pick me. Who's your favorite player? Who do you like watching? Who do you enjoy? Whenever you're eating your lunch and you're looking for a good gameplay video to tune into, who you watching? Wanted typically? Okay. Whenever you're watching Wanted, I guarantee you Wanted isn't thinking about every decision he makes. He's not thinking, okay? He thinks about sometimes, particularly if he's in a difficult situation or the normal idea you go for doesn't work, then you'll think more critically. But more often than not, he's playing on 80% autopilot. Okay. And this is kind of the idea that every player has. Okay. The only time this isn't the case is when you're on stage, like you're in a tournament, but that's a slightly different environment. But 99% of players operate in some regard like this, where 80% of the time you're playing on subconscious autopilot. So your idea should not be, as you approach the game, Jeremy, your idea should not be, I need to consciously think about every single decision and get everything correct about the game. That's not how it works. Your perception should be, how can I make my subconscious decision-making stronger and better? How can I make my autopilot more effective? This should be your idea, okay? And this is the circle thing I talk about more often than not. You want to grow your autopilot to be as strong as humanly possible, as big as humanly possible, so that you can become a greater player. Okay. So this is kind of the core idea of improvement, which is subconscious growth. And the way you improve your subconscious growth, which is what I was getting at earlier, is that you make a bunch of decisions that lead to failure, and failure leads to learning. Okay. So that you know how to do things better in the future. So for example, let's say I'm playing in a room. Okay. And let's say that I learn that the left side of the room, I play in this room and I've never played in this room before in my life. And then I come in here and then I die to the enemy Junkrat. He kills me. So then I might think to myself, oh, okay, why did I die? So it was because the enemy Junkrat likes playing in closed rooms. So then I think to myself, okay, I remember that. Okay, in Junkrat, playing in closed rooms is bad. So now I'm in a situation like this. I'm not in a room, and I very clearly see that the enemy Junkrat is not in the room, but he's about to fight for it. Do I walk in the room? The answer to that is no. Why? Because I will subconsciously remember last time I reflected on a situation like this, that walking in a room against a Junkrat is likely bad. So boom, I just eradicated this mistake from my play, and this might end up resulting in me winning the game. And this is how improvement works. You make subconscious observations or small observations that over time add up to improved play. And this is why whenever I have you guys do the spreadsheet, the idea is not to get every single mistake from every single game in an attempt to improve it as fast as humanly possible. No. That's not how Overwatch works. Overwatch improvement works at an incremental level. You want to get one little fight better, one little fight better, one little fight better, one little fight better over and over and over and over again before you become someone that's genuinely unrecognizable from who you were at the beginning. Okay? This is the idea. Per game, one fight, what could you have done better? One fight, what felt weird? One fight, what is something you were curious about? One fight, what could I have done better? Okay? You do that each game. And over time, because we enjoy the game of Overwatch and we play hundreds and hundreds of games of this game, you will become someone greater. And you need to have that natural level of curiosity, that natural level of reflection to improve. And that's why losing doesn't matter. And that's why reflecting on what you're doing and having this growth mindset is way more important. Okay? Wow, I see. So you have it all kind of happen in the background, so you're not agonizing over individual details. Yes. And this is a very common misconception where people think, to some degree, the best players are thinking, okay? But they're not thinking about everything. You're not consciously tracking every cooldown. You're not consciously tracking every ultimate. You're not consciously tracking every position. This isn't happening. You're building your subconscious to do this for you. That's the idea. And when you practice something, you practice it enough to put it into your subconscious. Jeremy, do you know how to drive a car? Or do you know how to, I guess you know how to use a computer, so I can use that analogy. But I like to use the car analogy. Do you have a driver's license? Humblest streamer. Yeah, I can. Okay. So for example, whenever you are trying to drive, whenever you're driving your car, when you turn left, do you think about turning the wheel left? Or do you just turn the car left? You know what I'm saying? Whenever you think about turning left, do you think about turning the car left and using your blinker? Or do you just do it? I can almost guarantee you're not thinking about any of this as you're driving. What you're thinking about is why your favorite radio station, 92.7, is playing Arctic Monkeys for the 9th time today. Okay? That's what you're thinking about. But because you need to turn left, you can do it subconsciously and turn left to get, to McDonald's or wherever you're going. That's what you're thinking about. And that's Overwatch, right? So whenever you're first starting to learn Overwatch, whenever you're first starting to learn how to drive, you have to figure out how to turn your wheel left and how to do the blinker. It's hard. You're like, holy shit, this is how you operate a vehicle. This is more complicated than I anticipated. But then you do it for a few hours, and then it becomes second nature. And that's Overwatch as well, right? It's just not a car wheel. I mean, what does the Overwatch logo even look like? Like this? Yeah. That's Overwatch as well, right? You just need to get to that level of autonomy. You know, it all kind of just happens and suddenly I'm on a different tree. Exactly. That's Overwatch. You have to get to that level. And that takes reflection in thinking about what you need to do better. This is actually making a huge amount of sense in your brain. Fantastic. Yes. Hopefully that helps you understand why committing to things matters, because it will help you learn. Okay? And learning is what we must do. Okay. A lot of downtime in Canada. Okay, sure. Definitely dying too much, trying to take stupid engages, like trying to ego the Zarya. I think I flubbed Deadeye more than once in standing in main and trying to secure what I thought was easy kills. No problem. Sure. A lot of shooting Zarya bubbles, even when she's visibly high or full health. Okay. So a very common piece of wisdom that people say, particularly inexperienced coaches, is that they say don't shoot Zarya bubble. But that lacks a lot of nuance. You shouldn't shoot Zarya bubbles if she's not under threat, if she's not a direct threat to you or your team. You should shoot Zarya bubble when she is of great threat to you or she is making a mistake. But I understand that that's difficult to identify at when you don't have a good grasp on Overwatch macro. So I can understand that. So sure. I'll probably talk about it in the VOD. I noticed I would try and drop behind the enemy team from a bad position, trying to pick supports and getting punished for it. Also having a bad habit of rolling forward when I really don't need to. Yes, okay. So Jeremy, if you have a bad habit of rolling forward, there's a good chance I'll close the VOD too early. Okay, just keep that in mind. I want you to be prepared for that, because you have to understand that heroes play a given gameplay loop. There's like kind of an idea. Every hero has an idea, okay? So like Cassidy, for example, has the idea of playing like medium range, and he wants to like potentially flank, and he wants to potentially do XYZ. Like there are things you typically want to do in a given game. And if you do something too poorly, such as you roll way too often, that means you're going to be severely limited in your ability to actually genuinely play the game. So this is particularly important for movement cooldowns in Overwatch, okay? So if you are using your movement cooldown too frequently or too aggressively, this is going to dramatically decrease your potential playmaking. Because a very common idea in Overwatch is the idea of using your movement cooldown to get away from an angle, okay? Or get away from an aggressive position. So if you are using it to get in, the problem is not only are you no longer given the opportunity to get away, but also you expose yourself to additional risk by going in, okay? So you're committing, which is why whenever I coach Cassidy, a very common critique I have is don't roll forward, okay? Rolling forward is very commonly a bad idea. So yes. So I'm just preparing you for this. But yeah, let's check it out. Boom. Give me the code. I was yapping for a while. Holy moly. How long was that yap even? I don't even know. Like 10 minutes? 15 minutes? I feel like I'm getting way better at enunciating. This whole stream, which is partly why this has been a kind of stressful stream for me, is I've been working on enunciation. As I feel like sometimes I just speak under my breath for unknown reasons. Subconsciously yapping. Also good to see you, Bonzo. A lot of lunatic, good to see you. Hope you're well. Hope you guys are doing well today. Keep in mind, guys, I'm working on a new set of hotkeys and binds, so I might fumble the bag many times this review. I'm letting you guys know this now. Okay, we have a new set of macros, and it's making it difficult for me occasionally to do things. So bear with me. This is the preface. We need Eichenwald. Boom. And then I think we're on attack, so move me here. And then I need to do 2 Hollis. 2. Okay, so let's talk about Eichenwald. So, sorry, I had to move something. This map is kind of solved in terms of the attack, at least on first point. And the reason it's solved is because there's not very many good options for Cassidy. And an idea you need to have in Overwatch is that if a hero doesn't have options, the hero is typically not good, okay? So Cassidy is not good on Eichenwald because there's not very many options that are good for Cass. So why is that the case? Let's talk about it. So the reason that Eichenwald is not a great map for Cassidy is because whenever you walk into main space, like here, notice that from here to where people typically play, which is all the way back there on that corner, you're out of your effective range. And if you're unsure what Cassidy's effective range is, you can ping by using middle click or whatever you have it bind to. And it tells you the meterage above the ping, right? So here you can see that it's 20 meters to that space. And then if I ping the corner over there, it's over 30 meters. And you can also check your hero's range, if they have any, by hitting the F1 menu and then interact key. You can also see whatever key it is at the bottom here, and then hover over your gun. In this situation, because Cassie's a hit scan hero, he has something called fall off range, which means that at a given range, he's going to start doing less damage. So starting at 25 meters, he will start doing less damage up until 35 meters where he does his minimum damage. So you can see, where it says 70 base. From 0 to 25, I will do 70 damage. I apologize. And then from 25 to 35 damage, I will do somewhere in between 70 to 21 damage. And then anything above 35 meters, I will do 21 damage. Exactly. So at 50 meters, I still do 21 damage. So I do 21 damage from here, and then I do 21 damage at 35 meters as well. Okay, it's the same. So the idea you should have is that you want to deal the most amount of damage possible as Cassidy. So you want to be operating within what's called your effective range, which is 25 meters, right? So you can ping, and then you'll see that 25 meters is here. This is my effective range as Cassidy. Okay, so now that we know what effective range is, you need to now understand matchups. So if they play someone like a Sojourn, which is another hit scan hero, or quote unquote hit scan hero, you can think of them as a main DPS hero if you want. Let's just say Ashe. Let's do Ashe. It'll be easier to explain this way. So let's say they play Ashe, okay, which is another actual genuine hit scan hero in Overwatch. If we look at Ashe's gun, if we look at her take aim, which is this, whenever you're aimed down sights on your gun, your effective range is 35 to 55 meters, okay? So if the enemy team is playing an Ashe, notice that if I ping down main, look at that. How far is that? 33 meters. I can very clearly see that that is within my effective range. So this Ashe is within her effective range, while the enemy Cassidy that was in that space is not, which means that the Cassidy is disadvantaged. So the Cassidy is in a losing situation. This is Overwatch in a nutshell. Overwatch is very often a game about getting in your effective range and living within your effective range and doing as much as you can in your effective range. Okay? So this is why this main space is generally bad for Cassidy. It's because heroes like Ashe are very often popular because there's this really long open sight line here. So Cassidy is bad on this main space. So, okay, if you're going to play Cassidy, how do you win despite this? Well, you choose an angle that helps you get into your effective range or lets you play in your effective range, which is why every time you play on Cassidy on this map, you have a kind of solved rollout. There's only one play that really makes any sense, which is whenever you respawn or you spawn, you come out this top right door, you come to this side of the map, walk up the staircase, clear the room. Enemies like to play in this room very frequently, so just make sure there's no one in here. Then you're going to continue rotating. Don't spend time here. Continue rotating to this side room, and then you can look to do things in this room. Why? Because if there's people that are standing in main, they're in your effective range. Notice from here to there is 25 meters. Here to here is 20 meters. But more importantly, the Ashe that was standing here is now in my effective range. Okay? The only downside of this angle is that you're in a door that's very predictable. Notice that if someone is in main space, not only are they farther away, meaning that their hitbox is going to be smaller, but also the area of which they could be in is wider. Okay? So they're in more potential positions. But in this door frame, it's smaller and it's closer, so your hitbox is bigger. Okay? So it's more likely that you're going to be hit in this position. That is the downside. And this is why this is not a great Cassidy map, because this is the only option that you really have as a Cassidy player. And it's not that good because your hitbox is big, you're very close, and you're at risk. So if the enemy team is playing something like an Orisa, let me just swap to show it, make it a little bit more clear. So if the enemy team is playing something like an Orisa, the Orisa can very easily mark you on the angle. And what does marking mean? So marking is a concept in Overwatch where you shoot somebody that's on an angle or you shoot somebody that's doing something. So for example, if an enemy Cassidy showed up on this angle here, if I shoot him, I'm now marking him. This is what marking is. Okay. If there are people in main and I'm shooting them, I'm marking the people in main. If there's someone who's in this room and I'm shooting him, I'm marking the guy on the angle. Okay. I'm marking the guy in that mega room. That's what that term means. So I want to point out, if I'm playing tank on Orisa, where do you typically play as tank in this choke? You're playing like here, here. I mean, there's probably an optimal location, but it doesn't really matter here. Regardless, they're playing relatively close to the choke point. And notice that if they heard a Cassidy in this angle, or maybe they saw him, they're going to be really close to be able to mark this Cass. Okay, so that's why this angle is not really that great for Cass and why this map isn't good for Cassidy. Which is why whenever you're playing a given hero, let's say you main Cass, you will find that some maps are more difficult than others because naturally the map geometry doesn't allow you to play the hero how you might want. Okay, so this is a very common idea, and this is why on specific maps, specific heroes will be better because they're just more favorable. Notice as Cassidy, he doesn't have any way to climb to high grounds, right? He has no verticality, but a hero like Freya does. Okay. So Freya is a hero that has verticality, which allows her to get up top, right? Verticality meaning the ability to move vertically, right? Like this. Okay, this is not every hero has the capacity to do this in Overwatch. But notice that Freya instantly has more options than Cassidy because Freya can get up top here, right? Cassidy can't do this. So Freya, you could argue, is more viable on Eichenwald because she has more options. Okay? Freya also has the ability to do cool stuff, like if you don't know, you can also go over this building, which is unique to heroes with verticality. Okay, so I can fly over this building and go to this side of the map. Is it good? I don't know, but can you do it? Yes. Okay, so keep that in mind. Just want to say thank you. Since the coaching that day, I've gotten significantly better. I hit GM, not on all roles yet, but I'm confident I can buy now. It's only a matter of time. I haven't been playing much Overwatch. Lunatic, congratulations, man. That's amazing. Happy for you, man.
Hey there.
Congrats. Okay. But yes, so I hope that gives you a really good foundation. And the reason I'm being very thorough here, guys, is because this actually, bronze gameplay makes for really good videos. Because it gives me opportunities to really explain fundamental concepts. And so that's why I'm being so thorough. So yeah. Okay. So yes, I hope that was helpful. Let's continue with the gameplay. Let's also make a tab here. New gameplay. I think it's going to be a very long review. I'm going to be very thorough about this. Eichenwald. It's going to be in bronze. Very, very long review incoming, by the way. This might be the last review today. I'm not even joking. I kind of intend to take that long. This is super helpful, actually. God. Also, Jeremy, I understand you're in Australia, so... Or at least in Oceania, I believe. So don't feel like you have to stay up the whole time. Because it must be like, what, 5 a.m. or 3 a.m. or something crazy? Okay. So we come right side, and then we end up coming main space. So coming main space is bad for the reason I just mentioned, right? So you're going to inevitably be pathing to a side of the map, which is worse for your hero. So you shouldn't be pathing this way at all. What is pathing? Pathing is the idea of choosing a place how you rotate. And what is rotating? Rotating is moving around the map. So this, for example, is a rotation. This is a rotation. There's also more complex ways to think about rotations, which are rotations around fights, right? So if you guys don't know the map very well, this is the point here. So if you rotate, you'd be looking for these kind of rotations around the point, like using the extremity and moving around. The extremity meaning the outsides of the point, okay? So staging, or sorry, not staging, pathing is the idea of choosing a specific rotation. So pathing is like this. Pathing is like this. Pathing is also the nuance in the rotation itself. So like, for example, there's a room here. If you path through this room, that's a specific pathing A, let's just call it. And then if you go this way, that's pathing B, right? So this would be a pathing idea. So what you need to very consciously think about in Overwatch is that your pathing matters. The way you choose to maneuver the map matters. A lot of people have the perception that if you kind of just walk into main, all things will go well. Because they have the idea that Overwatch is a team game in the sense that you play together. Okay? This is a very, very common misconception about the game, which is you play together as you fight the enemy team. So you play as a unit, in this case 6 dots. I should have drawn 5, but 6 dots. And you shoot each other, you shoot the enemy team as a unit. Okay? If you're not playing together, then you're not playing as a team. That's the perception, and this is incorrect. Okay? How Overwatch works is not that you need to literally play together. How Overwatch works is that you play off of each other. Think of yourself less as a bunch of people like this, like a group of people, but as a line of people. Think of yourself as a unit of people pushing into enemy territory, right? You know those like military maps where you see like people push into enemy territory, like moving forward like this, you know, encroaching forward and taking more and more space. Let me actually see if I can find one. Because that'll actually be pretty helpful, because that's a really good analogy. Military, actually, you know Europa 4? Have you guys ever played Europa 4? Okay, so it's like this. So I know I'm using a different like strategy game here, but so you need to think Overwatch more of like taking enemy territory in war. So how Overwatch works, it's not that you stay as 5 people like this and you walk forward and march into enemy territory. You actually, the idea is that you spread out and you march forward at the same time. Okay? This is the idea. You play off of each other, not with each other. This is the core idea. Okay? So if you're stacking in like this, well, here's why stacking is bad, right? If you stack 5 people and you walk forward like this, is it less likely that you guys die together? Probably. It probably is less likely because you can heal each other, you can peel for each other, you can do stuff like that, right? But I want to point out, if you continue taking space in the enemy territory, how does this leave you weak? Here's the thing. So if blue, for example, I don't know what country this is or whatever imperialist nation this is or whatever, but let's say blue takes all this territory. What's now the weakness? The people that are extended, like all the way up here, right, in this territory, can now get flanked like this. They can get surrounded. And when you get surrounded, you get cut off. Now you lose all this territory. And now you're surrounded by all sides. So you're just going to fall apart. So that's why stacking is bad. But let's say you spread out. Boom, 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 boom. And now you all walk forward. Are you all individually weak? Yes. Okay. But notice this. You can take more space. More space. And one guy might die. Like this guy in the end might die because he's playing alone. Sure. Whatever. But notice this. Blue team results in having more space controlled. So now blue team is less susceptible to being flanked because there's less potential, right? There's less potential to even flank as the space is wider, right? The blue team controls more space. And that's kind of the end goal. Anyway, so I illustrate all of this to point out that Overwatch is a team game, not in the sense that you stack on top of your team, but in the sense that you play with your team. That is what is more important. That is the perception we need to be having as Overwatch. So for some people, it feels counterintuitive that you should be playing alone here. It feels counterintuitive that coming this way is better because you're splitting for your team. But because we have a now newfound understanding of how playing with your team actually works, of it being rather than it being you literally play with them, but instead you play with the same intention as them, right? You will do better. You will control more space and you will be able to succeed more. Okay? Because you also need to have the paradigm in the view of Overwatch that this game is not a game about killing the enemy team. It's not. It's not a game of killing the enemy team. It feels like it should be. Why? Because Overwatch is branded as a shooter game. I feel like shouldn't shooting the enemy team and killing them make the difference, right? This is team deathmatch, isn't it? No. We're playing an objective-based game. How do you win in Overwatch? The way you win in Overwatch is by capturing the objective. In this case, on Eichenwald, it is a capture point. And then once you capture the point, right? Let's just move to a later point in the code, right? Once you capture, what, do you get held here? Let me go back here. Okay. Once you capture the point in Overwatch, it turns into, in this situation, it turns into a payload. And then you have to push the payload. And then how do you win the attack once you're pushing the payload? You get it to the end of the map. Okay. So if the way to win in Overwatch is to push the objective, how do you win? I mean, it's self-explanatory. You push the objective. So what does killing enemies even do in that case? killing enemies lets you push the objective, and you need to push the objective with space. So this is why Overwatch is a space game. It's not a game about Overwatch is not a game about killing people. It's about a game about taking space. And a way of which you can take space is by killing people. Okay? So that's what your perspective should be. It's not about getting eliminations. It's about taking space. So whenever you're approaching anything about Overwatch, your whole perception should be, how can I take space? How can I take space? How can I deny space? How can I so on and so forth? Okay, there are exceptions, particularly when you're higher rank, where you will purposely give up space to do something else. There's something called an ebb and flow, but that's way more advanced of a concept. Whenever we're higher rank like Platinum, we'll talk about that. Okay, Platinum going into Masters. Okay, so the idea here, okay, so I say all of this to basically preface what I'm about to tell you, which is you need to actually split from your team here and walk to the right side of the map on your own, so you can, and you can see how everything is adding up here, okay? You need to split from your team, okay, which is the idea I talked about earlier, and because you're going to play off your team, not with your team, because you want to come to this side of the map, and the reason you want to come to this side of the map is because you want to play in your effective range. So it's a few things, okay? So it's like play off of team, okay? Then you need to come to the right side of the map for your effective range, okay? And then the next point I want to talk about is you want to be taking safe pathing. This is the last part I want to talk about before we can actually hop into the rest of the VOD. You want to, in Overwatch, typically prefer safe pathing. This is a little bit complicated because pathing in Overwatch is informed by a bunch of different things. For example, the path you choose is going to depend on how much time you have, how fast your hero is, and how safe that path is relative to what you're doing. Okay? Because, for example, if the enemy team is holding this space, this path is safe. Okay? But if the enemy team is all the way back here, this path, you could also argue, is also safe, and it's just faster. So the path you choose will be informed by a few different things. So in this situation, the enemy team is holding aggressively. So it would actually be in your best interest to path this way, as if you try to walk it through main space, this being main space in this situation, okay? If you try to walk through main space, you're at risk of taking damage from the enemy team, okay? Which means that you are at risk of dying, okay? But also you're at risk of needing resources, which is another pillar of this game. So Overwatch is not only a game about taking space, but also managing your resources, because you need resources to take space, right? How do you take space? You use your cooldowns, right? You shoot your gun, or you use your cooldowns like flashbang to stop people from shooting you, essentially. So the problem is if you walk through main space and you take damage, what will you need? Healing. You will need healing. You will need shield. You will need bubbles. You will need defense matrix. You will need all of these different cooldowns to keep you alive. And this is generally bad. Your idea in Overwatch is that you don't want to take damage or take the least amount of damage possible, because if you need healing, that means that someone else on your team can't get healing. So if you're Jeremy and you take damage in main space from a Junkrat, that means that your Ana has to heal you and they can't heal your Sigma, which might result in your Sigma's death. Okay? Alternatively, you might need Mizuki healing, which means that your soldier might not get healing, which means he might die. Also, if your Mizuki has to heal you, or your Ana has to heal you, that means that your Ana can't shoot their gun. Okay? So basically, if you take damage, you now become two players, because now the Ana has to heal you, or the Mizuki has to heal you, which is weak. Your idea in Overwatch is that you should want your Mizuki or your Ana or your Juno or your Jetpack Cat to do whatever they want, not just heal you. Okay? You don't want them to heal you. That's weak. There will be situations where that's appropriate, but that's also an advanced concept. Okay? So that's why we don't want to go through main, because now we will be taking damage. We don't want to take damage. You want to choose pathing that results in the least amount of damage taken generally. Of course, there's some compromises that need to be made, and there's some nuance to it, right? Which is like you want to force the enemy team out, so maybe working the space makes sense. But for the time being, we will not talk about that. That's a little bit more advanced. So that's why here you would prefer walking to the right side. Okay, because you also want to be on that side of the map. Let's say, for example, I know I'm going a little bit long here, so I do apologize, but this will be the last point I mention before I move on. But then you might ask, well, Tail, what if I'm playing Bastion? Okay, what if I'm playing Bastion or Ashe that has a longer effective range? Well, good question. If you're playing a hero with a longer effective range, now you need to think to yourself, what part of the map do you want to be on? What part of the map is the most appetizing for your hero? Is it this side think about it. Is it this side of the map that has a small room that's close to the enemy team? Or is it an open sight line in main space? It's most definitely, as Ashe, the open sight line with main space because you have essentially a sniper rifle, like a marksman rifle. So you don't want to be close to people. You don't have a shotgun or a revolver like Cassidy does. Okay. Reaper having a shotgun. If you're a Reaper who has close range, do you want to be playing a long range sight line where you're out of your effective range? No, right? You want to be playing a close range angle like this room. And that's why what you do in Overwatch is largely informed, the space you take and the rotations you make in Overwatch is largely informed by your hero's effective range, what your hero can do at a given range. Okay. It's a must know thing, which is why if you watch my content, I talk about effective range all of the time, and your effective range informs your pathing. And there will also be things like matchup and stuff like that, but we're not going to get that nuanced. Essentially being expensive to clear while being cheap to maintain. Cheap to maintain is the right idea, but not expensive to clear is a different concept. So your idea should be, how can I be the best that I can on my hero on the map while getting there safely? Okay, that's kind of the core idea. How can I get to the best part of the map for my hero safely? There's a lot of nuance, such as where's the enemy team holding? What is the matchup? What is there any unique objective situations happening? Is there anything about your team you need to consider? That's where Overwatch gets complicated, but we're not really going to talk about that now. Okay, but yes, I hope this gives you at least a really clear foundational understanding about how Overwatch works in some situations. Okay, there was a lot of nuance that I redacted, I guess is the word, or withheld, but that's not really relevant to you here in bronze. But anyway, so I hope it's clear to you why this is a misplay. It should be pretty obvious to you now why this is a misplay, because you're now pathing to a part of the map where you can't do anything on your hero, or even if you could do something on your hero, you would be at risk of taking more damage than you will deal because you're out of your effective range. Okay, should be very apparent. Fruit Punch Killer, thank you for the follow, by the way. I will make this a note for you. Let me zoom out. How do I do this again? I made it R and then zoom. Whoops. So you choose this pathing. We need to be choosing this pathing. Okay. It's for all of the reasons I just mentioned. I'm not going to mention all of them. I'll mention them very briefly in the notes. Notes, skip here. Problem 1, pathing for effective range. Okay. You need to be thinking about pathing for your effective range in Overwatch to do well on Cassidy. Remember to check your hero's effective range and have a good idea on how far that is, because that is the distance you typically want to prefer playing whenever you are on that hero. Remember that Overwatch is not a game where you have to play with your team. You're supposed to play off of your team. As long as you're matching intentions with them. So for example, walking forward when they are walking forward, or walking backward when they are walking backward, more often than not, you are going to make a correct play. So if you had went for the flank here on the right side of the map, you would have had safer pathing that would have ended up in a position where you would be better in your effective range and more likely to do good damage to the enemy team. Okay, I also need to redraw it because I accidentally overrid it on the clipboard. So that's my bad. So when you go this way. So and this is what I was talking about. I don't have I'm still working on getting my binds down completely. Let me be more clear about this. Boom. That's the screenshot. Then I need to minimize that, switch to cursor, switch to obsidian, paste. Perfect. Boom. Okay, let's go back. Kids, keep going. We're not going to go like this in depth on literally everything, by the way. It's just going to be a few concepts, and then we'll probably skip a lot. Because, like, also the reason that obsessing over every small detail is going to be not a value to you is because you also have to... Okay, I guess I'll talk about this. You have to think about Overwatch as a decision tree. You start at the very root. Think of this like when you're walking out of spawn. This is the root of your tree. And the root has branches, right? Or the tree has branches, right? There's a direct... You can go this way. You can go this way. Then from there, you can go this way, or you can go this way. Then from there, you can go this way, or you can go this way. And the problem is, especially when you don't have a good grasp on how Overwatch works. Well, let me illustrate it a little bit clearer. Let me do this, then this, then this, then this, then this. Okay. So the problem with Overwatch is that if you don't have a good grasp on how the game works, you're going to make the wrong decision off rip. So you're going to make the wrong decision here, and you're going to start walking this path. And it turns out the optimal play was here. So my perspective as a coach is that if you're making this decision here, I'm just going to talk about why you made the wrong decision here. And even though you make a billion other mistakes along the way, I'm just not going to talk about them because it doesn't matter, because you shouldn't have made the core error to begin with. Okay. So that's why we're going to skip a lot of this VOD as well. Okay. I like this idea. You're on an off angle from your team. Shoot Junkrat. Okay. Interesting Vendetta play. Oh. Okay. Vendetta eliminated. Okay. Sure. Shoot Junkrat or Zarya. Okay. Okay, so a really big symptom of why this feels really bad is because you're playing a bad hero on a bad map. That doesn't mean you shouldn't play Cassidy, okay, for the record. I think you should continue to play Cassidy if you enjoy him, because he will help you learn things, okay? So, for example, whenever you're looking at gameplay like this, you should generally think to yourself, I'm actually not going to talk about this. We're actually just going to move on. It's too complicated. It's too complicated. We're not going to talk about it. Okay, anyway. Going into the next fight. We popped Deadeye. Okay, this Deadeye is whatever to me. But it's like, so whenever you're in this space, you should be thinking to yourself, am I operating within my effective range? Is the answer to this yes or no? Okay. And then, am I aligned with my team? This is kind of the bigger question to be asking. Okay, so you show up here, then you get marked by a Junkrat. Then you think to yourself, I'm shooting a Junkrat. Is he in my effective range? Yes. But now you have to ask the basically inverse of that question. Am I in his effective range? And the answer to that is yes. So now the question is, who does more damage here? Or who is likely to do more damage here? Junkrat, aka Junkrat spams, keeping in mind like Junkrat spams grenades into a small room, or Cassidy, a guy with a gun that he has to aim at someone in a doorway. I think the answer is likely Junkrat. Okay. I think the Junkrat is very likely to do more damage to you than you would. What the hell? I think the Junkrat was very likely to do more damage to you than you will do to him, which means that this is a losing situation, which means that you should leave. Okay. Which I think you end up doing anyway. So this is good for me, good pattern recognition, right? When another common idea in Overwatch is if you're in a losing situation, you want to leave. That is the better idea. Guy with gun versus rat with bombs. This is exactly it. So here you show up here. So now you need to be asking yourself, are you in your effective range? The answer to this is yes, right? If I go to that position, right? If I just show you guys. Walk over here. Right, from here to the Bastion, I'm very clearly in my effective range, right? That's 20 meters. So that's not a problem. Okay, so we check that box. Am I more likely to do am I going to do more damage to this Bastion than he is going to do to me? Yes, I think so. Maybe, potentially. If he has his form, right? If he has his turret form, maybe. I don't know. But I think it's good enough. Okay? It's probably good enough. But here's the problem. Now, am I doing this based off of my team? This is where you're missing. Okay? Because notice this. If I... Sorry, I hit the wrong button. If I fly upwards, notice this. Your tank isn't back yet. Right? Let me open up the menu. Spectate overlay. Notice this. See? Your Zarya is still walking back from spawn. So now the question you have to ask yourself is, are you playing off of your team? And the answer to that is no. Okay. You are very clearly doing something that you think is best, and you are assuming your team is going to be doing something with you. In Overwatch, you can't climb based off assumptions. You only climb based off knowing things. Okay. Information is key. So you need to be thinking to yourself as well as you're trying to improve, how can I get as much information as possible? So here's what you needed to do. Whenever you are on this angle and you left the Junkrat, here, you must understand that Overwatch has blessed you with the ability to see your teammates through the wall. You can see the Zarya, you can see the Mitsuki, you can see the Ana, and you can see the Soldier. As you make this rotation away from the Junkrat, this is a rotation to safety and also to this main space, you must understand that you should use this time, because you're not shooting anybody, to see what your team is doing and understand the fight state. You would see here that your soldier is pushed up, but the most important thing is you need to be able to recognize through the wall that you can see your Zarya is walking back from spawn. So you need to wait until she gets back before you do anything. So that is the logic you needed to have to not make this mistake. So let me take a screenshot of this. Boom. Ah, I missed it. Let me grab it again. Okay, there we go. Screenshots. Well, I guess I'll draw boxes here as well. Just to be extra clear about it. Boom. Sorry. And then I'll do everyone else in a different color. Boom. Oh yeah, I forgot I redid how the binds work. That is the wrong thing. Let me do obsidian. Okay. Problem 2. Team checking. No, that's not what I want. Overwatch is a game where you play off of your team, not with them, which still means that you need to know where your teammates are. Anytime you make a rotation in Overwatch, you should be doing an idea called team checking. This will give you more information about how your teammates are playing the game and make you have more information so that you're more likely to make the best decision possible. Here, if you had team checked the Zarya, you would understand that your team hasn't walked back from spawn yet, so standing in the choke point would be weak as you do not have a tank here to help you take space. Okay? So this is a core idea. Team checking is a pillar of the game. It's one of the most important things you can do in Overwatch. I've had many players improve many divisions just by adding this habit. It's by far the highest return on investment habit in the entire game. It's not even close. You will become a greater player because you're just not aware of where you're just doing this based on what you think is better, not based on your team. And that's the core problem, right? And look at this. I want to point out that because you came to this angle, you required healing. You required bubble, right? This Zarya felt, whether or not she should have bubbled you doesn't matter. The fact that she felt compelled to bubble you is the mistake. I'm not worried about the Deadeye. Wow, that's actually an unbelievable flash, by the way. Congrats. Because I don't know if you knew this, but that actually cancels jetpack out ulti. Yeah, wow, that's actually amazing. Great job. Okay. Okay, so this is the other problem. So this is another problem I want you to fix. You know what? It's not even that bad. Okay, so this is an idea I'll teach you, which is you want to have the idea of playing the extremity in Overwatch. So this is very common on capture points. So think of map types like, these are gonna be map types like hybrid, which are like Eichenwalds and King's Rows, as well as map types like Flashpoint and Control. Okay, so what do all of these game modes have in common? Is they all have a point. Okay, so in this situation, they have a point like this, and your team needs to capture it to win. Okay, I want you to have the idea called play the extremity. Play the extremity. Okay, the extremity is outside the point. Basically anything besides the point around the map. So you want to be playing like here, this space like this space like this space over here, stuff like that. These are the extremities. And the reason this is good is because if you play the point, the problem is notice that this point and how most points are built and designed in Overwatch is that they are very easily flanked and surrounded. Notice that if I am on this point here, that I can be surrounded by multiple places on the map. Here, here, here. Like, I mean, it's a lot, right? This is 1, 2, 3. How many arrows is that? 6, right? There's 6 places I can get flanked from. But notice that if I was playing the extremity, let's say I am here, the only places you can get flanked from are, there's very few, right? There's this high ground. I mean, I guess this angle, and that's 3, right? And 3 is less than 6. That's greater sign. Sorry, wrong side, right? Like 3 is less than 6. So we should prefer being in a position like this. And this is a rule, not a rule, sorry. This is a tool you should be using. There are some situations where you will break this rule, right? An example of a time you would break this rule is if you need someone to touch the point, right? Your overtime is about to expire and no one else on your team can touch. So you might touch. Okay. There are exceptions, but this is a general tool. Like 80% of the time, the best play is to be playing the extremity. And this is something I want you to have a general idea of, because I want to point out, if you had played over here or you continue to play over here, you would not get pushed by the Zarya. Look at what ends up happening. Okay. So you're playing this space, you continue to play this space, and you have this subconscious idea of walking forward, which ends up getting this Zarya behind you, which pushes you further into the point. You need to have the subconscious idea of standing far away from the point, being in either of these positions, really, as this would have prevented the Zarya from zoning you further into the point and causing your death. Okay, so have the idea of playing the extremity always. I don't want to really see you touch the point as Cassidy. Okay, let me make this red. Take a screenshot. Then let me move to the Obsidian. Problem 3, play the extremity. Okay. The Eichenwald birds are so peaceful. You need to have the general idea as Cassidy in Overwatch of playing the extremity. This will stop you from being potentially flanked and allow you to have more control over the fight with additional rotations. In this situation, if you didn't have the idea of walking forward toward the point here, you would not have gotten pushed by the Zarya and forced onto the point where you are very likely to die. You would continue to have cover on the outside of point and be able to do a lot of damage. Generally in this game, being on the point as Cassidy is really weak because Cassidy is a very slow hero. You want to be playing off the point as much as possible. Oh, okay. I've heard about not being on point as Cass, but never realized it extended the first fight. It's pretty much every fight. Every fight. I want you to have the idea that playing on Cassie is bad. I want you to go into all of your games with the idea that playing on point is bad as Cass. Okay, so just please keep that in mind. I think you will have far more success. Okay, Let's continue going. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is the same problem. So whenever you show up to this angle, where's your Zarya? There she is. She's in main space. Oh, no, that's soldier. Your soldier just died. Okay. There's a few other advanced concepts happening right now. Like we're not keeping count, but I'm going to ignore that. So the soldier dies. Okay, your Zarya is here. Okay, never mind. So your Zarya is walking and you... Okay, this is actually fine. I actually don't mind this at all. Sure. So technically, off-angling here is worse. It was actually better to play in main space. I'm not going to go super in detail here, but I'll just tell you just for the sake of, you know, for your knowledge. So it's actually worse to rotate here because your team is actually advantaged and because you're up a tank. It's just so advanced. It doesn't even matter. Your team is advantaged because you're up a tank player. Making a rotation right now means you're not matching intentions, right? Like this is the core problem. So let me zoom out. So notice this, your team is in and you're out, right? This is the idea of matching intentions, which is also a very common idea in Overwatch, which is, it kind of comes down to the teamwork thing I was talking about before, which is your common thought in this game is to do whatever your teammates are doing to the best of your hero's ability. So you get hit by a bash and nade, and then you get scared and you end up making this rotation. But notice that your Zarya has been rotating the whole time. So you are doing something passive, like rotating, right? While your ally Zarya is in. Okay. So this is what I call being desynced. You're desynced from your team. And the problem with being desynced is you're not matching when you're putting pressure on the enemy team. Okay. So I'm not going to make a note out of this, but that's kind of like the more advanced concept. The root idea I want you to think about is just matching intentions with my team. If my team is walking forward, am I walking forward? Am I walking forward without my team? Are they being passive? If they're being passive, should I be passive? So on and so forth. Nice double bubble from the enemies. Are you there? Yeah, maybe. I'm not too worried about. There's a bunch of things that shouldn't be happening from both our team and the enemy team currently. And I'm just not going to talk about it as it's not very useful. Also, Jeremy, I want you, in the name of improvement, to have the idea of using the Deadeye the fight you get it. Okay? I want you to have that idea. So, and this is just going to be like a general improvement concept, which is just, I want you to use your ultimate every single time the fight you get it. Use Deadeye as soon as possible. Okay? So this is just like a note. There's not even an image for this. I need you to get as many what? Oh, it corrected it to many. I need you to get as many reps in using Deadeye as possible. I want you to build the habit of using Deadeye the fight you get it, or immediately the fight after you get it, depending on the situation. If the fight is obviously won, for example, as in the enemy team only has a single player remaining, then don't use your Deadeye. But on the next fight, you would use it then. Okay, don't hold it for ages. I need you to just get reps in. I need you to get a good idea on what constitutes a good and a bad Deadeye. And if you hold your Deadeye forever in an attempt to optimize, you will never learn. You need to have the idea of learning. Okay. You will throw fights as a result of practicing this. And if you aren't getting flamed, that's a bad sign. I need you to have the idea that failing with your ultimate is okay, because it will give you a better feeling of when it is and isn't appropriate. As you climb, we will talk more about the nuance of Deadeye, but currently I need you to have more experience and confidence using the ability. Okay, let's keep going. Switch back. There we go. So by not looking to my Zarya for via team check, I'm not able to match intentions. Jeremy, I want you to have the idea that if I don't make a note out of it, don't think about it too much whenever I'm coaching you. I shouldn't have mentioned it. I shouldn't even talked about it. I'm sorry. One thing I'm trying to get better at, this is tangential. One thing I'm trying to get better at is sometimes I spend time talking about things I don't turn into notes. And I think it's confusing because then you don't know what to think about and what is genuinely useful for your improvement. And that's my fault. And I'm trying to work on that. So I shouldn't have even talked about that concept because it wasn't even a concept that I was going to be making a note for you to begin with. I feel like if I have to preface this as this is not going to be a note, it's not something worth talking about. So it's my apologies. The answer to your question is basically yes. Okay, nice. Okay, so I also want you to have the idea that you need to be allergic to the payload. Okay, this is also going to be very helpful to you. Pay the extremity. Yeah, okay. Should be problem 5. Become allergic to the objective. Okay. Like here, this is a good example. I need you to have the idea that you are allergic to the objective, and if you touch the objective, you instantly die. Go do something else outside of the objective, as it will help you better experiment with ideas of map control and taking fights. And I need you to be more confident in those so that it'll be easier to improve at later stages of the game. Okay? Being on point as Cassidy is generally weak, as you don't control any space for your team, which makes the upcoming push more difficult. This is a way more advanced concept, so I'm not going to get into the nuance here. If you want more nuance on space control, just watch some of my more advanced VODs, particularly around the Masters rank. Okay, so like if you want to learn more about it, just watch other people's VODs. I'm not going to talk about it in this VOD. I'm not going to talk about like that many space control concepts. Space control is not, it's a very fundamental idea in Overwatch, but it's not something I want to talk about here. We need to do things to get us more experience, more intentional experience. Played my first rank game in like a week and lost time to not play rank for another week. What does that mean? Lost time. For example, Jeremy, just for clarification, here's what I would have wanted to see. Okay. I would have wanted to see you do basically anything. I would have wanted to see you come here, fight the Zarya, and then figure out that you need to roll away to live. Or come left here, fight the Bastion, and then figure out that you need a flash fan to kill him. Or I would have wanted to see you experiment with coming to this side of the map and flanking. Okay. I would have wanted to see you do something like this. Maybe you come this way. I don't know. But I need you to figure it out. Because I need you to be uncomfortable. Like, I feel like we're doing things that make us comfortable and we're not learning as a result. You need to expand your experience by losing games by trying these plays. Okay? Yeah, after that fight, I was immediately like, damn, I should have gone door. Yeah, I need you to have that idea consistently. Consistently. You will learn way more. Jeremy, do you do any kind of mechanical training at all? Okay, wait for our team. Go right side. You see what you're doing here? I want this from you way more. Way more. I'm D5 cast with a ton of hours. I'm mechanically pretty good, but I tend to not get consistent value on Deadeye. Do you have tips on setting up Deadeye or identifying what a good Deadeye is? Okay, so I have Bad 3C, which is a hygiene framework that'll help you a lot. So Bad 3C, you can do that in Twitch chat. Actually, try Bad 3C. This is Deadeye hygiene. It teaches you how to use Deadeye, not when to use Deadeye. Okay, so like Deadeye is a cooldown. I need to make a Deadeye guide, bro. I need to just like do it this weekend or something, because I get this question all the time. So Deadeye, you need to have the idea that, first of all, whenever you approach Deadeye, you need to have the idea that Deadeye is a good ultimate. Okay, people think Deadeye is a shit ult, and it's not. It's because people don't know how to use Deadeye, so they just never get value. Deadeye is a good ulti. In my opinion, it's one of the best DPS ultis in the game, and it's incredibly underrated. Okay, so, and that's one thing that makes me a lot better than other casty players, is I just get way more value than other people on Deadeye. But anyway, so you need to have a few ideas on Deadeye to make your Deadeyes more consistent. Number one, don't use blind Deadeyes. So for example, I wouldn't want you to jump around this corner and pop Deadeye without seeing if there's an enemy there first. Check for an enemy, then pop Deadeye. Then I want you to prefer to be on an angle from your team. So if your team is in main space on the floor shooting their guns and they're shooting on payload, you want to be on an angle like this to be away from your team so you create more pressure for your team. Then I want to prefer you to have distance. If there's a Sigma here, don't pop Deadeye right in front of him. If you're going to pop Deadeye against a Sigma, be further away from him. Be here, right? Be far away. Prefer having distance. Then I want you to be near to cover. A lot of people die with Deadeye because they think they can go wide and get away with popping their ulti. They think they can stand here and get away with it and live. That's not how Deadeye works. You have to understand that Deadeye makes you incredibly slow. So whenever you pop your ultimate in the open like that, you are just going to die. So what your idea should be is to do something called tucking and playing with near to cover with your Deadeye. Okay? So a better idea on how to use Deadeye here would be to, let's say I want a Deadeye for main space on this map. Let's say I want a Deadeye here. I would not Deadeye by standing on this in this position and popping Deadeye. This is incredibly weak. Why? Because I have no cover and I'm very exposed to the enemy team, and I'm relying on my teammates to keep me alive. That's also a problem. You don't want to rely on your teammates to do something like that, as it's going to add additional inconsistency. Your Ana will miss a bullet, your Zarya will not have bubbles available, your Ryan shield will break, it'll make it harder to play the game. So instead, what you'll do is you'll swing wide, pop your ultimate, tuck, wait a few seconds, it's arbitrary, wait as long as you want, re-swing, and then start applying pressure with your ulti. Because good players are going to not die to Deadeye anyway. Good players are going to see that you're popping Deadeye and they're going to run away. I mean, rightfully so. Because if they stay in your line of sight, they're going to take 1 billion damage and die to the pressure itself. So the thing is, if you do this originally and you see that people aren't running away, you don't need to tuck. You can still stay aggressive and walk forward so you can react to the enemy team. But tucking will save you from 1 billion different cooldowns. You won't get your cooldown, your ulti canceled as much. You won't die. It'll make your life way easier, and it will single-handedly upgrade your Deadeye game. Then the next concept is you need to have the idea of tracking cooldowns that can cancel your ulti, particularly things like Sigma Rock and Ana Sleep Dart. If you track both of these cooldowns, you can play more aggressively with your ulti. It's not always better, but you can. Okay? And then also, you want to be the last component of Bad 3C for good Deadeye hygiene is canceling your ultimate. Deadeye is one of the few ultimates in the game you can cancel. Okay, there's only a few other ones, like Malga ulti, for example, that you can cancel. So if you ever find yourself doing a bad ultimate, like let's say you pop your Deadeye in main here, and then you realize you're about to die, cancel your ulti and roll away, okay? Do not be afraid of doing so. It is a feature, not a bug, to be able to cancel. So do not feel bad if you have to cancel your ulti. It will save your life and it will make everything way easier. Okay? So that is my advice for Deadeye. There's a bunch of different situations as to why you would use it. Do not just use Deadeye for reload. You will piss me off. Okay? That is my advice as well. Deadeye is not for reload. I don't know what fucking propaganda told people that Deadeye is for reload. It's not. It's like my number. It's rage bait to me. It's so lame. It's not how it works. Do not use Deadeye to reload. It is such rage bait. You can control space with Deadeye. Overwatch is a game about space, which is what makes Deadeye so strong. Because you can take and control space with Deadeye. It's very strong. It's very strong. And a Deadeye guide would have a section about the different use cases. Yes, that's why I haven't made it. I've had Deadeye hygiene solved for like a year. But the problem with the video is that I would want to show use cases. And that's a little bit more advanced and time intensive. So I haven't done it yet. But anyway, we're getting off topic. Let's continue with the VOD. But yes, that should answer your question. Love this, love this, love this. Oh my gosh, Jeremy the GOAT. I've heard tucking on Deadeye will potentially waste enemy cooldowns. Yes, it will. It's very good. Tucking is very, very strong. You carried this fight unironically. Nice job. Great job. Dude, I desperately wish I had cereal right now. Love this. Okay, I don't think this is optimal, but for what you're doing, perfect. Your team is pushing the cart. Sounds good. Okay. Are we playing the extremity? Sounds good. Perfect. Okay, ideally we're in this room right now, but not a big deal. Okay. Play the extremity. Very, 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 very strong. Continue to have this idea. You will succeed. Okay. When you're in gold, we'll talk more about flanking principles. We'll talk more about angling ideas, so on and so forth, but we're not there yet. Okay. What would be a useful noon? What does that even mean? Okay. This Deadeye is not a good Deadeye, but I like you using it anyway. Okay. So, by the way, what I want you to have the idea of is you got Deadeye here, and then this fight's over already, so you don't need to use it. That's fine. Then you die to Jetpack Cat. Then I want you to have the idea that you need to use ulti this fight. Okay, so I think coming this way and popping ulti, not good, but now you have feedback. This is the most important part. You have feedback. So now, because this Deadeye didn't work, you can think to yourself, why did it not work? Okay? So you can think to yourself, okay, this Deadeye did not work. Why? Because my Zarya has died. My Zarya has died. So, even if I was making space with this ultimate, my team could not walk forward because my tank is dead. So then you would go back and say, okay, was there a way to have known my tank was dead or was going to die? And the answer to that is yes. Because by the time you show up to the angle, your tank is already dead. Okay? So that's the thing. So you needed to identify that your tank was dead before you came to the angle to pop Deadeye. But for the record, I would much prefer you come here and pop Deadeye and learn why that was the case than never popping Deadeye at all in this situation. So I will clarify that. Let me do red. Boom. Okay. Even. But down. Tank. Okay. Switch. Problem 6. Deadeye. Boom. Exclamation mark note. Here you use your ultimate even though your tank is dead. I need you to have the idea that if your tank is dead or your team is disadvantaged, it is very unlikely that your team will be able to walk forward with the space you create from the Deadeye. This is also a bad Deadeye based on the idea of bad 3C. So Jeremy, the bad 3C stuff, which I just talked about earlier, is also relevant to you in terms of how to use Deadeye hygiene. So you would be able to infer through Deadeye hygiene that this is not a good place to use Deadeye. Why? Because this position is too close. Are you on an angle from your team? Yes, the answer to that is yes. But notice that you are close to the enemies. You're very close. So you would not prefer ulting here. You see, Deadeye is often more of a space creation tool than rather than something to get kills. Yes. Yeah. Deadeye kills people. You can use it as what I call an execution to kill people that are at 1 HP just to guarantee the kill. But it's relatively uncommon. It's way too much cover. Yeah, they also have cover. Yeah. Okay, it's actually a miracle that you didn't die here, to be honest. Yeah, you did. Okay, cool. Jeremy, I don't know if you saw the question earlier. Did you do any aim training? Or have you done any aim training before? The reason I'm asking is not because you're bad aim, but because you're bad crosshair placement. I've done a little bit of aim training, but not super consistently. Okay. Jeremy, how badly do you want to improve on a scale from 1 to 10? I'll actually wait because I need your response. Like 7 to 8? Okay. You need to start doing an aim training regimen. Here's what you're going to do. Let me show you exactly what to do here. Okay. So you're going to go to custom games. I'll show you how to do it every step of the way. You're going to, okay, so let's go back to the main lobby. You're going to go to play at the top. You're going to click custom games here at the left side. Then you're going to do create at the top here. From here, you're going to click settings. And then you're going to click this button here. It's like a little piece of paper with an arrow going down. It says import code. You're going to type in this code, VAXTA. It's colloquially known in the community as VAXTA. It's a very common custom game code. It does not download anything. It just changes the custom game lobby to a specific set of settings that are very helpful for training. Okay? You're going to do VAXTA, and then you're going to click start. This will load you in. Okay? Then you're going to pick your hero of choice. But if you are going to be following what I recommend you do, you should pick Cassidy. Because the idea is not to get better aim on a given hero. It's to have better hygiene when you aim on its own. Okay? So then you're going to be loaded into here. And you'll see a bunch of different things. Ignore everything besides start warm-up. You're going to look at start warm-up and you're going to press your interact key. On PC, it's F. Okay? So then you're going to load into here. Then what you're going to do is you're going to turn down your audio because the movement of people moving around is really annoying. So you're going to turn it down. I won't turn it off. I'll turn it down. But it's really annoying because there's too many footsteps. So turn it down. Okay? Then from here, I want you to have one idea in mind. We are only getting headshots. We're not killing people. We're only getting headshots because the skill I want you to train is the ability to aim head level and understand subconsciously what head level looks like. So what I want you to do also, okay, sorry, yeah. So that's the idea I want you to have. Then I want you to do this. You're going to go to the top here. You can look around at the ceiling and you're going to see this bot movement. And then you're going to press F on 100%. It should already be set there by default, but make sure it's set to 100%. Then you're going to aim at very easy. Okay? Aim at very easy. Click on very easy. Then you're going to click on the enemy's heads when you're convinced it's a headshot. And let me show you how slow you need to go. Okay? You should be going very slow. Okay? Okay, notice how slow I'm going. I'm only clicking when I'm convinced I'm going to get a headshot. Okay? Notice how intentional I am with aiming at head level. Okay? You're going to do this for 1,000 on the timer. It's going to take you 20 minutes. You're going to do it every day. Okay? So you see at the top left where it says timer? Do it for timer to 1,000. Okay? If that's too long for you, I understand it's boring. If you can't commit that amount of time though, and you have to genuinely do less, do timer to 600. Okay? An issue I definitely know I have is rushing this. I would rather you go too slow than too fast. I would rather you do this. See how slow that was? I would much rather you be that slow. Here's what I don't want. This is the exact opposite of what I want. Okay? I don't want you to spam because when you're spamming, you're not learning anything. It should feel difficult. It should feel annoying. You should feel friction because that is your brain reconstructing itself. That's the feeling you want to have. What the fuck? I didn't even realize Xion does this. But yes, that's the feeling you want to have. If you're not feeling annoyed or frustrated or mad or whatever, you're not trying hard enough. Okay? You must be slow. Because keep in mind, we're not training for efficient kills. If you want to train for efficient kills, you shouldn't even be playing this. You should be doing 1v1s against real people. But that's a different story. We're training our intention of aiming head level. And I promise you, if you do this for 2 weeks to a month, you're going to feel like, you're going to feel like Thanos. You're going to be snapping people out of existence. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, that was pretty bad. But like you're going to be snapping people out of existence. You're going to get a clean 2-tap like that in your games. And then you're going to at me in the clips channel in our Discord. And then you're going to be like, look at this sick 2-tap. Okay. That's what I want from you. I need you to do that every day for 1,000 seconds. Okay. Here's one thing I will say. Okay. If you do it for 1,000 seconds on one run, and you find that you see at the top left where it says 50 accuracy or 54 accuracy, 62 crit accuracy. If you find yourself at 50-50, okay, turn up the difficulty. Go to easy. Then do it again. Okay. Then if you find yourself at 50-50 again, after 1,000 seconds, okay, then go to normal. Okay. Here's the stipulation as well. Do not do it more than 1,000 seconds a day. Do not piss me off on this. There are so many students of mine who start doing aim training and they make it their personality. That's not the intention. Do not make it something. Okay, and this is not a shot at specific people for the record. Okay, I will clarify this. I came off a little bit tough on that. I apologize. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I'm saying this to protect your time. Okay, I apologize. What I need you to understand is that you're practicing your intention. You're practicing your intention. You're practicing your intention. Okay. It's not about legitimately getting perfect aim. You would do something different if you wanted perfect aim. You need to do it only for 1,000 seconds because how you improve in things like this is not by doing it for 1 billion hours a day or by a given amount of time. You do it by per day. You get it by consistency. The more often you do it per day, the more you improve. Okay, you need to think about it as in there's some arbitrary limit of improvement you can get per day. And your idea is to reach that by hitting 1,000 seconds inside this lobby every day. Okay, but if you do it for one day, it's 200 seconds. And then one day it's 3,200 seconds. You're not going to get as much improvement from this as you would if you just showed up more every day you can. Like, if there's a day you can't play Overwatch, I would much prefer you just do the aim training here. Okay? So this is going to be my routine for you. You must do this. Look at Temmie message. I'll call him out. Raptor, I'm sorry. Raptor, Montana. We had a few guys that, me included. I also spent a lot of time figuring this stuff out. But yes. So that's my homework for you. Snow, good to see you. You give vibes to the Overwatch original with Hujin. I'm greatly inspired by Huj, but I do things a little bit differently. Actually, quite a bit differently, including these notes. These are far different than the Hoosh. And also, my knowledge base is free. You can do exclamation mark notes to get these on Twitch. Can we 1v1 in Mercy Parkour? Do you have... Yes, after this VOD, we can. This is the last VOD for today, by the way. I'm going really slow through this because I want to be very thorough. How much time? Oh, actually, we might have one more. Let me see. There is... Don't bet on it. Don't bet on it. Hello, I want to submit a VOD review. You got to be on Twitch and you have to enter raffles in between codes. There might be one more. I'm not sure though. Would that be 80k, 30k? It's 80k because it is Overwatch, but it's not TXCXX, and I have to be fair about that. So it would be the higher of the two. Also, I'm definitely losing a Mercy Parkour. I haven't played Mercy Parkour in actually so long. It's crazy. Okay, so I like this flank. This is going to be another core concept. So another core concept in Overwatch is going to be the idea of having a safe rotation out. So let me zoom out here. It's R and then fly out here. So one thing you have to be thinking about whenever you're playing the game is how long do things take? Overwatch is a game about time as well. right? I mean, oh, I keep saying Overwatch is a game about many things. Overwatch is a game where seconds matter. This is kind of the core idea. So the problem is you make this rotation to clear the Xion and you end up behind the enemy team. You end up here. And one thing you have to think about is, what is my rotation out of this position? The rotation out of this position, you have two options. Well, you have three options technically. You can go into their spawn, which is the highest risk, and is very contingent on your team making, pushing forward with the space you're creating. But we're going to write this off as a more complex idea that's not worth thinking about. Your other options are walking back through main space to your team where they can see you and potentially help you, or playing more independently and walking back through this mini room. Okay. And there's a few things I want to talk about here. Whenever you make this rotation into this space and you walk forward, namely, the problem with walking back to the mini room is this rotation is long. This is not a short rotation. It's a very long rotation back into your space. Most notably, the biggest reason that I'm not a big fan of this is not only do you make this long rotation, right, but also you walk out of the room. And the core problem with this is not only do you not have any cover, but also you don't have a good rotation out of this position, which is kind of what I was talking about a second ago. So if you take damage, which is very likely, someone is very likely to shoot you in Overwatch. The core problem is now you have to rotate this way and walk all the way this way. And there's a bunch of things that can go wrong here. You can die as, maybe you get stuck on the door frame. Maybe you get booped into the wall on the side here. Maybe your roll doesn't take you quite far enough and the timing doesn't shake out and you get caught by the Xion. It adds additional level of complexity. So what I would much prefer you do is play here, not because you have cover. I mean, that's a great advantage, but more importantly, if things do go wrong, you have the ability to rotate out easily because the rotation out is safer and faster. Okay, whenever you walk out this far, you now have a less safe rotation because not only do you not have cover, but it's also slower. It takes you a longer time to get away. And this is a very core idea in this game, which is you really only take aggressive positions that are essentially proportional to your movement cooldown. Okay, so if you're going to play Cassidy, for example, you need to play in a position like this, as it makes it way easier for you to leave. If you're going to play something like Tracer, you can be a lot more aggressive. Why? The reason that this is the case is twofold. Number one, well, there's a bunch of nuance to it, but I'll just say these two. Number one, you have the ability to blink, and blink goes further than roll. So you could blink away to safety faster, so you can go further away. Okay. Also, Tracer has the ability to recall, which gets her out of this position easily, right? She literally teleports back to where she was 3 seconds ago. So you would be able to live this more effectively. Cassidy is a slow hero. You do not have the same luxuries. So taking positions like this are far riskier because if the enemy tank, right, this Domina, heard you, which a good Domina will, she would turn around and she would shoot you and then force you to back up. And then there's a lot of margin for error here, as she could actually cut you off as well. A good Domina might actually identify that you're in this room and then actually rotate this way to stop your rotation, and then you're dead. Okay, so there's a lot of things that can go wrong here. So what is the best play here then, Tail? If I can't go for the flank, what should I do? Well, because there's too much risk in the flank there, it's actually better to stand here and shoot your gun. This would be better. Why would this be the case? Because number one, you have cover. And in this situation, this isn't the best position for the record. There's an objectively better position here, which is the best position currently is here for the record. And I'll explain why in just a second, but let me finish this thought. So why would you want to play here? If your idea was to dine this lane, this idea would be better because you have a corner you can work with that you can use as cover, which gives you this rotation out. But it is open. That's the big sacrifice. Okay. Alternatively, you can now roll to this car, and then you can use the car to rotate back into your spawn, and you have a continued rotation. But this is a bad position for the record. I don't think this is any good. I'm just saying that you should play here if you were going to deny this lane at all. But you don't want to deny this lane. Why? Because notice the only good rotations that I recommended have unsafe rotations out. There's no cover here. Okay? So you don't want to be in this position. That's why I'm saying the objectively best position here, and what I recommend to all of my cast players, is to play here. Why is this the case? Because if your team walks forward, you can walk forward with them. This is in your effective range. This is just about 25 meters. So you do your full damage. You're on an off angle from your ally DPS, right? So your soldier is here. So you are not stacking on the same angle as him, which is not a concept we talked about today, but is another concept in Overwatch. So you have that advantage as well. And also, if the enemy team does push you, you have the capacity to rotate into point side, which has pretty good cover, right? You can use this building and go this way to stack with your team, or you can use this tank thing and rotate back this way, which is a little bit riskier, but it's still possible. But notice how much further it is away from the enemy team. So you have a bunch of advantages. So that's kind of my core problem with taking this angle is your rotation out from this position. Number one can be cut off by the dominant. Number two is really long. And number three is kind of just where you don't want to be playing as Cassidy anyway. But that's a little bit more advanced. I appreciate the idea to flank, and I would encourage you to continue limit testing with this. But this is this is precisely why this position in particular is bad for Cassidy. How many more reviews into a variety? I'm not sure if we're gonna do another one today. We don't do variety anymore, by the way, pity case. Also hope you've been doing well. In this situation, going for the flank into this mini room is weak because you have the capacity of getting cut off by the enemy dominant's rotation. A better play here would be to stage on the right side of the map and poke the dominant out as to not incur extra risk. The diva out. What did I miss? Pity case, do exclamation mark notes and go to the tail announcements folder and read the latest, or I think it's the first patch notes I released. I explained why in there. I would go over it, but it's a little bit off topic. Here. And then let me switch to Obsidian. Okay, perfect. Dude, I really need some lo-fi, man. This really like exemplifies the need for lo-fi. Lo-fi beats to fall asleep to type operation. This is the optimal position here. Whoops, I'm not in the right scene. This is the optimal position here as it gives you a safe rotation back the point that has cover. Notice in your position that you chose in the game, the rotations you have out of this position are open and long, which are both quite bad for Cassidy. Why is his position different than Hotel? It's further forward in the yes, it's further forward. Like if this building was here and the rotation back to your spawn was this short, it would be way more acceptable. But the real problem with this position is, sure, like there's some risk reward associated with it. It's like, okay, you control the space, you stop flankers. But the bigger problem is that if you need to try to live, the rotation is just too long. You walk into space that's out of your effective range and your rotation too long with like not great cover. Like if they added a wall here, no, if they like made a wall here maybe, or like added a wall here maybe, it'd be more acceptable. Or if they move this whole building closer to this side, then it would make more sense. But also, yeah, that's like the only thing. Yeah. Lo-fi beats the flank too. Yeah, I felt like I should be doing something, so I judged the flank to be best at the moment. Jeremy, for the record, okay, I'll add this to the notes. Okay. I want to be extra clear about this. Do not interpret this as you should not flank. It's just that in this situation, it was bad. I would rather you flank too much than not enough. So if you feel like you have an idea, try it and figure out why it was bad. If you don't get punished, that's okay. You won't be able to always identify when you should and shouldn't get punished because you don't have a good enough understanding of the game. That's where I, aka your coach, can help you. But what is more important is when you do go flank, you will fail and die, and you can learn from those mistakes way more easily. But if you don't flank and you don't try these things, you will never die trying them, so you will never get feedback, so you will never be able to improve. So continue flanking, continue making mistakes. I would rather you do that than not. Okay? You must learn. We must have the idea of learning. Okay? Jeremy wants to improve. I want him to improve as well. I'm doing everything in my power to help Jeremy improve. Other than playing the game for you. Which I guess wouldn't even help you improve anyway. Okay, this is a cover issue. But you end up rolling back into space, sure. So this is there's a bunch of issues happening here. We're rotating away. We're not choosing good staging. We're not playing our effective range. But I hope I'm giving you the tools you need to derive these things. Like, that's the end goal. Like, okay, now that you've had this coaching session, you should be able to derive that the position on the right side is better here. Okay? And it's for all the reasons I mentioned. Like, because you need to be able to do this. Okay, let me just show you. Okay. So whenever you approach a map like Eichenwald, like let's say Eichenwald is a map you struggle with, you need to be able to think to yourself, okay, where would a good position be on this map, and really consider it. Okay, should I play here? Well, why might this position be good? Well, I'm in my effective range. I can throw flashbang. I deny this lane. There's a lot of stuff like that. But the big problem is that if they push, I can't really rotate safely. So maybe not. Okay, what if I play here? Okay, if I play here, well, the big problem, well, the advantage is I can rotate out safely if I need to. I have cover. I can see everything in front of me, but I am out of my effective range. And also, this is a more advanced concept, but I'm doubled up with my soldier player, which just means our team has less pressure. Okay, sure. What about this position? Well, this position, I'm in my effective range. I have a good rotation out from here. I can't see when they walk through the choke. I mean, it's kind of just good, no? Like, it kind of checks all the boxes. I can rotate out. It's in my effective range. Yeah. I'm on an off angle for my team. Perfect angle. Boom. Okay? That's the kind of idea you need to be thinking about. Must be thinking about it this way. Yeah, I never thought about that much. The position on the right. You need to be thinking about, especially as someone in bronze, you need to be thinking about the whole world as your oyster. Okay? I want you to think about every valid position ever. I need you to think about them. Think about it. On second point defense, if I'm defending, where can I play? Okay, can I play here? 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 Think about it and try them. You have to try them. Don't just pick what's comfortable. Don't just play here because you're comfortable. Oh, high ground. I shoot my gun on high ground. No, think about it and try them. Stand here. If you died, think about why. Was it a matchup thing? Was it a range thing? Was it a cooldown thing? Did you do something wrong? Did they do something right? What happened? Okay, stand here. Try it. Figure it out. You need to lose games and figure these stuff out because you need to expand your knowledge. This is what I'm trying to teach you. Okay, you need to think about it on every point on every map ever. Then over time, as you get to like Masters, GM, Diamond, start more like Masters and GM and Champion, you'll start realize that some maps are solved. But I don't want you to just know the best position. That's not good enough. You need to know why the best position is the best position, and the best way to get there is through experience. Okay. Learn from experience, exactly. I begin to feel like I just don't try enough stuff. Yes, this is a very common idea. And that's why you probably feel stuck, because you're not trying enough. Like this game, I feel like you've only tried one thing, maybe two things. But I want you to try like 10 things a game. Like the world is your oyster. Get out there and try something. I actually like this. I don't think it's just that strong. I think it's maybe contextually strong because you're up a player and this guy's overextended and you can kill him. But it's like whenever you think about it, think about, did I have a rotation out? The answer is no. So whenever you're thinking about this, okay, the rotation out from this is a little bit risky, right? Because the only way to get out of this position is you got to go this way. You have a wall here. I mean, maybe it's not even that risky. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. But you can think to yourself, okay, maybe it was strong because I killed the Domina. So maybe, I'm playing off their weakness, which is okay. It's fine. I don't mind this that much. Is it a problem to join the server if my account's new? No. Nope. It'll be fine. I don't think I have... No, you should be fine. If you do, you can just tell me not ban. I don't think you'll get banned, but I'm pretty sure there's no restrictions at all. I allow any account age. And our Discord community is pretty active. People type in there all the time. I type in there. I type more late at night, like as I'm editing. So I'm not like mega active during the day because I'm normally working. But yeah, like this, dude, I love this from you. Like Jeremy also like one thing you could experiment with is like going even further as well. Like don't just stop here. Try going here. See what happens. Go try it. Fuck it. You don't hear anybody here, so why not? Go try it. See what happens. If you die, fine. Like keep in mind, you're also in bronze. Like what do you have to lose? Right? That's also a good perspective to have. Oh. Ah! Nice try. Okay. Go top. Shoot Dom. Ah! Whatever. Okay, go next. So the only thing about this is the team check thing as well. So look at this. Where's your team? Okay. Your Ana and your Mizuki are on bridge. They're running away. They're leaving. Are we matching intentions with the Mizuki and the Ana currently? They're backing up. We're walking forward. The answer is no. Okay. You need to be matching intentions always. Your team is giving space. I mean, this is a little bit of an exception because this space is empty. So you're technically filling empty space. It's a little bit of a different principle. But I want to point out, your Mizuki your Ana ends up dying. And you guys are overextended relative to your team because your team isn't even back yet. Like you're not even aware of where your tank is. So this is a very similar concept where because you're not aware of where your tank is, you're overextended and you die here as a result. Okay. This is the team check idea. Overextended. Okay. Let's go to the obsidian. Become allergic. Did I assume as possible? Team checking. Okay. Switch work note. Okay. Bro. This is another example of you overextending because you're not aware of your team. You straight up don't know where your ally tank is, so you walk too far forward with your soldier, and you're not able to do anything here. What you should do here is just let your soldier die because he's misplaying, and you play with the rest of your team. Cut out the last word. Yeah, I get you. It does always feel like I'm unaware of what my other guys are doing. Yeah. It's because you're not actively making it a point. That's the thing, Jeremy. Like you might be doing it like subconsciously, but you're not actively thinking about it. Like it would be of use to you to go into a game and think to yourself, all right, this is gonna be practice range, so it's not gonna be perfect, right? Let me just boot up Icon World. Why am I being lazy about this? Okay, let me boot up Icon World again. Custom games, settings, maps, none. Icon World. Okay, let me just show you. And we're on defense. Cass. Okay. Let me walk over there. Okay. So what you can do here is you walking out, think, where's my tank? Oh, shit. My tank's not back yet. Okay, let me just wait for my tank. Okay, wait for your tank. Tank is here. Boom. Now you take space. Boom. Sync with team. Okay. So at the very minimum, one thing you can think about, Jeremy, is as you're walking back from spawn, don't just autopilot, okay? Try to think to yourself, where is my team? Where is my team? In a good way, if you're having trouble doing it in-game, that's okay. But you're going to have to do it the hard way then. If you have trouble focusing in-game, you have to do something that's a lot more difficult and a lot more time-intensive, but it will help you improve. So here's what you would do. If you're having difficulty thinking in-game, where's my team? Where's my tank? No problem. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go into your history and you're going to go into the review and count every time you team checked. Okay. You're going to go in here and manually count every time you team check. This is a game of 6v6 I played. Okay. Let's see how many times I team check. Okay. Here. One. I'm looking here. Not really. I'm not going to count this because they're just on my screen. Okay. I rotate. I shoot the Xion. Here. I should just shoot whoever's on my screen. 0 still. There, 1 team check. I'm team checking here right now. 2. Okay. 3. 4? I know a lot of, like, look how much team check I'm doing right here. This is a platinum 6v6 lobby or something. Look how much team, look, I know where my Mizuki is. I know where my Brig is. I see that my Hazard just respawned. I have way more information than any of you guys, right? Because I'm turning around and I'm looking through the wall to see where my team is. So then I make the educated decision. Okay, my team is pathing left. I team check even there as I'm making a rotation. And then I shoot this Ash in the face. And then I continue. Okay, I shouldn't have rolled there, but whatever. And then I continue taking space, shoot these guys, continue rotating with my team, get rocked, roll away, whatever. Team check there. Why do I team check here? Because I need information. Is my team pushing forward? Are they going back into main space? What's happening, right? So what's the count at? Like 5? Okay. Team check. That doesn't count because I'm pre-aiming here. Okay. Aim where I think people could be. Sure. Aim where I think people could be. Okay. Blow up this Winston. Okay. Come to this side. 2-tap that guy. 1-tap that guy. Like, notice, look how much team checking I'm doing. Like, it's happening all the time. Okay. Shoot these guys, run away. Sure. Team check my team there. I also need to know where to go so I don't back into any mount geometry. Right? I do it all the time. I do it many times a minute. You guys need to be doing it like this as well. Because, and the part of the reason I play way better than a lot of you guys, I'm not meaning this in like a mean way, but it's like the part of the reason I'm as high rank as I am is because I just have more information. I just have, so I can make the better decision more often. It's not because I'm smarter or I'm better or I'm talented or whatever. It's not that at all. It's literally because I have a system that helps me do it better. Okay. You guys are trying to do everything with suboptimal information, which of course you're going to make mistakes. Of course. Because there's no way to have known it would have been bad or good. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because there's a lot of people that are in metal ranks that feel like they're stupid. You're not stupid. I promise you guys, you're not dumb. Okay? You're set up for failure because you're not doing things you need to get the information you need to and to make the proper decisions. Okay? Nice. Bang! Team check conceptually carried me out of metal ranks basically by itself. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Boom. Okay. Love this from you. You see this, Jeremy? Do more of this. This is fantastic. Even if you die to the Domina, I would want you to think to yourself, why did you die to the Domina? Is there something you missed? Like, for example, let's say she hits you with a left shift and boops you into the wall here. Then you could think, I just didn't left shift away. Boom. Perfect. Lesson learned. Next time, be a little bit more aware about dodging the push. Yeah, for example, there, maybe you need to dodge the push better. Okay. Love this Deadeye. Love that Deadeye. Good job. Nice. Oh! Oh! Oh my gosh. Okay, Jeremy. When you play, try this. Come this way. Identify that no one's on your left side. Get uncomfortable. Get uncomfortable. Okay? Come this way. Try it. Figure it out. See what happens. Does it work? Does it not work? Why? Okay? Go figure it out. Okay, for the record, I actually think this is your best play right now. Like, if this was a GM champion lobby, this is still your best play. Even if these guys are champ players, this is your best play. Okay? So, like, it's actually really good. It's a bit fortunate that you ended up here. Okay? Like, because in a higher rank lobby, there's going to be people using these lanes. So it's a little bit of a different situation. But you happen to be here. This actually turns out to be a really good play because they can't push you. They're not on a comp that can push you. That's a little bit more of an advanced concept. I don't really want you to think about matchups that intently, but I would want you to try this. Try it. Try it. Just see what happens. Is it good? Is it bad? I want you to be too aggressive rather than not aggressive enough because you will learn more. Okay. And then I will explain to you why certain things are good or bad. Screaming Go Bridge? Yeah, it would have been pretty good. Yeah. It would have been a really cool play. Like, of course, it's unique. That's not like a textbook thing you do on Eichenwald. It was unique to that situation, but that's what makes Overwatch players. You have to be able to use the intuition that I teach you or that you learn on your own volition to derive what the best play is in a given moment. Okay? There's not like, there are some plays that are like generally good. For example, on the first point, there's a solved rollout. But you have to understand that in the grand scheme of Overwatch, this is rare. It's pretty rare for there to be a solved rollout on a given map. What are good questions to ask myself while team checking? What helps to identify my team's intention to follow him? What direction are they moving? Okay. So for example, as you're walking back here, actually, let me move back to my instance. Okay. So there's a few things you want to do. So here, do I team check here? Hit the headshot, bro. Okay, hit her on the leg. Here I team check. Okay, what am I looking for in this team check? I'm looking for health. How high health are these people? Because if I know if they're high health, oh, I forgot that in gameplay you can't do this. Okay, so I'm looking for like health. How high health are they? What's the proximity? How far are they? Are they walking forward? Are they fighting? What animations are they in? It's difficult to do. It's very advanced because there's a bunch of stimuli on the screen at once. Because it's like, I have to look at the hazard. I have to look at the diva. I have to look at the Junkrat. I have to look at their health stats. And I have to think to myself, what is happening? And it's really difficult to do. Okay. So what I need you guys to understand is whenever I look at this, I'm not reading this as the Junkrat. I'm not reading this as like everything specifically happening. I'm reading this as like a general fight idea. So when I see this, I see the two things I'm identifying right now is number one, my team is still fighting. Well, there's three things. Number one, my team is still fighting. Number two, my team is winning. And the reason that I can see that my team is winning is because at the top right, I can't like show my cursor here, but maybe I can. Let me go back to this. So yeah, so I can see that my team is, I can see that my team is winning because the kill feed, but that's not a look through the wall thing. But I'm seeing that my Junkrat is getting juggled right now. And then I see that these guys are fighting. Those are the two things I'm really identifying. Okay. So I need to help them. That's all I know is that no matter what, I need to help them. Who I help is whatever. It's just like I help whoever's convenient to me in this given position. Okay, so I just shoot the monkey because it's convenient for me. And then I roll for uptime because this fight's won. So it doesn't even matter if I roll or not. But I wouldn't want you guys to roll there because you're not going to understand when it's good and bad. And it's a really advanced concept. I think the highest form of skill expression in Cassidy, or one of them, is understanding when you can genuinely squeeze the most out of roll. It's so nuanced. There's so much nuance. It's so difficult to talk about. But yeah. So I hope that was helpful. It's like, it's not really everything. You need to track basic proximities. Is the fight winning? And can you help? Like, I'm sure there's like some science I could sit down and think about, but yeah. Okay, so Jeremy, I need you to think about pathing. So this is going to be the last big concept I want to talk about today because there's too much in this VOD otherwise. So I need you to have the understanding in Overwatch that having options is good. Okay, so you need to understand that as you play the game, you want to be taking positions that give you options. So I need you to have so as a result, if we think having options is good, what side of the map should we be going to? Okay, which side of the map should we be going to? Should we be coming to the right side of the map the right side here or the left side? What do we think? What do we think, guys? The Jeremy, people in chat, what do you guys think? Right or left? Go to that left side to the stairs. Okay. Left side. Boom. But why is that the case? Left big time, exactly. Why? Why should we prefer going to the left side? Okay, there's nuance to it, but let's just act like this is a blank slate situation. Left side is generally better. Why? Because notice this. The right side, where do you rotate to? What options do you have? Well, you can walk this way, you can grab the mini, and then you're stuck. Okay, now you're stuck. There's no continued rotation. You have to walk into main space, which is weak. Okay, not good. What about the other side of the map? There is rotation up this staircase. Also, if you don't know, a lot of people don't even know this side of the map exists. Okay, walk out this right door, come this way. You have this side. You can come up top here, use this high ground. You can come this way for a flank angle. You can come this way for a mega. You can come even further for a mini and a flank angle again. You can go even deeper into this flank. Okay, you have options. You want to choose the map space that gives you the most options. There is nuance, but we're in bronze. It doesn't matter. There's nuance, like what the nuance would be is like you don't want to double up with your ally DPS on this side. Like let's say your soldier's already here and you don't have anybody on your team on this side, then you would come this way on the virtue of doing something else called filling space. But this is a different principle. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. So keep in mind, like I need you to have the idea that walking out of spawn doors matters. You can't just walk out of a spawn door. You have to pick the one that's genuinely better. Okay. Because almost always there's a spawn door that's better. And you need to have this idea as well. And it does matter. It does matter. It's not minor. I promise you guys. It is not minor at all. It's a very big concept. You will get, if you walk out the wrong spawn door in a high elo lobby, you will get flamed. Okay. There will times where you will genuinely just get flamed for walking out the, it does matter. Okay. Problem 7. Let's do problem 8. Okay. Problem 8. Spawn doors matter. Prefer options. Okay. Extra work notes. Or note, I guess that's fine. Workflow. No, I need notes. There we go. In Overwatch, you want to prefer having as many options as possible. So here, I would much rather you path to the right side of the map as it gives you the ability to have continued rotations in the mid-fight. If you path left, you will end up in a dead end. There is, of course, nuance to this. As you rank higher, we will talk more about the exceptions to the rule. But generally, I want you to have the idea of pathing to where you have the most options available to you. Okay. Generally is the term I want. I like how it cut out some of the takes there. That was nice. And then I'll show you the why as well. Let me fly. Let me go back. Oops. But people will flame you for anything. But yeah, I just want to, like, I'm saying that to illustrate that it matters. Like other players recognize that this is a thing. It's not just something I'm making up. Change to pen. There's nowhere to go. And then let me do green or blue is fine. Okay, boom. Then let me switch to obsidian. That's the wrong one. Extra work notes. Boom. The red path just leads to a dead end, while the blue path gives you a continued rotation around the fight. There's also more lane control ideas here, but I'm not going to talk about them. There's way more nuance, but yes. Okay, that's the last, I think, core idea we'll talk about. Let's somehow get reroll and win today. I entered 3 times over the last few days, so I shouldn't have 3 tickets. Yes, you did win, Chudderat. You got coached. You were the first guy we coached. Oh, I didn't even, yeah, because we did Junkrat, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was Junkrat on Neon Junction. Speed sent in a code that broke a rule, so I re-rolled. It's all whatever to me. Thank you. I'll watch the VOD after. Yeah, no problem. Oh my god. Your aim is broadly fine. I just want you to work on crosshair placement, by the way. Like, I don't think you need to hit Kovacs, for example. I don't think you need to. I do think you need to have a better feel for where head level is. And the best way to do that is the aim training I recommend to do. whatever. Okay, you shouldn't be that far forward, but whatever. Love this. Love it. It's not good, but I'm glad you're trying it. Tough. Okay. So the reason it's not good is you're too close and you're committing everything for this. You're just too close. There's no cover here as well. So it's bad hygiene. Okay. But cool. Sounds good to me. Is this the last VOD review today? Okay, if I do one more VOD review today, would anybody be interested in a speedrun review where I don't give you notes? Would anybody be interested in that? A speedrun review, a 30-minute VOD review. Okay. It's a vertical loser for sure. Oh, shizzle. Vertical loser. We got 1 bajillion notes this VOD. Okay. Student, Germany. Rank, bronze. Map, Eichenwald. Hero, Cassidy. Previous season, session, whatever. Okay. All right. Primary issues. Number 1, start aim training on Vaxta for timer to 1,000. To 1,000. Go slow. Aim head level only. Cassidy. Shoot only when convinced you will hit. If you finish at 50-50 accuracy, up the difficulty. Start at very easy. Do not do more than 1,000 S a day. Try to do it every day. Track it for proof. Close conditions. If you do not have proof of aim training, I will close. Okay? I'm gonna be honest, you just need to do this. Like, this is gonna help you so much. It's like, if you genuinely want to improve, this will help you an unbelievable amount because you need to do it many days. Okay? I know this is hard homework, like there's actually a lot, but I genuinely think it will make that big of a difference for you. I'm not joking. Must have done aim training for 10 days. Okay, I don't want to see you for 2 weeks. Okay? Nothing against you, but I think it'd be greatly in your back. I think you're gonna hit gold minimum if you do this. But we'll see. Try to do it every day. Track it for proof. Spreadsheet. Ideal. And also video recording ideal. If you can. If you can't, no big deal. Not worried about it. Spreadsheet, like keep some kind of spreadsheet / tracker document. Tracker doc required, where you record kills, accuracy, crit accuracy. Okay. Video recording ideal. DM me if questions. Please DM me if you have questions. I will help you. Okay. Secondary issues. TBH. Okay. I guess I'll just give you principles. So play the extremity. I would much prefer you be allergic to the objective. Okay. Much prefer. Okay. And then 2, if you aren't uncomfortable multiple times a game, you are losing because you aren't learning. Okay. Okay. I want you to go learn. Go figure stuff out. Go try things. See what's good. See what's bad. Okay. And then you would also greatly benefit from keeping a spreadsheet as well. Would greatly benefit from keeping a tracker. I will mention that. Strengths. Love the flank ideas. They're actually awesome. Love the flank ideas. Okay. So you're flanking too much right now. And you're not knowing when flanking is good and bad, which is a good and a bad thing. Of course it's a good enough. What the fuck am I talking about? But long story short, you're learning. That's what I want you to do. I want you to learn. It's great. Fundamentally detach myself from the idea of winning and just try shit. Yeah, have more fun learning in the exploration process than you do in having a high rank. Like, who cares about rank? It doesn't matter. Spawn door matters, okay? Spawn door matters. Secondary issue. Spawn door matters. Okay, boom. And then team checking. We need to be team checking. Team checking. Boom. Okay. Yeah, but your crosshair, I didn't make a note of it, but your crosshair placement was really bad. Very, very bad. It can't be this bad as a hitscan player. You will lose a bajillion value. It's not really worth talking about, but you need to fix it. It's a micro thing. But yeah, okay. That's going to be it for me on this code. Thank you for the code, Verdict Losing. Why'd you start at number 3? Oh, I forgot to add a table of contents. Boom. There's like a formatting bug where it's like, whenever you use these format blocks, it like continues the list. I don't know why it does that. Thank you so much. I appreciate this a lot. Yeah, sorry it took so long. It's like a 2.5 hour review. This is why I added the new rule from the latest announcement. Because it's like, I don't want people to be surprised when I take 2 hours talking about things. So this is kind of why this exists. Or that existed. I figured it'd restart 1. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just a bug. I don't know why it does that. Because I typed in 1 there, and then it just like swaps automatically. For reasons beyond me. Okay, student notes. Duckington and Catbop, thank you for the follows. Welcome to Bug Nation. Pleasure to have you. Jeremy, Cass, Eichenwald, Bronze. Certified Bronze review, VOD review, 1 year long. Jeremy, I'm going to be honest, you got high potential. I'm going to be so for real. This is a very high potential bronze development that's about to be happening here. I think you got mega potential. But I need you to lock in. I'm going to be so for real. You need to lock in and do this. You need to do this. Do it for 2 weeks. I guarantee you will feel way more confident about your game. Way more confident. Way more confident. You will succeed. I've never had someone pull my game apart like this before. Yeah. Well, I feel like I didn't really pull your game apart. I was more like, I wasn't as like tough on you. Like my Masters players in particular, I like become a lot more tough on. Because it's a lot more micro, a lot like stuff they should know already that I've already taught them. But it's not their fault, because if it's not, it could be their fault in terms of like application. But a lot of the time it's my fault because I don't do a good, there's a lot of the time where I don't do a great job explaining when to apply concepts, which I'm trying to improve. But like it's not my greatest priority right now. There's a few other things I'm trying to improve, namely my macro situation. Okay, I'm gonna run a poll. Okay, you guys get to pick. New poll. Coaching. Okay, I'm gonna call it bullet coaching. Do you guys want 1 bullet coaching VOD or no? Yes or no? Bullet? Yeah. It's going to be a 30-minute VOD review with no notes. I am beat. I'll do 1 more, but I do not want to take notes. I don't. I'm so beat. So I'll do 1 more just as like a fun review, just to give you like pointers, but I'm not going to go super mega in-depth on everything. Okay. You have to keep in mind what happens if no. We'll do the Timmy 1v1 and then end the stream. I wish you ladies would do it 6 a.m. No problem at all. Yes, let's do this. Okay, keep in mind, if you win, it will set your tickets to 0. So you will not get a high quality review. Please keep this in mind. You know what? Why am I doing this? No, I'm not doing this. Why am I going to sacrifice my quality just to have more slop? I'm not doing that. What am I talking about? I know you guys want it. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to sacrifice my coaching quality. No, I'm not. What am I talking about, bro? What am I talking about? I say take it easy. Yeah, there's no way. I need to fix my binds. The macros are actually stressing me out beyond belief. It's actually crazy. I need to fix them. And I would fix them on stream, but it's going to take me like an hour. It's going to take me a long time. So we're not going to do it. State of conviction. Yeah, I'm not gonna just do a slop review. Sorry guys. So the next review will be on Monday. What's wrong with it? It's not to my quality. Like, whenever you guys get coaching from me, I want it to be my goal as a coach is to be the highest quality coach on planet Earth. That's my goal. Oh, no, I mean the binds. Is there a possibility you coach 6v6 soon? Yes, but not right now. Yes, but not right now. If I did coach 6v6, it would be... I would need more news about format changes. Because okay, let me talk about this, and then I'll talk about a few other things. Okay. Also, Timmy, if you're here, if you redeem the Mercy thing... do you want to do the Mercy thing or what? Because we can do it. Now would be a good time. What was I going to talk about? Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the 6v6 thing real quick, and then I'll talk about the coaching quality thing. So, and then I'll talk about the macros. So 6v6, the reason I don't coach 6v6 is because whenever I can't make YouTube videos on 6v6, and here's why. Whenever you tune into my content, there's an expectation that has been set, which is my content is 5v5 coaching. Okay? That's just the expectation. I think you could argue that the expectation is 6v6 coach, is Overwatch coaching. It's not like a given format, but I'd rather have a standardized expectation. So because here's the thing. If I do 6v6 coaching, I make it a video and it does well, people will now come to me for more 6v6 coaching. This has happened with Onron. You guys remember when we had like 10 days where we just had Onron players? That happened immediately after the Onron video did well, right? So stuff like that is going to happen, and I'm not ready to accept 6v6 VODs. I don't know enough about the format. I'm not educated enough. I don't want to give subpar information if I can avoid it. Okay, so that's why I don't do 6v6. Okay, I would be open to doing it in the future after I get a bunch of stuff knocked out because I'm just working on other projects right now. Okay, the next thing, coaching quality. So the thing I want it to be the best coach in the world. That's my goal. Okay, best solo queue coach, and then maybe best Overwatch coach later, but probably not. I don't have really interest right now in the competitive scene, but I want to be the best solo queue coach possible. So it's important to me that I withhold my quality standards as to what makes good coaching. So I don't want to just put out slop. I think if I did bullet coaching, I wouldn't do it as a one-off here. I would do it as an actual genuine format. That's like a time-sensitive format where I look for broad issues rather than pointing out many things. Like maybe, you know, when you guys get your virus scanned on your computer and there's like a full scan you can do or a partial scan, maybe I do like a partial scan. Okay. Bullet reviews could be a decent segment. I think so too. I think it could be interesting. But I want it to be thorough and thought out and not just spam things. Because one thing I don't like doing is just doing content for the sake of content. I think that's weak. I think doing things that I think are genuinely good and of quality are what make me who I am and why you guys are here to begin with. Okay? So that's that. Then on the macros, the key problem is I'm having to switch between profiles and it's really confusing and it keeps throwing me off because the way Razer Synapse works is not very useful and neither is EpicPen. It's kind of a pain in the ass. So I need to consolidate my mouse profiles to only use one and then just figure out how to be more creative with my mouse binds. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Have you thought about doing a live coaching? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. So what do you mean by live coaching? Like live coaching with the student in VC or live coaching as in I coach them while they're playing? Because those are two different things. Coaching while they're in VC, the answer to that is no. And the reason that's the case is because I could do it as a segment. Maybe. I don't want to say never. I could do it in the future, but it's not going to be something that yeah, maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. While they're playing. Maybe, but I wouldn't like it personally. I would do it for you guys, but I'm not a fan. I just don't, it stresses me out. Live coaching while playing is terrible. I think some people find it genuinely helpful and entertaining, but to me, I get stressed out, so I would want to practice doing it first before I do it on stream. Make it 1 million channel points. Yeah, I could make it. I talked about that a long time ago. I could make it like a channel points redemption, which might be fine. I don't know. But there's so many inconsistencies with that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm open to the idea. Is Timmy here? It's possible we could get a quick water view? No. The answer to that is no. And I know you're trying just to get help, but don't ask me again. I'm not doing another one. We'll continue on Monday. I think in Valorant it might be better because more downtime. I think Valorant is just an easier game to coach broadly. And the reason that this is the case is because in Valorant, there are rounds that play the same. It's the same map each time with this similar dynamic most of the time. The economy is relatively minor in that game compared to the general gunplay. And as a result of that, it's just easier to coach because it's not like there's only one, you only got one shot. So yeah, I think, is talking stream going to become more frequent? Today today's just a bit of a different day because my macros are fucked and it makes it basically impossible to do things. This is like flat score. I also think particularly recently there's just been more to talk about. So yeah, we've been talking more. I mean, I don't know. I like yapping. So, I mean, I don't mind doing it. But it's like, also, there's going to be a point where I talk about the same concept over and over again, and I get that gets a bit tiring. So, yeah. Bug Nation podcast. I mean, coaching is essentially a podcast. That's my goal. Like, my goal is, if I was the perfect Overwatch coach, I would have, like, the vision is, okay, so let me actually illustrate this for you guys so you guys have some guidance on like what this looks like. Oh, did I post this, by the way? Did I post this? I did, right? I think I did. Oh, I didn't put it in the thread though. Let me put it in the let me just do this real quick. This will take 2 seconds. Obsidian. Let me refresh the page. Jeremy bronze. Yep, perfect. Okay, so the vision is I want to be the best coach on planet Earth. The best Overwatch coach on planet Earth. Because I think it's possible. I think it can. And I think the way to do that is I want it to be where when you tune into the stream, I want it to be where every single VOD review is 1 hour. Okay. That's the end goal. I want it to be as thorough as humanly possible. I want it to cover the whole map, the whole code. And I want it to be, what else do I want? Because what I find annoying sometimes is when I watch coaching and they don't do the whole code, it kind of pisses me off. And I understand that as a downfall of my coaching as well. Because you have the expectation of when you're watching a coaching session that you're going to get the whole map. That's kind of the expectation. So I want to be able to fulfill that every time. And then I also want it to be thorough, as in this is like the notes. I think we're getting near to optimal on the notes. I think there's some things I can fix, but that's going to require the Obsidian knowledge base to be considerably more built out, but it's mostly there. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. We're not going to go super in detail, but yeah. I think the yapping is the most inside as a viewer. Yeah, I think I need to turn more of these into videos. I was thinking about that the other day. Someone said you should make this a video or something. I was like, you're actually so right. I should make this a video. Because I also think I should make it a video because it's in my best interest to also migrate at least slightly toward being a bit more personality oriented. And I think I've built some level of authority as a coach already because people know me for being a coach now. I mean, not everybody watches my live streams, but there are people who's like, oh yeah, I've seen your videos before. And I'm like, really? You see my videos? Hey, Tail, do you have any Reaper VOD reviews on YouTube? No. I don't think I've actually never coached Reaper. Maybe have I coached Reaper, guys? I don't think I have, right? Reaper. No, there's no Reaper. Yeah, sorry about that. You know who could help you though? I highly recommend you check out Butler. Okay, highly recommend you check him out. He's a Reaper 1 trick. Butler, the one Butler, I think is his name. Overwatch. Bro, can I type? This guy. Yeah, that one, Butler. Boom, here's your guy. Boom. I think he does VOD reviews. He is this video. Let me also link you this video. I watch all of it.
Promise, what's more threatening than one Wu
Very
Yang
useful. Very interesting. Reaper has a lot of principles that are like Cassidy, like information management and stuff like that, which is really cool. Oh, by the way, Taylor, did you review the Sigma analysis review? I did. I actually did watch it yesterday from so if you guys don't know, we looked at Nala, aka NA's Last Hope. We looked at his analysis of I looked at my analysis of his analysis last night off stream. And I was actually very pleased. I felt very pleased. I got a lot of Sigma down. It was actually pretty accurate. I'd say I got about 80% of it right. There's some nuances that I didn't really understand that I got a bit roasted on, which I appreciated. I DM'd Nala about it. He's very nice. He's a very nice guy. He helped me understand some stuff about Sigma that I appreciated. And I think it gives me, whenever stuff like that happens, because I also talked with Rara about the Mei analysis we did on their Mei gameplay on Runesapi a long time ago. And Rara was saying that I got most of it right as well. So it gives me a lot of confidence in my abilities. Because sometimes I get a little bit of imposter syndrome, particularly on heroes I'm not very familiar with, as I feel like I don't know things properly. But yes, I did check it out. His main critique was like, some of the stuff I was mentioning was comp and map dependent. And I just didn't know that because I don't know anything about Sigma. So it was kind of like it had, it was no way to know. And then I also didn't realize that Nala's not even a Sigma player. He just plays Sigma because he has to, because the meta has been Sigma for the last like 3 seasons. So yeah. But yeah. Okay. I don't know where Timmy is. We were gonna do. I would do the Mercy parkour thing, but he's not here. Yeah, happens. Of course, the Genji player from Plat to GM. I don't have hands-on with Genji myself. Yeah, it's just that one thing. I've talked about this before when it comes to Cassidy. Whenever I watch other people coach Cassidy, they just say things that I don't agree with at all. And it kind of pisses me off. So the thing is, I just know that when I coach Sigma, for example, I'm bound to say things incorrectly, right? And I feel a little self-conscious about that. It's the thing. We're seeing parkour 1v1? Yeah, we were gonna. I don't think it's here anymore, though. So that's kind of why I feel that way. Just because I come from a background of being a one-trick. If I didn't come from a one-trick background, I think I would have less of this thought. But yeah. But I do think coming from the background of a one-trick has provided me a very unique lens from a coaching perspective. Because I've learned in my opinion, more productive way of learning. I'm informed about how to do it more productively. Well, I think you had good advice from my Juno code. Yeah, and I'm trying to do better at prefacing when I don't genuinely know things and do research to find answers. And that's something I'm hoping to normalize. And I've hopefully made a thing for you guys to do on your own, which is just study other players. Because you know what's interesting? It's not a very intuitive idea to do that to begin with. No, I think most people don't genuinely think, oh, I can just copy people. I don't know why, but people just don't think that way. I'll catch you on the next stream. Yeah, no problem at all. Thanks for tuning in. But yeah, I'm just yapping now. I'm ready for my 1v1. Played against Poppy today. Do you have enough points? If you have points, we can do it. That's how I got good at Apex, by the way, to be honest. What, one-tricking or just copying people? Copying people is the way. That is 100,000,000,000% the way. What happened to the macros? Didn't they work yesterday? I rebound everything. And it's not that they don't work. It's that the control scheme is clunky. Copying? Yeah. Yeah. It's very, very strong. Yeah, but I'm not ready. Okay. If we can do 1v1s another day, then Simon. Okay. Okay. That's going to be it for today. No more coaching. That's going to be it. We're going to end early. We're going to go because I need to fix. I'm going to fix this mouse keybind stuff and then we'll be stronger tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Monday. But okay, so that's it for today. Next coaching will be Monday. Keep in mind the new season is Tuesday. So you know what? I might start early on. Guys, should I start early on Monday or Tuesday? What do you think? Maybe I'll do. Maybe I'll go long on Monday. No, I need to go long on. I think I'll go long on Monday because I'm gonna need to play the season on Tuesday because there's gonna be a patch. Yeah. Both? We'll see. I'll let you guys know. How about a weekend stream? I'm not gonna do a weekend. I need to get work done. I need to get work done. There's a bunch of stuff. If I take time to stream, that's time that I won't be spending working on. Like, I have to get stuff done. I have to. I'd love to, but I have to get this stuff done. Guys, I promise you guys, there's gonna be an era where we're streaming hella. Okay, we're not there yet. That's gonna be Tail 2.0. We're not there yet. Okay, I'm not in my hyper growth content phase. We're in the make a strong community foundation, make all the tools we need to succeed, and then set up for Tail 2.0. Okay, we're not there yet, but we will be. Tail's busy in the bars. I don't really drink that much, but yeah. Okay, so that's going to be the goal. So keep that in mind. I will ping you guys in the Discord when the next stream will be, because we'll probably start early on Monday. I think we will. Let's go raid somebody. Who is streaming? Evie streaming? Bullskunk? Who am I following that's streaming? Evie, Ryan, Born to Corn, Shift, Themesies. I just said Monday no stream. I was thinking about it, but I think we will. Because I need to get more coaching in. I think we will. Start early on Tuesday to probably not Tuesday, probably Monday. We'll go early Monday. Tomorrow I shall become a true bug. Fall before me. We love that for you. Let's fucking go, dude. But anyway, we're gonna go raid Evie. Evie is another educational content creator. They do more gameplay related stuff, and they are champion on all roles. So they're kind of the go. So, but yeah, thank you for tuning in, guys. I appreciate it. But yeah, thank you for being here. And I will see you guys on Monday. But thank you for being here. I hope all of you have a fantastic rest of your day. Bye-bye.
I'm just waiting for basically